amazing, multi-talented Ishita Chaturvedi. She is a singer, songwriter, actor, podcaster, and she brings a unique blend of creativity and clarity, making every conversation memorable. We are excited to have you to lead us through this day.
Thank you, Rajvi. Thank you so much. That was very kind, and that is not the script I sent, but she's done a better job. Thank you, Rajvi. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies. Do we see some men? So I can say yes, thank you so much. The gentlemen as well, a very warm welcome to you. We are, of course, going to be filling up the empty spaces in a very, very, very short time because this is a very exciting day for a lot of us, and I'm hoping for all of us. So the renowned Buddhist philosopher and peacemaker, Dr. Daisaku Ikeda says, "May you live in such a way that others will say, she is a woman, though ordinary, somehow stands out and has a beautiful story to tell." So this is for all you incredible women. Thank you for being here, and a huge round of applause for yourself. A very warm welcome to each of you extraordinary women and the incredible men who stand tall in our support. To the WinS Conclave Season 3, presented by Aditya Birla Group in association with LinkedIn and hosted by People Connect, with our segment sponsor, Digital Nari, an initiative by Pay Nearby. We have with us our nutrition partner, True Elements, and our media partner, People Matters. People Connect has always believed in the transformative power of representation. Their flagship initiative, Women in Sales, WinS, was born from this belief and is now proudly entering its third season, supported by LinkedIn. WinS champions the advancement of women in sales through focused efforts on career advocacy, skill development, and building a thriving, inclusive community as we can see this today. Today is about celebrating the journeys, the challenges, and the bold strides women have taken in sales. So again, I will keep reiterating the point that we're celebrating you and celebrating each other. Let's get started with a power-packed day of inspiration, insight, and stories that spark action. But what does People Connect stand for? Dekhen? Could I have the video, please? Thank you.
To those at the helm of talent and transformation, shaping culture, building connections, and quietly crafting the future of work, we understand how hard it is to author your talent story, even as the narrative keeps continuously shifting, to lead change, even as the horizon remains unclear, waiting for talent to emerge and leadership to rise. We understand this world because we live in it. Across industries, every conversation sharpens our lens, opening a window into your world and our why, making your success our compass. Together, we co-author your next chapter. As your talent story evolves, we match pace with purpose and precision, with insight and intention. That's when the uncertainty lifts and leadership gives shape to vision. Engagement turns presence into purpose. Inclusion becomes a strategic edge. And gifting is no longer just a gesture, it becomes a cultural imprint. Scripting your talent story the People Connect way.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Gives me immense pleasure to welcome these powerhouses on stage, our women on a mission. Anjali Gulati, founder and CEO, People Connect. Poonam Yadav, Aditya Birla Group Head, Talent Staffing. And Ruchi Anand, Senior Director, Talent Learning and Engagement Solutions, LinkedIn. Could we have a mic for her, please? I can use this. Huh? You should be able to move around freely. Yes. Please. There you go. Thank you.
Okay, in the meantime, I will start with a small story. Once upon a time, not so long ago, a young woman walked into her first meeting. A young woman in sales walked into her first meeting. Her blazer a little stiff. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So, a blazer a little stiff, her pitch a little more prepared, and her eyes were on fire. She had prepared, she had read every brochure, she had memorized every product detail, but still, when she walked into every room, there was an unspoken question in the air. Can she really sell? I think we have so many women here who have been in that space a lot of times. But that girl changed the narrative with her experience and getting wiser with time. The narrative moved from, can she really sell, to watch her close. So that's what we are doing here, watching all of us close, be the best that we can be. A space today at Women in Sales Conclave, Season 3, where we are going to celebrate stories, sisterhood, and the success that will come together. A place also where there's going to be, where we are looking at the hunger that drives us. Together, we will make this a reality. Thank you so much for being here today. And of course, without the support of these two women standing here, this could not have been a reality. Ruchi, thank you for partnering with us and making this vision come alive. I think our initial conversations so long ago, but okay, let me come back to why we started. Ruchi, what's your relationship with sales? Okay, wait. I've asked you that question in the podcast that we did this season. Can we quickly see that?
You ladies are killing it. You've got podcasts.
What's the word that describes your relationship with sales?
Love. My relationship with sales is love, results, excitement, thrill. Not one word. I've given you so many.
So between season 2 and 3, we also got time to do this. Thanks, Ruchi, for giving us your valuable time and your commitment to why we are here. What's driving you today, and what are you excited about?
Well, firstly, good morning and welcome once again. This is the excitement to see this room full, to see all of you here. And like Anjali said, this goes back, over 3 years ago. In fact, actually more than that. Anjali and I have been we were thinking about this for many years, that, we need more women in sales. It was more about, very simply put, how do we build a community, create more talent pipeline. And we realized that, as a hiring manager myself, I felt that, whenever I'm going out to hire, I was always finding it difficult to actually see at least a good pipeline of being able to at least interview more women as well, like a diverse slate across. Men, women, everyone, but, there were lesser women who were coming up, out to kind of even apply and say that they're ready. So then this was a conversation we had a few years ago, and 3 years ago, we actually thought that let's kind of make it happen. And thanks to Poonam's sponsorship to the whole initiative, the whole drive and thought, I think we've been able to, this is year 3. And to me, simply put, it is a space for us where we challenge mindsets, we share stories, and we shape solutions. So this is what WinS is all about. And that's why what you'll see throughout the day today, we are here to actually listen to more stories. Because for me, one thing I've always believed in is that if she can see it, she can be it.
Ooh.
The more relatable role models we see around us, you do not know the power that each of you have. Every time you step out and, close a big deal, small deal, make those, build those strong relationships for your organizations, you are unknowingly creating such a large ripple effect. And you are carrying the responsibility that, the more you kind of continue to move forward, you are inspiring so many others and bringing them along on the journey. And so that's what we actually really wanted to do with Women in Sales. That's been no looking back from there.
Yes. Like Ruchi's already said, Poonam, your support and sponsorship both to what we want to do, and the continuous support that you've been giving us in communities which we feel are little underrepresented. We go back to our manufacturing, working on the manufacturing community, women in manufacturing community as well, but also about women in sales. And because you also come from a diverse group, does that help in alignment to something like women in sales?
So for me, when as a group head talent staffing, a lot of times I used to say people like Ruchi, where are the women? When we ask for to be a woman candidate, there will be no women. So that's why we started our journey almost 6-7 years back with the manufacturing, and we've created a very good community. So if we want to create a similar community. But as a funny part of this is, one of the jokes that any man says, the boss at home is always a woman, so why not in office?
Yeah.
So, I can tell you, all of you have the skills, because if you can boss around at home, you can boss around in the office. So why don't you bring that to the office to ensure that each one of you is growing in your own career? So what are the skills you're using at your home that your husbands are actually listening, everybody in the house is listening, while the asset may be owned by, sometimes jointly maybe by a husband, but you guys are able to do it. So bring those skill sets, and that's why we wanted to create this community where we learn from each other, we become each other's support, which is very critical. Because if any one of you has read the ICICI story, where all the 5-6 CEOs that came in the banking, they were each other's strong pillars of support. And that's what we want to create out here. Now, if it's not there in your organization, find those supports outside your organization. This is a community, and that's what I've been telling Anjali. How can we build it together and build it up so that we learn from each other, be each other's support, mentors as is required. So that's with that vision, I think all of us will grow together, and that's the whole vision about this.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Poonam.
I
And of course,
need you ladies to be on stage.
Okay.
So, yeah, we had something fun, and before they get off the stage, you know, reiterating again what these three incredible women said, I've always believed that people build people. None of us have grown in isolation, which includes the men as well. Today we're here celebrating this spirit, celebrating the power of community and Ruchi's vision, celebrating Anjali's vision of connection, and celebrating Poonam's gentle embrace, who brings this vision to fore and makes it a reality. इनके लिए बहुत जोरदार तालियां, अपने लिए भी बजा लीजिए. Thank you, thank you. तो आज तक आप लोगों ने तालियां स्टैंडर्ड तरीके से बजाई हैं, like we all just clapped. Done. Fair? Today you're not going to be representing yourself. So I'm not pitching for myself. I'm not here to just pick an award for myself. Remember the concept of community? हम आज competitors नहीं हैं. हम दोस्त हैं, हम सफर हैं, एक रास्ते पे आप सब साथ निकले हैं, कुछ आपसे आगे हैं, कुछ आपके पीछे हैं. साथ होने का आज हम जश्न मनाएंगे with a little difference. So could I request all of you to stand up, please? Lovely. I'll need you three ladies to be a little together. अब मैं ये नहीं कर पाऊंगी because I'll be giving you the rhythm. Okay, so the usual round of applause. Wonderful. अब क्या आप एक दूसरे का हाथ ऐसे पकड़ सकते हैं? I don't have anyone here, but ऐसे, like a clap. Like a clap. Flat on your clap. Perfect. थोड़ा और पास आ जाइए. कोई एक इधर, you'll have to shift a little so all of you can clap properly. It needs to be very loud. Yeah? Do the men also have hands? With the other women? I meant that. Sorry. Okay. अब मैं एक ट्यून गुनगुनाऊंगी. आप वो ट्यून भी मेरे साथ गुनगुनाएंगे. Now we'll clap to this. Together. Hands back. Yeah, see connection. I'm folding my hands until you don't fold them. I'm doing this for the extra rhythm. Should we increase the rhythm? humming. Humming louder. Louder, men. बुलंद आवाज में. Faster speed. Bring your hands together. And thank you. You were amazing. Isse, what is this sense? 2-second question. What do you think we did with this?
Energize.
Perfect.
Energized, more connection.
Yes, ma'am.
Collaborative, because we are actually
Brilliant.
holding hands,
Brilliant.
bringing the sound and walking in rhythm.
Perfect. तो आज आप सब musicians हैं for this day. And आपने साथ सुर मिलाए हैं, आपने साथ ताल मिलाई है, आपने एक दूसरे को थामा है. That is what we are about today. Connection, community, people. Thank you. We go ahead with the show. Thank you so much. ये धुन अपने जहन में रखिएगा, इसके आगे भी काफी काम है. All of us are ready? Yeah? अच्छा थोड़ा तो responsive होना पड़ेगा, मैं बहुत बात करती हूँ. Yeah? Everyone ready? Yes. Everyone's had the breakfast outside? Yes. Lovely. So we're ready to go. What's coming up now is our keynote from pivot to power, mastering the art of dynamic success. The keynote from pivot to power, mastering the art of dynamic success explores how the sales function is transforming and why inclusion is critical to its growth. It offers sharp insights on leadership, allyship, and accountability, empowering women to lead in high-stakes, target-driven roles and urging collective action to shape a more inclusive future in sales. ये बहुत सारे लोग बहुत सारी मिलके टीम्स करते हैं, but like Poonam said, घर पे हम अकेले ये करते हैं. So guys, please don't stop applauding yourselves. This is a one-man show at home and we're doing it brilliantly. We're killing it. Yeah? Let's please put our hands together and invite on stage our keynote speaker, Richa Chaube Pai, Chief Business Officer, Alan Solly, Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail Limited. Richa Pai is a seasoned business leader with a strong track record in fashion, retail, and FMCG, currently heading Alan Solly's rapid growth and profitability. She uniquely blends creative fashion direction with sharp revenue leadership, having led key roles at Van Heusen and more retail. A music lover and fitness enthusiast, she finds rejuvenation in nature drives and forest escapes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Richa. We have a mic for her, please. एक mic आप यहाँ छोड़ दीजिएगा मेरे पास. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishita. You've set expectations really high. Good morning, ladies, esteemed sponsors, and fellow professionals. I hope you can hear me. I'm close enough to the mic, far away from the mic. As women in sales, we are not just driving revenue, right? We drive innovation, we drive relationships. We basically carve out a future for our organization, right? But yet, we face some unique challenges. And I would say, to an extent, these are not just from others. These are from a lot of inhibitions we hold within ourselves. So I'm going to go straight for the jugular, right? What does it take for women to win in sales? Apart from intelligence and good old hard work? Any guesses? Has to be interactive. Ishita's already warmed you up. Yes. So first and foremost, and I can't emphasize this enough, it would be to build strong relationships, right? Is that tough or easy for a woman? And I think Ruchi set the stage for me. Tough or easy? Yeah, I actually have been on both sides of this answer at different points in my career, right? And my aha moment was when I realized that I need to do this just as I do everything else, okay? It has to be done with authenticity. It has to be done with care. It has to be done with a win-win approach. Sales is not about win-lose. And it has to be done with a long-term view. And when I started sales 21 years ago, my first job was in sales. I realized this approach worked extremely well with a very traditional setup where I had to work with male distributors, male retailers. And can you guess what was my breakthrough point? Traditional setup, only males in the sales industry, distributors, retailers, not a single woman. So what was my breakthrough point? I made the business respectable, right? I could be introduced to the family. Okay, this is what I do. These are what people do. Their daughters, and you have to believe these Kutchi businessmen from 20 years ago, their daughters came to me for career advice, right? So I realized that if I'm just me, and if I just approach it with authenticity, that's how you win. Same thing later on in my career, when I had to do B2B. What forms the foundation of a good negotiation? Trust, yeah, absolutely, trust. And you won't trust somebody you don't know. You need trust to make a deal, and you need to like the person to sweeten the deal, right? So build good relationships, can't emphasize enough. The second thing would be to manage teams well. Again, about people, but this time it's about professional relationships, right? Professional reporting structures. So I'm just going to read it out a line. Nurture your team, reward good behavior, lead by example, remember to punish the action and not the person, mentor and develop individuals. Sounds familiar? Yeah? It's actually what we do at home and with our children, with our nieces and nephews, with our pets, and for some of us, even with our plants, right? So in this VUCA world where we have these multifaceted responsibilities, it's heartwarming to know that this is something which comes so intuitively to us. And I think the esteemed professionals who spoke before me spoke about how we just need to take our home to our work, right? And that's how it works. And of course, coming to the final one, what's the elephant in the room? Why many women avoid sales or recruiters shy away from putting women in sales? There's only one question, and that's, will she have the required aggression to achieve results? Will she be able to drive numbers, achieve goals within time frames? Will she be able to take a position and influence people around to her point of view? These, quite honestly, are not questions which are applicable only to women. They are applicable to every individual who's vying for the role, right? I, for one, hate the word aggression. I prefer the word tenacity. It has more of a determined quality to it. I once heard a playwright say, he strains to hear a whisper who refuses to hear a shout. Ladies, communicate effectively, clearly articulate your goals, prioritize well, delegate and allocate resources accordingly. That's all work, but I'm from Alan Solly, and we need to do some things our way, right? So there's going to be 5 girl talk tips that I'm going to give you. Play to your strengths. Men and women are not alike, but no two women are alike, right? Be you and be the best version of you. 2, embrace tech in all its forms. AI, social media, the metaverse, gaming, music. You cannot sell to an entire generation if you don't know what Roblox is, right? 3, if you are going to marry, choose your partner wisely. You cannot play house all by yourself. Okay. 4, be open. There are no watertight compartments in life. Talk about yourself, your family, your hopes, your dreams. No one likes somebody who only talks shop. Okay. 5, build and more importantly, keep friendships outside of work. You will need a space to decompress. You will need a no-hold-barred space where you can be crazy, yet they keep you sane. I do have some sincere requests for the recruiters, HR folks, and even male leaders in the room. No, this is not only about women in sales. It is, but anyway. First, give women the tough roles. Encourage women to do frontline sales. Ensure safety and hygiene, but ask them, especially earlier on in their lives, to move out of their comfort zones. This will build careers. More importantly, it will build character. Secondly, build an organization which supports women beyond policies. I have a story to tell. As a young mother in the Aditya Birla Group, I was feeling particularly overwhelmed, and I almost resigned. So my CEO asked me, what will it take to make you stay? And in the overwhelmed state that I was in, I just blurted out half day, half pay. Okay? And he said, done, when do you want to start? Right? This is not a policy anywhere, guys. But it's in this way and many such instances that Aditya Birla Group has supported me. I would say if behind every successful man, there is a woman, behind every successful career woman, there's an organization which sees her through.
Yeah.
And lastly, go individual. While there is such a thing as empowering women, the real juice is in empowering Richa, empowering Poonam, empowering Ishita, empowering Hema, right? Girls, I'm going to conclude my address with a favorite meme of mine. Be not the damsel who waits for the prince to rescue her from the dragon. Be the dragon, right? Women in sales, more power to you. Enjoy and benefit from the day ahead. Thank you.
Richa, thank you so much. And thank you for being here. I'd request you to be on stage. I'm going to invite Purva Bhattacharya, COO, People Connect, the small token of appreciation for you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Richa Chaubey Pai. We can do better. Better. Go for it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can't agree more with Richa about organizations backing us up. I remember when I was unmarried and very young and I'd started off at NDTV, I used to look at these wonderful women coming into work with their little babies. तो मुझे लगा ये जाते कहाँ हैं बच्चे? मतलब I don't see them anywhere. The women are doing their job. They're going to field. They're going to report. They're anchoring all day. Our wonderful Dr. Pranoy Roy had built a small creche with the nurses, with the doctors, with the early child learning and teaching teachers who were there. And mothers could bring their kids to work and were left in the building in that nursery / creche for the entire day, and they were taken care of. So yes, an applause to the good bosses here, good organizations, and to the women who don't stop personal and professional goals and they build it together. Thank you. So मुनीर नियाजी साहब लिखते हैं, शहर का तब्दील होना, शाद रहना और उदास. शहर का तब्दील होना, शाद रहना और उदास, रौनकें जितनी हैं यहाँ औरतों के दम से है. रौनकें जितनी हैं यहाँ औरतों के दम से हैं, but we are not missing out on our men, so thank you. Thank you. इस रौनक को ऐसे ही बरकरार रखते हैं and put our hands together for a very interesting panel discussion. I owe it to sales, the conventional path to leadership. Now it's titled I owe it to sales, so clearly it's all about this. From sales floor to C-suite, this panel brings together accomplished women leaders who started their careers in sales and view it as a pivotal factor in their rise to the top. The conversation will unpack how early experiences in sales build critical leadership traits like strategic thinking, customer centricity, and a results-driven mindset. Through powerful stories and practical insights, the panel will highlight why sales is more than just a function. It's a high-impact career path that equips professionals to lead, influence, and drive transformation across businesses. So personally in my life, I've had the privilege of having men who have been supportive, super brilliant, and who have not just been the wind beneath my wing, उन्होंने मेरी उड़ान को सराहा है, उन्होंने मेरी उड़ान को देखा है, और जोर-जोर से तालियां बजाई हैं. So again, a huge round of applause for our men at home, men at their workplaces, and men who are helping us become who we are. So we celebrate women, but we don't discard the men today. Thank you. Let's welcome our panel today, and moderating the panel is Francis D'Souza. AVP Group HR, Aditya Birla Group. Thank you so much. Francis is an HR professional with 18 years of experience across FMCG, pharma, and chemical industries. You can start walking up if you'd like to. With deep exposure to sales functions. For the past 8 years, he has been with the Aditya Birla Group and now heads HR for advanced materials at Aditya Birla Chemicals. He leads HR practices across India, Germany, Thailand, and the USA. I'd like to invite our panelist, Anjali Joneja Amar, VP Country Head India and SAARC Cloud Fair. अब क्योंकि मैं तालियां नहीं बजा सकती तो आपको थोड़ी और जोर से बजानी पड़ेगी. Thank you. Anjali Juneja Amar is a tech and sales leader with 25 plus years of experience across IT, telecoms, cyber security, and cloud in India and SAARC. Currently at Cloudflare, she leads the region's strategic vision. She previously led Tableau at Salesforce India, earning accolades like Iconic Women of the Year. Known for her empathetic leadership, she mentors women in tech and is also a trained Kathak dancer and an avid reader. We welcome on stage our next panelist, Latika Bowler, Chief Business Officer, Ebix Cash. Thank you. Latika is a transformative travel industry leader with 22 plus years of experience scaling teams and modernizing corporate travel solutions. As head of business travel at Ebix Cash, she blends strategic innovation with inclusive leadership. A diversity advocate, she mentors women, leaders, and builds global attuned teams. We'd also like to welcome Saba Kareem, India Head Public Sector and Large End Staffing Business, LinkedIn Talent Solutions. Saba Kareem leads LinkedIn India's public sector and large staffing enterprise verticals, driving talent and skilling strategies with government, academia, and staffing firms. She's a vocal advocate for inclusion, having led initiatives like Women at LinkedIn and the DIB's program. Her work champions equitable access to opportunity across sectors. And thank you so much. It's all yours. Yes, please. From here? Yeah, sure.
Check. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all the ladies and the few brave men who ventured here. It's always a pleasure to be in the midst of beautiful people. I thank People Connect and Poonam Yadav, both whose names start from P. My spouse's name also starts from P, Poonam. The conversation today is about I owe it to sales. So I thought that sales hai, so we should do a pitch at the beginning of it. So I got 3 papers with me also. Can someone guess what I got? 3 papers with something written on it. I got my resume. मैं बोला कि इतना powerhouse है तो next HR head अगर उनको चाहिए तो pitch यहीं से शुरू हो. Okay. Nevertheless, so future. We always pitching. Okay. So we all know that change is constant, but problems produce patience. Patience produces persistence. Persistence produces character. Character produces hope. And hope produces power. So welcome to this power-packed panel that we have here. Ma'am, can I just stand because I am feeling like
Absolutely
not
all
very
right.
comfortable. But nevertheless, I will take courage and hope and try and sit next to all of you all. Thank you. No, ma'am. Thank you. They say that we are all bound by fear, and fear is the dark room where negatives are developed. Experience is a hard teacher. She gives the test before she gives us the lesson. And on that note, I would get my first question to the panel, and I would request each one of you to answer that. It's a very simple question. Why did you choose to start your career in sales, and why did that choice determine it?
Since I'm sitting there first, let me start with it. First and foremost, thank you so much for having me here. It's really heartening to see all of you here and working towards moving towards a C-level through sales. Why I chose sales? It's a complex answer. I wanted to be a neurosurgeon. I didn't become a neurosurgeon, and then I decided I like playing with the minds of people. And sales is where you can really play with people, the strategies, trying to convince people to, buy from you. And to me, this was something which I really liked because I like meeting people. I like talking to people. So sales came very, very naturally to me, and hence I joined sales.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, morning everyone, and it's really a pleasure to be with all of you all here and talk about our experiences, because I think it's very important for everybody to, and the young team here to understand what it takes to become what you would want to become in life. So yeah, to the question that Francis asked, I honestly didn't start with the choice of sales. I started with the executive trainee. And what I realized while I was working, the start of my career, that I loved meeting people. And like our other discussions have actually emphasized on, that why, and like what Richa said, that relationship plays a very important role. And I just learned that I was very fond of meeting people. And that was the trigger that drove me to get into sales and make my career and grow from there. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. I think I have a mix of both over here. The reasons why I am in sales is actually very interesting because I was not set out to be in sales. I was an agriculturist. I did my BSc agriculture. I was supposed to do my BSc and then, just like my parents who were professor and scientist, get into education side of it. But I did not, because very soon I realized that I was not cut out for it. I just couldn't put my head around that I will study for so long, I'll become something in education. So that just did not work out for me. And I saw someone doing MBA, someone in the family who was senior to me. I saw that person doing MBA, and I thought that, wow, what is that thing? Like, I come from such a remote part of India that we had no idea what the lines of profession are, and I just thought what my parents are doing is what we are supposed to do. So when I saw that person, and I realized that, how awesome it is to be at a place where you can talk to so many people, influence so many people, solve real problems, and be part of such an exciting journey all the time. Because in sales, there is definitely one thing: excitement. There is a quarter end, there is a year end, there is a month end. We just finished our year end. Super exciting. So that excitement is what got me into sales. And then, yes, then it was a journey, and then I got onto that journey, went on, and yeah, today I'm here at LinkedIn, and very grateful to be part of this awesome organization.
Francis, I want to add something before
Please,
you get to the next question. So while, I chose sales because, as she was saying, I did my MBA, and then sales was the first thing which I thought I am going to like, because I realized I was not an HR person. I don't know finance, so sales marketing was the only thing. But why I have stayed in sales, after 2 or 3 years when I was in sales, and I used to work for a partner of IBM called as Quantum, and these IBM guys used to come to our office, and every time they would say, oh, I'm going to Hong Kong, I'm going to Bangkok, I'm going to, US, and this is a thing which is funded by IBM because I've got this award. And I used to think, and this was a young Anjali, where I was just earning about 7,000 rupees a month, to me, this was like, wow. I mean, if you are in sales and you have a career there, you can see the world on somebody else's money. And you can see it in such an affluent manner. So that sort of in early years also goaded me to still remain in sales. And then, of course, it's a journey, as you said.
You're still young. So.
Thank you.
So picking from what Sabha said about, that it's exciting, I want to ask an exciting question which the audience will enjoy. I have more questions also. How did it feel, one word answer, when you reached many years ago, your CTC became 1 crore? One word, huh?
Motivating.
Okay, wow, okay. Ma'am.
Exciting,
Okay.
and I would add to what she said, that, we could really see the world then and, just travel the world over. So it was an exciting thing, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, Sabha?
I couldn't get the question. Can you please repeat?
When you reached your first crore CTC?
First,
CTC.
first crore CTC. Okay. My boss is sitting here. I can't talk about all this here. Cut me some slack. I want to still continue in my role for some more time.
So like we have in KBC, this was the first padav. Then I'll move to 5, then 10.
Yes,
But-
I want to say that, and yeah, she is listening right over here. So that's a cue for you.
I'll continue. So Anjali, my first questions to you, saying that in sales, while you did sales, what skills did you pick up which have stayed with you even outside once you've transitioned to a different role?
Very, very relevant question, I would say, because to me, sales has been everything in life. Whatever I am, the way I'm teaching my kids now, they are 19 and 21, and whatever I've achieved in life, I think I've, gathered and learned in my sales career. So few things I will want to mention, which I really learned in sales. Number one, I would say, is listening. And not just listening to respond back, but active listening to understand. And sales really teaches you that. You listen because you have to understand the problem the client is facing and then be able to give a solution. You listen because you have to solve the conflicts in your team. You listen because you have to form the next strategy for whatever you are selling. So listening is something which I've really learned. Then second most important thing which sales has taught me is resilience and grit. Because I think I've faced more failures than successes. Against one sale that you would make, you would have had, 50 no's from a customer, 50 no's from your, team within. And I worked in some very, very huge organizations like IBM, Compaq, Microsoft, which were very matrix organization, where for people to work with you, they would every time ask you why. So you were not just building, clients outside of your organization, but you were also building clients within. So resilience and grit, and never take no for an answer. Keep pushing for the right cause. That's something which I've learned. The third most important thing which I learned in sales was that, you always aim high. You always have that North Star. And you start to learn and enjoy numbers, because as Sabha said, it's about month end, quarter end. You're talking about numbers. So you start to become good on numbers, which is very, very important when you go for that C-level leadership role. Because they look at business results. They look at how much are you going to sell, what revenue will you bring, how much profit will you bring. So, that's something which I really learned. And probably the fourth one is continue to, build those networks and relationships, because sales teaches you that. It's very imperative, but that is also important in your life. You cannot do anything in life if you don't have people to back you up, if you don't have relationships and a network to yourself. So yeah, these few things which I learned, and they're still helping me on.
Thank you. I mean, when I was relatively younger, I had seen a movie known as Qayamat Se Qayamat Tak, Amir Khan. But when I went into sales, they said quarter se quarter tak.
So true, actually.
Yeah, but Latika, why do you believe that sales is an essential stint to have a great career ahead?
So, Francis, honestly, when I was, like I said, I didn't really start as sales. But as I grew as time passed, and I realized that every stage, every time in your career, you are selling. You are constantly, in some way or the other, you're constantly selling. And that's what is actually, that makes me feel that, whether you are in any kind of role that you're doing, sales is the most critical part of it. And I'll give you an example, I was, when I started my career, and I wasn't a salesperson. And I always used to run away from the targets, I never wanted a sword on my head saying that, you have to deliver on this. And that was start of my career. And I remember my mentor actually told me that if you want to grow in the organization, it's very important that you pick up sales, because this always will, as you grow higher in the ladder, while you may be very good at operations, while you may be very good at all the other things that you do in the organization, be it finance, but sales is something that you need to constantly do as you grow, because once you have grown in the ladder, it's the constant selling, right? You have to, when you're, be it strategic thinking, be it influencing people, be it building relationships, all of this, while you're communicating with your clients or with anybody, you are selling in a way. So selling becomes a very, very key part in the growth.
Thank you.
In your career.
Thank you, Latika. So, my next question coming to you is like sales is a gender agnostic profession. According to you, what do women naturally bring to the sales fraternity?
You rightly said, and I always believe that sales is gender agnostic, but at times gender do play a role. And I have seen this, that when people see women, they think of them to be more empathetic. They want to share more things with them. And it has both the sides to it. There's good side to it, and there is a tough side to it as well. I'll talk about what are the good things first. That they think that they are empathetic, they would solve their problem, and it is from the very start that people find more solace and more comfort when women is there, and they want to share and they want to talk a bit more about their problems. And what are we doing in sales? We are solving problems. Of course, we take money for it, but we are essentially solving problem for people. So I find that that is a very, very strong point when it comes to women. But on the flip side, at times I have seen that when women, they are in the room as salespeople, people tend to think that there is someone else who is going to come and do the final bid. That is a very, very common thing which I have seen. And I believe that is where people have to stand tall and stand strong. Because you have to, and you have to be very clear about it. You don't have to mince words. In a lot of sales meeting I have seen that people say, why don't you call your boss? Why don't you call your, someone else who is senior to you? And they expect a man to walk in and do this final closing act, which is where you have to say that, hey, this is what you got, and I am giving you the best solution which you can ever think of. This is the value I'm going to drive for you. So I believe it has both the sides to it. There are pros, there are cons, but yeah, you need to be very clear. The clarity of thought, everything else has been said, the skills which is needed by people here. But I believe one thing which I would like to add to is clarity of thought and prioritizing, like ruthless prioritization. These are two skills which I believe are very important.
Very true. I think earlier the terminology used to be used known as salesman of the year, salesman Ramlal, and all of that. But now I think we're getting to a point where we're saying that it's a salesperson or sales individual at the end of the day. Latika, my next question is to you. Did you ever feel the need to prove yourself more while you were in a sales role? I mean, hota na aap thoda aur karo, zyada aur.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. I mean, I think that was in many occasions, it was like this, especially when you're in a boardroom meetings or, I mean, forget that. Boardroom is, I guess, way too, later in life, but even earlier in life, while you're with your colleagues or, it was always that you have to prove yourself. But I would just like to place one very important point to everybody, is that just believe in yourself. I think that's the most important thing. And as women, I mean, we just have to be what we are. And if you are consistent, if you are confident, and you believe in yourself, I think there is nothing that can stop you. So that's what I would want to
Thank you. That's
push as a point.
Can I
wonderful
add a
answer.
story here?
Yeah, please. I mean,
So, when I started working in sales, I joined tech sales. And I don't come from a tech background. I did my BSc biology. Remember, I was wanting to be a neurosurgeon. And then I did my MBA. And I picked up a job which was in IT sales. So first job was okay. And then I fell in love with IBM. This big ocean of a company where I wanted to work. And they would not take me because I was working with a partner of IBM. But fortunately, Compaq saw me, in the market, and I got a call from HP's now MD Som Satsangi saying that, why don't you come and meet us? We have a role for you. And there I was, everything went well. I joined Compaq. And day one, I hear this comment as I was coming in. ये आप कहाँ से engineer नहीं है लड़की मेरठ से आई है I was born brought up in Meerut. She comes from a small city. She's not an engineer. She's not an MBA from IIMS. I did my MBA from Ford School of Management. And she's not an engineer. What would she do? And I was like so heartbroken, I can't tell you. Day one in a MNC where I wanted to work. And that was the day where I knew that I had to really prove all of these guys sitting there. Because the entire sales team was full of all guys. Year one, just 12 months down the line, I was the only person from India in Delhi who did 182% of my numbers. And all of these guys were like, wow, Anjali, you've done it. So probably somewhere, yes, you have to prove yourself, and more than what the guys have to. Many years back, you had to do that. But if you are onto it and you have that focus and resilience and you look at it as your job, probably things get done, and then people, start respecting you and coming back to you for, your experiences and taking more advice from you. So yes, you have to prove yourself.
okay. So, I mean, if I had to dovetail another question there, which says that, and I think it's pertinent, and it's been asked from the time in HR, I have been there from eternity, that how did you, I'll just read the question also in a manner that it doesn't give a lot of weight, but you can give a weighted answer. How did you manage your career during key life transitions like marriage, childbirth, or raising your children? This is the 17th time I'm asking the question in my 18-year career.
Yeah, and it is still as relevant, I would say.
I will
a very, very relevant question. So for me, I think number one is to acknowledge and remember that it is never going to be easy. Man or a woman. Today, men also help in the household chores. When I was early on in young age in sales, it was very rare for the husband to come and help you out. To the extent that when my kids would go and say, Dad, come, let's do this, my mom-in-law would say, hey, let Dad sleep. You can go and call Mom. It was not that she had any bad intent, but that's how she was brought up, and that's how she was trying to tell my kids. But how did I manage that in my career? So number one was I acknowledged to myself that it's not going to be easy. And I knew that. So I had to put that additional efforts towards that. So that was number one. Number two, I'm a Virgo, and Virgos typically are people who are perfectionists. I have to do everything correct. The pillow has to be like this. The report has to be like this. The sales call has to be like this. But when I had my kids, my first kid and then my second kid, I realized that perfection was not something which I was going after. I had to put energy into everything that I did, and I did it well, but I stopped and I, gave away that illusion of everything being perfect. And that really helped me out a lot because that gave me more time and that gave me a lot of new thoughts in my head. So I was not running after perfection, I was running after doing my job well. Number two was probably getting the support system right, which was very, very critical. Whether it was, having your housemaids, very important, or having your in-laws stay with you, you like it or not, but that helps because the kids can be taken care of by, people who love them and not just by people, who are doing it for their salary. And then third was, also letting people within the organization know, setting your boundaries. And I did that very well. I told my bosses, my, teams that these are the times in which I will work and these are the times I'm off work now because I have to take care of my kids. To the extent that my partners, my customers also knew that in the afternoon when my daughter would come from school at 1:30, the first thing she used to do was she used to give me a call. And she was like a super fast train. She would call up Mom, and even before I would say, yes, Anushka, she would start, Mom, I did this. And she had to just blurt out everything. And I realized that this was something which used to give me the maximum happiness and energy in the day. So why let it, stall till the end of the day? So I would tell everybody that 1:30, my daughter has to call me, and even if I would be sitting in a negotiation, I would come out, take that call for 10 minutes from her and 10 minutes from my son, and then go back to my negotiations. But because I had told people, they were accepting. They used to accept that, and it was all okay. So you have to be able to, make those boundaries and let people know that these boundaries exist. So your support system, your boundaries, and yes, something very important when I took my maternity leave, this was 6 months both the times, was still keeping myself relevant. So out of all of this, when I was taking care of kids and everything, I would still be reading a lot. I would spend some time to reskill, upskill as we call them, on a daily basis, not just in a week, but every day, half an hour to 45 minutes, I would just shut myself up when my kids would go to school, or they would sleep when they were younger, and I would just read. Because when I came back to office, at least I still knew what was the latest technology, what was happening. So people just didn't say that, oh, she wouldn't know, she's come back after 6 months, right? So they knew that I am already abreast of the latest and I can talk about that. And then, of course, there is your will, your own will of, staying strong and saying that I do want to continue. So when I came back after my second kid in IBM, I was offered a job in marketing. And I didn't want to take up marketing. So I told my boss, I will not. And he was like, we don't have a role because with 2 kids, you will not be able to manage sales. You are managing some very high impact clients. But I stood my ground and I said, either I will do sales or I'm moving out. And that's where he realized that she will be able to do something. So he gave me another sector called media. And to his surprise and my surprise, we did very well in that. So I think you have to stand your ground and you have to be clear in what you are after. Things happen then.
No, thank you. I mean, that's very pertinent, and I think that everybody's taken insights and inputs from what you said. So did I. I also got one more insight, that I am a Sagittarian, I'm a happy-go-lucky guy. I'm never going to go and work for a Virgo now. Okay, Saba, coming to you. Did you ever feel the pressure of slowing down or stepping away? And if that thought crossed your mind, what mindset did you have to come out of it?
In short, no, because I enjoy what I do. I just love it. I would like a raise of hand over here. How many of you have done 3 years in sales? At least 3.
Wow.
A lot of you.
How many of you have enjoyed the journey so far? That's battle half won. You need to enjoy what you are doing, right? You need to just love it. I don't have any other reason to be in sales because I believe that I will only do things which I want to do, which I love to do. And at least at this age, definitely that feeling has become much more pronounced because I would not like to do things wherein I am pushed to go to office or I'm pushed to do a certain activity. And sales is a very, very engaging activity, to be honest. It's like, when you are in sales, you're always meeting new people, having fun, and a lot of things which you guys said. Like, it's just awesome to be here. So I have never felt the pressure, so maybe I am not the right person to answer that question.
Sure.
But yeah.
So when you love what you do, you will get satisfaction in sales, and you'll also get incentives.
Absolutely. Look at the money. I think someone just said,
Yeah.
what better way to live your life than flying on someone else's money and enjoying the life?
True. So how did you feel when you reached here?
That I don't want to say whether I have reached here or here or here because end of the day, as I said, that after a certain point of time, to be honest, the money stops. It sounds very, very like a gyan kind of a thing, but to be honest, money stops to matter at a certain level. It just does not give you that joy. You need to get the joy out of every day, the thing which you are doing. It can be sales, it can be anything, it can be living your life. It's not necessarily money which gives you all the excitement.
Thank you.
But at young age, yes, definitely.
Okay. I hope I will also be able to give that answer very soon. Latika, coming to you. What habits or mindsets help you stay motivated when things got a bit difficult? Maybe one or two nuggets of insights that you can give us on that.
Okay, so what keeps one motivated? And like what Sabha said, I'm not going to put that point, the number to it. And honestly, it's not that. It's the passion. It's if you're loving something that you're doing, I don't think so. You require that, daily motivation. You just love what you're doing, and that's why you're doing it, because you love it. I love meeting people. I love interacting with all levels of people, be it right from the moment I enter office and I have a security guard or a receptionist, to the boardroom meetings that I have. I just love interacting with people, and that keeps me motivated, and that keeps me doing what I'm doing. So, it's just that.
Thank you, Aman. That's a wonderful answer. Anjali, how has being in sales fast-tracked your leadership journey?
I think I've met a lot of people in my career, right? And I've met a lot of C-level people as well, leaders, C-level people. And the observation really has been that sales makes it fast-tracked. And why, I would just share about here. So when you are doing sales, you spend a lot of time in the field, right? Customer is your North Star. So you spend time with customers, you spend time understanding what they need, you spend time understanding what strategies have been working, you spend time understanding what kind of price structures are working. So even before you know this, you are actually working on a strategy in sales. So you might think that you are just a salesperson, but because of your proximity to people and knowing what is working, not working, your inputs, back to the leadership are really, really important. So that is something, and that understanding gradually makes you somebody who can start strategizing. So I remember in early years, I used to think that technology is something I need to really learn. And gradually, as I, became good in technology, I also started to become good in strategy because I was talking to people a lot. Second thing which really helps is, can you repeat the question again?
No, so the question was that in terms of when you are not feeling good, how basically, what's the kind of mindset do you have?
You asked a different question now.
Oh, sorry, I am under pressure. Okay.
I can answer that, but there's a different question.
No, so what habits or mindsets, how has sales fast-tracked your leadership journey?
Yeah, C-suite journey, I think.
Yeah,
it was
okay.
why
C-suite.
sales should be in the
yes,
C-suite.
yes. Okay. The second is, you get a lot of confidence when you are doing sales. As I was saying earlier, you hear a lot of no's. And when you are a leader, it is very important that you have that confidence with which you can talk to your teams, you can talk to stakeholders, and you can talk to the street. You can talk to your vendors. You have to talk to everybody, whether inside you are confident or not, but to the outside world, you have to be very, very confident. You can stand on the stage and talk with confidence. So that is something which sales really prepares you for. Because you like it or not, you are living by the quarters. You like the product or you don't like the product, you have to still be able to understand what you are talking to your clients and go and talk with confidence there. Third is, in sales, you are not a lone person, right? No salesperson today is somebody, who just goes and sells a pen to a person. You are most of the time selling solutions, which means that you have to build ecosystem around that. Okay, when I say an ecosystem, it means that you have to have technical people with you, you have to have architects with you, you have to have pricing, deal makers, all of those people within your organization with whom you have to talk and understand their point of view. Then at a client side, you go and start talking to the person who's going to buy from you, the purchase guy, the technical people, because I come from tech, so I'm talking more tech language. So you talk to a CIO, a CTO, a CEO, a CFO, the purchase commercial officer. So you're talking to so many different people, so you understand how an ecosystem really is built. And when you are a leader, you have to understand the business in a very holistic manner. And sales really teaches you all of that. The fourth one is, in sales, you learn to be very empathetic, and you also learn to be somebody who listens nicely, which is very, very important. So if you have to manage a conflict, you have to listen. If you have to manage your kids, you have to listen. If you have to, sell a higher, value solution to a client, you have to listen first. So as a salesperson, you develop that, listening skill, which is very, very important when you have to be a leader. So strategy, confidence, ecosystem build, and listening. All of these things you gather in sales, which are very important to be a leader.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. Sabha, coming to you, so when I was in Eureka Forbes, they had this algorithm when we didn't have algorithms. You say that you start in the morning at about 8 o'clock, you do 60 cold door knocks, you will get 9 appointments, out of which 3 will be converted into demonstration, and you'll get 1 sale at the end of it. That's the algorithm that they had formed. So sales can be tough, and with rejections, target, and pressure. With rejections, target, and pressure, what has helped you as an individual build resilience?
Sales is tough, no doubt. Like today, if I'll go ahead and maybe talk to 10 people who are sitting out here and want to sell an idea or something, maybe they would not want to pick it up, right? It is tough, there is no doubt about it. But what keeps me going is that I always think about that, what is my objective, right? What's my end goal which I am chasing? And if I'm clear about it, then I will always gun for it. I would not like to get derailed by small failures, and as rightly said over here, that other people have also shared, that no, you cannot be afraid of the failures which are coming your way in sales. You just can't be. Sales is not like a straight linear journey upwards. It will never be. It's always like your heartbeat going up and down. And you need to have that resilience in you to make sure that you're always coming out of it. And hard work, like nothing takes away. I'll give you a small example of my daughter, how hard work and how being focused play a huge role. She is not in sales, by the way. She is not. She is in school right now. But she's always selling. She's always selling some idea to us as parents. And those who have kids, they know that, how kids are so smart nowadays, entrepreneurial. They want to sell something or the else to you as parents. So hard work, what I'm saying is that, because I have seen her, she wanted to get into equestrian, and she is an equestrian. And from very start, I told her that, if you want to be an equestrian, it is up to you. We can only provide you some kind of support, but end of the day, the hard work has to come from you, and the focus has to come from you. So what she started doing was, she started creating her own schedule. She wakes up at 4:45 every morning, and that she started doing when she was in 9th grade. Not 9th, I believe when she was in 8th grade, she started doing these things. And today, she participates in national events, she participates international. So what I have seen and learned from her is that, and she was seeing so many failures in her life, but she never stopped selling herself when it came to participating in different events, right? So if I saw in her that if a kid can do that, right, be so focused towards the end goal. And coming back to the first thing which I said, you have to be very clear about what you want, end goal. If you are focused towards your end goal, you will always try to set up everything such that you reach that place. You don't sway by failures, you don't sway by personal problems, you don't sway by professional issues, but you just set your eyes on the target. And that is, I believe, is the most critical thing.
Thank you.
I would, Francis,
Yes,
I
please,
would
ma'am.
like to just add one more point to what Sabha is saying. Yes, very, very importantly, it's the target. But one should also learn to enjoy small wins, So, be it just as small as you just cracked a meeting with a customer, or you've done a very good demo with a customer. Or it could be these small wins that one should really enjoy, and that will keep you going, because the journey is long. It's not something that you would just, overnight get it. And if you enjoy that journey, if you keep, keep enjoying those small wins, it will take you a long way, is my take as well.
Thank you. I mean, it just struck me that God works in mysterious ways. So S for Sabha, A for Anjali, L for Latika, you all are all E for elegant, SALE, sale.
Wow, that was amazing.
ये अभी मेरे को strike हो ऐसा मैं लिख के नहीं लाया हूँ. But thank you, ladies. It's been a wonderful time. So if I can have the pleasure of escorting all of you down and providing you my CVs.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Francis.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mike, I can't let you go down, and आप मेरे साथ co-anchor करेंगे? This was super fun. Ladies and gentlemen, a very huge round of applause for this wonderful panel. I loved listening to all four of them. I think Francis was outstanding. And then, of course, we had the brilliant, brilliant, brilliant Anjali, Latika, and Sabha. Thank you so much. And could I request you to be on stage? Number one, we'll do a little photo op. If you can step forward, just to the edge of the stage. Thank you. And I'd like to invite Purba Bhattacharya to stage. Please, we'd like to give you a small token of appreciation. Thank you so much. Yes, yes, I think it's still working. उसमें अभी भी circuit है? Thank you.
No, I just want to, because I heard you talk about some of the shair which you were, shairi which you were doing. So I thought of something which my mother always used to tell me, that गिरते हैं शह सवार मैदान जंग में, वो तिफ्ल क्या गिरेंगे जो घुटनों के बल चलेंगे.
Yes. Thank you so much. Coming from a hardcore artistic background, मुझे उम्मीद नहीं थी कि मुझे इतना मजा आएगा. I am actually glued on and hooked on to just about every word spoken. And are any of you taking notes? Like, are we going back with life hacks and pointers and writing and jotting? I see you. I'm very proud of you. Okay. So I had something that Maya Angelou said, a woman I deeply look up to. I think most of us do. A woman who chose to love and live a life that's now inspired generations. So quoting a few lines from a remarkable poem, it's called Phenomenal Women. Pretty women wonder where my secret lies. I'm not cute or built to suit a fashion model's size, but when I start to tell them, they think I'm telling lies. I say, it's in the reach of my arms, the span of my hips, the stride of my steps, the curl of my lips. I'm a woman, phenomenally phenomenal woman. That's me. So, क्योंकि मैं तालियों की बहुत ही ज़्यादा fan हूँ, so let's clap for each other again. Okay, moving ahead, taking the center stage now is the podium, celebrating success and inspiring the future. Now, what is the podium? The podium is a spotlight segment that features trailblazing leaders who are shaping inclusive, high-impact workplaces. Designed to inspire and influence, this session offers leaders a platform to share personal stories, leadership insights, and career-defining moments. With a focus on encouraging more women to pursue sales and commercial roles, the segment aims to spark ambition, build connection, and showcase the power of purposeful leadership across industries. To lead this, we have Ruchita Taneja Agarwal, Director, Southern APAC Google Customer Acquisitions. Ruchita, please come. I will talk as you come. Ruchita Taneja Agarwal leads APAC initiatives at Google, driving digital-led growth for businesses across South Asia Pacific. Known for scaling ventures and creating impact, she also serves as independent director at India One Payments and Tap India Foundation. With strengths in strategy, governance, and inclusive leadership, she partners with CXOs to deliver sustainable outcomes. Thank you so much, Ruchita, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be in this room full of women leaders. And I have to thank and applaud People Connect, LinkedIn, Aditya Birla, who else am I missing? True Elements, for Digital Nari for actually doing this. Having been in sales actually now for 23, 24 years, I've never seen such a strong momentum of women in sales. And I really am, very, I have like this, I get goosebumps, to be honest, if I have goosebumps right now. When I started in sales, there were not too many of us. I found myself to be the only woman in many rooms, boardrooms, client rooms, etc., etc. And I have a very funny story. I grew up as the eldest daughter for about 9.5 years when my younger kid brother came along. And, so I was, and my parents, thankfully, I was fortunate, kind of raised me in a gender neutral way. And I went to a girls' school, right? So the other gender kind of was not that important as I was growing up. And therefore, I don't think I was paying attention to that differentiation till I entered workplace. And, I was going about my job the way I was going. And I remember one day I was sitting across a CFO and the owner of a very large, bathroom fittings company in the country today. And I was like, something happened. And I said, yeah, maybe we can swap roles. Or something like that happened. We were doing some hard negotiation. And I said, maybe I should come and become the CFO of your company. And you should become, a banker and try and do this solutioning. And he said, you know what? Haven't you noticed? I said, what? He said, you're the only woman who's in our office ever. And, I was like, huh, you're right, actually. And I'd been going to that office for a few years, but, that's how rare it was to be a woman in sales. I've come to forums, and I've been invited by a lot of companies on Women's Day, and the conversation would start somewhere else, but it would always end up with a place where a lot of women in the room would be like, I don't think sales is for women. And, from there to where we are today, I think it's really, really nice. I think all of you should just take a deep breath, look at each other, give yourselves a big round of applause for being in this room, for being the phenomenal women that each of you are. And, while many of us are here, and I think the stories that we heard before from Sabha, Anjali, Latika, were very, very inspiring stories. But I know each of you here in this room has a very powerful story that is yet to be heard or yet to unfold. So here's to, a lot of success. And I'll maybe share a little bit about what I do today and where my journey is, and hopefully you can take some tips, tricks, tripwires to avoid things to do to navigate your career, and hopefully it'll be helpful. So I lead one part of the Google Ads business for South APAC, which includes India, Southeast Asia, Australia, New Zealand. We're about a $350 million top line business. When I started this about 5 years ago, we were about $10 million. So we've grown it about 35 times with a team that has 60% women. Right? So if anyone in this room has any question about women's ability to lead commercial roles, I would hope that you can take that away. That phenomenal results are delivered by phenomenal women. With that, I'm going to just kind of take you way back when I was a child. And while I said I grew up in a household where I was the only child, center of attention, in a girls' school, didn't have to compete for attention in the classroom with the class teachers, with another gender, etc., but I grew up to be a very, very shy child. So the other myth that I want to bust at the beginning is that if any of you feel that sales is not for you because you're a shy person, I'm living testament to that. I'm somebody who could not walk into a room and strike up a conversation with strangers. I was not the types who would stand on an auditorium podium like this and be confident to speak. And I have only sales to thank me for this confidence, because I had to push myself out of my comfort zone, and that is what led me to actually becoming slightly okay with public speaking. But yeah, so it has ramifications, beyond everything else. I think you heard the panel before speak about it. It makes you a very good listener. You learn to read about things that your clients are not telling you, about the needs that they are not aware of, about their drives, their pushes and pulls, the stock market pressures that the CEO may have, the bank pressures, the debt equity pressures that the CFO may have, or the marketing pressures that the CMOs today have because they have AI coming at them, they have customers who are fickle in their choices, et cetera, et cetera. So, it makes you have a privileged seat and an exposure into multiple industries and learn what is happening in the real economy and the real world. And that makes you a very, very, very sound leader, if you will, in any function. So I think anybody who spent time in sales will acknowledge the fact that, sales really teaches you a lot and keeps you current. And I think that is what really happened to me as well. So I started my career in banking. I spent about 18 years in the banking industry and then kind of rediscovered myself or reinvented myself as a marketing person, which is what I've now been doing for 5 years plus. So when I started my career, I call it, so I'll talk about my career in 3 phases. And I'll try and leave hopefully some stories that you can take away from. So my first phase, I call it the, unearth your unique strengths, talents, and owning it. Right? And what I mean is that first, I would say 6 to 7 to 8 years, it was really about me, coming up, showing up at work with my drive, with my responsibility, with my ownership, and just focusing on delivering the right results. And it was just about doing the best that I could. But in the process, is where a lot of learning came my way by the exposure that I got to different industries, managing different stakeholders, trying to convince stakeholders to buy your solution. It makes you a very, very strong negotiator, which, by the way, helps me in negotiating with my teenage son. I'm more successful at work than I'm at home, but I try. So, it really teaches you a lot of life skills. I think that's the other thing that, if you have spent some time in sales, you'll realize that in your personal life, but also in your professional life, irrespective of what roles you're in, whether you're in finance, whether you're in people, leadership, or if you're in, any other function, operations, etc., negotiation skills and selling to internal stakeholders is very much a reason or a path that you have to transcend to be successful in whichever vertical you're in, right? So I think sales skills is something that you cannot avoid. And the earlier you learn and get comfortable and embrace it, I think the more skilled you will be in navigating your growth subsequently. So anyway, so the first phase is, when I'm a shy person, I'm told that the role that I have to do is sales. And I'm like, I don't know how I will do this. So from that place of, not being completely underconfident to kind of saying, okay, now I am here. Let me do what it takes to be successful, because our 10th and 12th board results or our college results tell us that we are a nation where women perform better academically, which clearly tells us that we are very competitive gender, right? Somewhere that competitiveness at work kind of takes a back seat because we've been fed implicitly, explicitly that, because we don't have enough role models as well, right? So we're implicitly fed that we can't do as well in any function and role that we are because we don't have enough leaders or enough representation. At least that's changing now, and that's a good thing. But I think that's where it changes, right? So we are all very committed, we are all very driven, we are all very result-oriented, and I think those are the skills that we should take into workplace in our roles. I think that is what sets us up for a good start. The other thing that I kind of did was also kind of reinvent yourself and expose yourself to learning. So one of the things that I did was every 3.5 years, I would change my roles, like look at different customer segments, look at selling different products, solutions, etc. So the first 8 to 10 years was really about, like I was saying, like, unearthing my unique talents and owning it. Like, what am I good at? What am I not good at? So there were roles that I did which I wasn't that good at. There were roles that I was better at. And, in the process, just like kind of taking charge. I think that phase is what led me to discover myself. And along the process, I learned organizational savviness or navigating your, how do you cultivate mentors, how do you cultivate sponsors. So I think that is a very, very important, contributor to where I ended up being in those 8 to 10 years in Citibank. Because I think there was a tip that someone had given me. He was a mentor, a business leader, who actually told me once that make sure that your skip level knows you, right? Make sure that, people outside of your business know what your worth is, what your value is, right? And your work should then speak for itself when you're not in the room, right? So that distinction between a mentor versus sponsor, I discovered along the way. And, nurturing those sponsor relationships, because sponsor is not someone you can walk up to them and saying, hey, listen, will you be my sponsor? Mentor, you can still do that, right? Sponsor is actually somebody who's going to spot you for the work that you're doing relentlessly, continuously, consistently, right? So I think those were some good tips that I got along the way, and that kind of prepared me for what was to follow. Then came my midlife crisis. Right? And this is the phase which I call as, embracing bold action and strategic risk-taking. And I actually sat down and I said, okay, I've done different roles, I've learned, I've done well in terms of getting the ratings, getting the promotions, getting the bonuses, having some couple of sponsors, mentors, etc. A brand with the clients and the market. What do I want to do of it? Right, and is my time up? Sorry, that 0 is flashing. Okay, and I was like, okay, what do I want to do with it? And I kind of started to question myself that how much of the success was the brand on my card, visiting card that I was carrying, and how much of it is me. And that's really where I said, what do I want to do? And I actually drew up a list of things that I'm really scared of. What I've never said yes to, what I've always said no to. And I actually said, I'm going to now go and put myself out there and actually say yes to everything that I've said no to up until now. This is about 12, 13 years into my career. And one of the things was that for personal reasons, I wanted to be in Delhi. My family, my support, I had 2 kids by then, and both between my parents and my in-laws, they were helping out. My husband is been in consulting always. For those of you who are familiar with consulting, he travels 4 to 5 days a week. So I was like, I'd always said no to working outside of Delhi, and I said, okay, I'm really scared of that, so I'm going to actually go and say yes because I'm scared of that. And that's when I actually raised my hand and I said, I want to move to Singapore. And I actually moved to Singapore without my family. I would come back every Friday night for dinner. I would spend the weekend with my kids. My daughter was 2 years something and my son was 9. We did this for about a year. And I have to tell you that in that run up to taking the decision to do this, I did a lot of market research. So I'm an economics student by background. For any of you who are familiar with the True Colors exercise or the Insights Discovery exercise, I'm very blue when it comes to, I want to do my homework and I want to analyze. Thankfully, there's no paralysis analysis, but I do a lot of analysis, right? So I spoke to a lot of people, including co-passengers on flights. Right, so I would ask anyone and everyone who was having 2 household setups. As you can imagine, 99.99% of them were men. Their wives were holding fort at home, and they were men who were traveling in Singapore, India, Delhi, Kerala, etc., all sorts. And I kind of did my homework, and one consistent advice that I got from everyone and all the men that I had spoken to, they said actually it's better to do this when your children are younger than when they are older, because when your children get into high school, etc., that's when perhaps they'll need you more. So I said, okay, that's wisdom. Let me take it. I don't have to discover it myself. And I said, okay, I'm going to do it now when my kids are 9 and 2. And I did that for a year, and I can tell you that actually really opened my eyes and my world to the amount of risk and discomfort that I can handle and my family can handle. And one benefit of, that was that my children got very, very close to their dad, right? Because also, as I would imagine many of us are, we like to control. We like to have everything in our control, with kids, whatever. So that sometimes also keep the distance between, rest of your family. So I think one of, so kind of looking for those bright spots kind of kept me going for that 1 year. And because that experiment and that risk was not fatal, that actually gave me the courage to try another risk. So I went and decided to leave my comfort, the only organization that I ever knew, and I was very skilled at navigating that and growing very well. It had a great future out there. I said, I'm going to actually leave that and join a startup. And I'm going to come back to India and leave my comfort zone completely, because I want to really test myself out. and I'm going to, boldened by one risk which hadn't been as bad, I said, I'm going to do this. So I actually decided to come back to India and join Paytm as the Chief Operating Officer for the Payments Bank. Now, at that point of time, Payments Bank was a model that was being experimented in India. Everyone in the industry had already written it off because it wasn't a model that was going to make money. And I was like, I think that's a good problem and a hard problem to take a shot at. And more importantly, by then, I've always been a very feminist at heart, right? So for me, women financial inclusion has been very close to my heart, and being in a MNC, I was not able to do enough. So I said, this is my chance to give back and contribute to actually making women more financially aware, financially empowered in the country. And I said, I'm going to come back and do that. When I was talking to them, by the way, they said, come and join us. And I said, okay, what will be my role? They said, we are a startup, we don't give roles. This is your title, this is your compensation, come back. And I was like, what is that supposed to mean? Right? Like, I have done P&L roles. You don't have anything which is B2B sales, which is all I knew. I said, you're a B2C company. What are you going to do me, use me for? They said, no, come, we'll figure it out. And I was like, no, this ain't happening. And then they had a CEO designate, and she said, you know what? I think I need somebody who understands technology. So in banking, I was on the part of the technology solutions. So I said, I need somebody to come in and do solutioning from a technology perspective. Come and join us as a CEO. And I said, what does a CEO do? And she said, we'll figure it out, come. So then I called up the only batchmate of mine who was a chief operating officer at Aditya Birla Group, by the way. I called him up, I said, what do you do? He said, I do this. I said, no, what does your day look like? And then, I'm like doing Google, Wikipedia research on what all does it involve, et cetera, and I didn't have enough answers. And then I said, okay, you know what? I'm letting go of Citibank, which is the only organization I know. I'm letting go of our MNC, which has structures, culture, training, processes, everything, respect, everything, right? I'm letting go of that. Then the only last piece of comfort that I'm hanging on to is a P&L responsibility. Why not let go of that as well? And, worst case scenario, if I fail, I would have failed in experimenting with all these three. So it's a good chance, like it's a lottery. Either you hit jackpot or then you hit zero and then you can restart. And hopefully I would have made enough friends in banking by then that I could come back and say, listen, the risk failed and I can come back and take up a job. So I said, okay, let's go with it. I had a great time those 2 years. My intellectual curiosity and learning by taking on the role was very, very satisfied. Demonetization happened, that helped. I saw decision-making, agility, risk-taking, very, very up close. And, that kind of boldened my own risk-taking ability even more. That got me to take another role, which was head of M&A. Again, something that I'd never done before. But the crux of the second phase of my career is that once you've kind of built a good foundation where you've actually achieved success, you've kind of proven your mettle, you've got some equity that you've built, that second phase, if it works for you, may not be a bad phase to actually take some risks and test out a few things, because that is what really accelerated my career, if you can, this thing, and that's what really groomed my leadership skill. And the third phase, which is where I believe I am right now, is really mastering the strategic orchestration. Right, because in my role today, it's less of direct sales, it's less of like making a direct impact, but it's like, how do you strategically orchestrate people, resources to the best opportunity, and how do you unlock exponential growth? So it's about really that strategic planning. It's about empowering people. It's about the org structure. It's about who do you staff your team with, where do you get diverse talent, how do you get out of their way, hire smart people and get out of their way. And one principle that I've now seen apply across my 23, 24 years is, one thing. As human beings, it's a quote that many of you may have heard, but if you've not, I think it's very powerful to take back as a mantra to pull out whenever you're in doubt, right? As human beings, we overestimate what we can achieve in 1 year, and we underestimate what we can achieve in a medium term. And I think that's true. I think when we started this journey in Google 4 or 5 years ago, I think I would have, if I had to build out a simulation model of how much growth we could achieve as a team, I don't think I would have imagined a 35x in 4 years, right? I think we are a lot more grounded in more conservative assumptions and estimations, but I think if you control the controllables and go with, what opportunities you see, taking some risks, being okay to fail fast and repivot and be at it consistently, I think there is growth that comes about. And I think that's kind of really the final lesson that, you know, I keep telling my teams now that, you know, don't be afraid to take risks, don't be afraid to dream. And I think that's something that, you know, apply that to your personal life, apply that to your workspaces, apply that to the roles and functions that you have. And I think we are fortunate that we are in a business environment where, you know, there are enough and more opportunities to grab. You have to orchestrate your way there, right? People will not necessarily come looking for you for roles that you want to do. You have to put yourself out there. You have to connect. You have to network. You have to let people know. There is enough and more that's available now through platforms like LinkedIn. You can let the world know what you're thinking about, where you can add value. So take advantage of that. And there is a lot more openness to taking chances on people now. And I think there is India, you know, from that perspective, I've seen that openness be there, not just for me, but I've seen this around. And I think take charge of that, and I think own your career. I think that's very, very important. Nobody's going to come back and hand it to you. I think you are your brand manager. I say this to everyone in my team. You are a product. At the end of the day, you may like me saying it, you may not like me saying this, but at the end of the day, you are a product. Think like a brand manager. Put yourself out there. We are not in school when the teacher was responsible for spotting talent and giving us opportunities. We are in organizations where there is good talent all around us. So let your messaging be owned by you. Like, what do you want to stand for? Let people know. I think that's very, very important. So definitely own your career. Don't be afraid to take risks. No risk is fatal. You know, it will not be. Success is not permanent. Failure is not fatal. It is true. Try it out with your own selves. I think it will really pay results. And if it doesn't, then, you know, at a minimum, you've learned something and you've discovered something about yourself. It does go a long way in you discovering yourself. I think the one thing that I have personally gained a lot about is discovering myself. I think in all the multiple roles that I've done, I think I've done about maybe 15 different roles. The one role that made me most uncomfortable was the Chief Operating Officer role, because I'd been inducted into understanding P&L related goals and delivering to that. I think in a Chief Operating Officer role, I didn't have a goal like that, and I think that's where I struggled the most, but that's also where I grew the most. So I think that's where it is. And I read this another quote recently, right, that the cave that you're most afraid to enter actually holds the treasure that you're looking for. I think that's very true. So you know, maybe that's something that if you have the risk appetite, try and, you know, working with that. But take smaller risks. And again, I'm not saying that take risks which are really very big. Take small steps and build it further. At least it's something that will allow you to discover what you like, what you don't like. And I think one of the things that I always say to women is that the IQ, the EQ, the ability to orchestrate and navigate stakeholder management is something that is an inherent strength that you have. You do that at homes. You do that in your friend circle. You do that in your families. You do that everywhere else, right? So it is actually what positions you very strongly for roles in sales and leadership. I think you should own your power, and I think you should not be afraid of doing that. And you will find a lot of help. You will find a lot of help in organizations where you are or people outside. There is enough and more people who are willing to help. So just ask for it. And you'll be surprised with the kind of help that you may get. So yeah, so I think that's one. The other thing about sales, I think that has really been very interesting is because of all the diverse exposures and learnings that you get, that actually makes you a great conversationalist in parties and social events, because you'll have such very powerful stories that, you know, you can actually also, you know, use it to make for very interesting, how should I say, you know, it draws people to you. It'll be your, you know, magnet, so to speak of, and you know, in sales or leadership roles, etc., you are always looking to influence people. So the power of stories is also very, very important to take charge of. So I think that's broadly, you know, some of the lessons that I'd like to say, you know, I'll leave you with, but yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ruchita. What I do gather is that हम सब sales कर सकते हैं at some point. You made it sound so easy.
It is very easy.
Yeah?
It is very easy.
We'd like you to stay on stage. I'd request Purva to come up and give you a little token of appreciation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Talia. Thank you so much. Thank you. She was talking about branding and I realized कि artist की कोई branding नहीं करता है. That's something that we do all our lives on our own. And it's become even more important now because with social media, the regular घर के घरानों में सीखे वाले classical musicians and artists need so much more to bring their music to you. It is such a struggle. So maybe all of you can help one artist move ahead. I'm pitching the artists. I'm sorry, I had to pitch my community. So, what is that one sales pitch जो इंडिया में पहले दिन से लड़कियों को तैयारी के लिए रखा जाता है? The one thing जो हमने मतलब पिक्चरों में देखा है and we've grown up listening to it, hearing it, listening to it, we put on display. Biggest sales pitch. Marriage, yes, गाना बन चुका है शायद मेरी शादी का ख्याल, right? So I realized कि pitch करना अपने आप को, sales pitch करना हमारे parents की, हम सब की actually DNA में है. I don't know about how it works in the Western countries, but because the proposal system is so deep in our country, तो मैंने सोचा कि कुछ sales pitch के ऊपर आप लोग के लिए कुछ खास लिखा जाए. So, इस कविता के प्रोटैगनिस्ट हैं चाय और चाय बनाने वाले हम. अब मैं पेपर पे देखूंगी so there'll be a lot of, I'm sorry I couldn't mug this up. It's called हम चाय बहुत अच्छी बनाते हैं, ठीक है? तो आइए आइए बैठिए जनाब, चाय बहुत बढ़िया बनाते हैं, पीजिएगा जनाब. With just a teaspoon of milk, मनाइए जैसे कोटा है कि बस इतना ही मिलेगा और it won't fit the bill. पर लाइफ के फोरकास्ट की तरह चाय का रंग बता देता है किस टेरिटरी के हैं हम. You know, कम दूध वाली चाय, ज़्यादा दूध, कड़क, all of that. पर लाइफ के फोरकास्ट की तरह चाय का रंग बता देता है किस टेरिटरी के हैं हम. हम चाय बहुत बढ़िया बनाते हैं, पीजिएगा जनाब. चाय की चर्चा चल रही है तो a cup full of prospect, brimming with josh and joy. डील फाइनल हो तो कुछ जान में जान आए और 2 घूंट लिए जाएं. क्योंकि हम चाय बहुत अच्छी बनाते हैं, पीजिएगा जनाब. चाय पीकर याद आता है कि पतीले से गैस तक. चाय पी के याद आता है कि पतीले से चाय तक, मैंने यही बोला था ना, गैस तक, और चाय पत्ती से चीनी तक, सभी तो हैं स्टेक होल्डर्स. बिल्कुल बचपन में दादी, नानी और बेस्टी से लेकर अब बोर्ड रूम में बैठे गेट कीपर्स तक. यहाँ काम और मेहनत पे कोई डिस्काउंट नहीं, वो तो केतली भर भर के है. How many of us are freshers in sales? Let's raise our hands. Freshers? Okay, not so fresh. CEOs तो हैं यहाँ पे, but does the same will follow? Does this line go with everything even now? Okay. तो yeah, going ahead. बिल्कुल बचपन में दादी, नानी और बेस्टी से लेकर अब बोर्ड रूम में बैठे गेट कीपर्स तक, यहाँ काम और मेहनत पे डिस्काउंट नहीं, वो तो केतली भर भर के है. बट रेवेन्यू जनरेशन का उबाल कभी थोड़े सिम पे तो कभी फुल फ्लेम पे है. तो हम चाय बहुत बढ़िया बनाते हैं, पीजिएगा जनाब. प्रपोजल डायमंड रिंग वाला हो, प्रपोजल डायमंड रिंग वाला हो या फिर अगली सेल्स पिच का, राइट? प्रपोजल डायमंड रिंग वाला हो या अगली सेल्स पिच का, प्लानिंग और एग्जीक्यूशन दोनों में ही फुल प्रूफ है. कैन यू इमेजिन अ प्रपोजल गोइंग रॉन्ग? आई मीन दे डू गो रॉन्ग. इफ द गर्ल सेज नो और द गाय सेज नो, दे डू गो रॉन्ग. लेकिन सेल्स पिच में ऑप्शन है गलत होने का. तो लाइफ में गलत हो सकते हैं, सेल्स पिच में नहीं. फुल प्रूफ प्लानिंग है. कोल्ड कॉल्स करते करते कब अच्छी चाय की तरह टारगेट बुलजाए पे हिट करती है. बस पूरा सफर इस बीच का है, राइट? पतीले में पानी, चाय पत्ती डालकर एंड में कप पे चाय आपके सामने लाने तक, इट्स दैट मच ऑफ अ जर्नी. तो टारगेट बुलजाए पे हिट करता है, बस पूरा सफर इस बीच का ही तो है. तो हम चाय बहुत अच्छी बनाते हैं, पीजिएगा जनाब. हाँ, Thank you. Thank you. So we go ahead into something which is kya naya, kya taza, who is killing it and how are they doing it, right? In the spotlight, showcase of the best practices from leading organizations. In the spotlight, highlights standout organizational practices that are moving the needle on women's representation in sales. This segment showcases real initiatives from hiring strategies to culture building efforts that have led to meaningful changes. It's a space for companies to share what's working, spark new ideas, and inspire collective action towards more inclusive, future-ready sales team. I'll be announcing our panelists for this to stage now. Novel Jewels, Swati Sinha, General Manager, COE, Total Rewards, Talent Acquisition, Talent Management, and Head Corporate HR. ये designation आप लोग fit कैसे करते हैं? Please come on stage. There's a small video that we need to play. Yeah.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance. To stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
Very good morning to all of you. Very glad to be here. Thank you, People Connect, LinkedIn, and Poonam is not there, but thanks to her too for giving us this forum. So Indriya is a new baby in the Aditya Birla family. We are the jewelry business. The organization is just 2 years old, and we opened our first set of stores last year in July. So before we delve into what we do and what we are trying to create, just a brief snapshot on the competitive landscape or the jewelry industry that we operate in, just to give a context on what the challenges we face and how we are overcoming it. So India is one of the biggest jewelry market in the world. The market size is 3 lakh crore plus, and it is projected to increase by 13% per annum in the next 7 years. Retail is the dominant channel, and Aditya Birla has invested about 5K crores of capex for the next 10 years into this business. On the competition landscape, so we have 5 kind of jewelry competitors. One, which are our typical family jewelers, which have 1 stores in a city or so. Then we have some large independent jewelers who are predominantly dominant in a region. Then comes the regional and national players, and then some channels which are only dominant in digital space. Now, majority of the jewelry industry is unorganized. The reason I'm highlighting is this, because this poses challenge for the talent availability. Before I delve into that, now, why gender diversity is important for us? Any guesses? Why is gender diversity important for a jewelry company? Exactly. 80% of our consumers are women buyers, typically in the age group of 25 to 55. So a sales representative who is a woman tends to understand what the person sitting in front of her wants, the kind of pitch the person needs to do, to understand the consumer needs. That is the prime reason why gender diversity in our channel of business is very, very important. Also, Novel Jewels, or Indriya, has a culture tenet around innovation. So a diverse team generally helps to create a very creative and innovative environment and innovative outputs. Also, brand equity building, because an inclusive policy and inclusive culture kind of rings bell with the new generation that comes into foray. So right from the start, we were very clear that we need to delve and bring in women into our sales workforce. Our sales workforce ecosystem comprises of two segments. One, which is non-store, which is your typical zonal, regional, and area business managers who are responsible for the set of stores in their area, directly responsible for P&L for that set of stores. Then we have the frontline workforce, which comprises of the store staff, the floor managers, and the store managers. So when we set on this journey, we were faced with some challenges. As I said, jewelry industry is very, very unorganized and has dominance of, very surprising, has a dominance of male workforce. Prime reason around this being that, let's take an example of a jewelry store. So typically, a jewelry store closes at around 8:30 for a consumer. But the back-end activity keeps going on. There is tallying, there is proper numbering that goes on, and the store for back-end activity remains open till 10 or 11 o'clock. Now, generally, for a lady, it's difficult to travel late at night every day. So most of the regional players, most of the family jewelers, they deploy male staff. So we were faced with this challenge of non-availability of talent in the market. How did we overcome it? Some steps that we took in this direction. We designated few positions as to be only filled by female. Through that approach, we were able to tap into 20% of our non-store positions through female and 45% of our frontline workforce through females, which is an industry standard in jewelry for any organization. When we started doing this, we were faced with some unintentional bias by the hiring managers. Now, we used to typically get these queries that, Swati, this lady is wonderful with numbers. What a sharp mind. But, she's just recently got married. I don't know if she can come 6 days a week, if she can work long hours. Who are you to decide that? You need to, if the lady sitting in front of you says that, yes, she can do it, she can do it. So that kind of, unintentional biases, we held long communications, segmented workshops for our hiring managers to remove this these unintentional biasness, and through that we were able to achieve the target that we had set for our initial years. Now, as I said, the talent is very limited in the market, so we had to build a pipeline. We would not be able to rely on the lateral market for long. So we started leveraging the campus. We started communicating to our targeted campuses about why the sales segment is a go-to segment for a female, how you can thrive there, how you can directly impact an organization's bottom line there. And we were able to garner some traction. Also, this year, we launched our first female-only store management trainee batch, wherein we hired about 15 female from across campuses, and they are being trained for 1 year. Next year, after training, they would be deployed as store managers, floor managers in our respective stores. Now, this 1 year of training involves 1 month training on product to make them understand on the kind of product they are dealing with, and rest 11 months on the job training. Similarly, for the non-store positions that we hired from campus, we have deployed a 90-day training period, during which they shadow the already existing sales manager in the organization and learn on the job. Then we also have a buddy program. So all the new joiners, including females, they are assigned a buddy who is typically in the role that they have been hired for. And that buddy kind of, for 1 year, serves as a go-to point for that person in terms of mentoring, in terms of guiding, in terms of expectations, etc. Now, we have done all this to attract the kind of profile we want to in the organization. Now we need to develop them. We need to give them that kind of psychological safety, that kind of workspace, that kind of work safety which helps them to thrive in the organization. So being part of Aditya Birla Group, you know, the kind of diverse policies that the group has, it automatically flows to us, whether it be in the flexibility in the travel policy, the work safety policies, the maternity policies. I think we are one of the industry leaders in that. So that automatically comes. Apart from that, we did some 2 to 3 steps. As I said, female, especially our frontline staff, they have concerns around waiting late till night in the stores. So what we've done is that we have deployed 3 work shifts in our retail stores. The morning shift starts for a female worker, and it'll end at 8 p.m. After 8 p.m., no females are allowed to stay in our stores. So that kind of gives them that stability and that psychological safety. Also, all our female employees are taken through self-defense training, which is a 1-week training, because they commute from faraway places, just to equip them for the ecosystem that they are part of. This is what we've done till now, and as we move forward, we tend to build on this. So right now, we are at 20% and 45% of our targets, as in of our positions being filled by women workforce. For this year, we are targeting 25% of our non-store positions in sales and 50% of our frontline positions to be filled by women workers. And how do we do that? We continue to challenge the mindset. We continue to build on our hiring intentions. This year, we are also launching a special mentoring and coaching program for our women in sales to groom them to take up leadership position in the organization. And also some very structured capability building programs and trainings to equip them, to groom them to move forward. So I think that's it from my end. And I would end by an attempt to a sales pitch. This is our masterpiece Gulposh necklace. We have amazing discounts going on diamonds. Please visit your nearest Indriya stores and shop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swati. I like the diamond pitch. Anyone looking for proposals, inke store pe pahunch jayega. Any boy looking to propose? Thank you so much, Swati. We'd like you to stay back on stage, and I'd like to invite Purva to thank you with a small token of appreciation. आप लोग बड़े कंजूस हो यार ताली में. Thank you. Our next speaker today is Jayatri Das Gupta from Pay Nearby, CMO Pay Nearby and business head Digital Nari. I'd invite her to please come on stage. Thank you so much, Jayatri. I should have given you a little more time. Is there a video for her? Is there a video? Okay. I'll now request the video to be played for you. That's your mic. Thank you so much.
नमस्ते, मैं हूं आपकी सखी, आपकी श्रुति। दूर की दृष्टि है कानपुर की कविता की, तभी तो वो कल के लिए तैयार रहती है, आज की डिजिटल नारी बनकर। कविता अपनी बेटी की पढ़ाई अपने बलबूते पर करवाना चाहती थी, इसीलिए उसने अधिक आमदनी कमाने के लिए डिजिटल नारी बनने की राह चुनी। रोज कुछ ही घंटे निकाल के कविता अपने गांव की महिलाओं को एटीएम, बचत खाता, बीमा और लोन जैसी कई सारी सुविधाएं पहुंचाती है। इससे वो उनकी आर्थिक आजादी का मार्ग बनकर अपनी कमाई और तरक्की लॉक कर रही है। डिजिटल नारी बनकर कविता अब अपने निर्णय खुद ले रही है और अब अपने बलबूते पर अपने आर्थिक लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने की राह पर है। यही नहीं, कविता अपनी पारिवारिक वेतन में योगदान करके अपना और अपने परिवार का गौरव भी बढ़ा रही है। शी कॉमर्स के साथ वो अन्य महिलाओं के व्यवसाय और अपने क्षेत्र के विकास दोनों को बढ़ावा देकर सामाजिक बदलाव ला रही है। हमारी पारदर्शी कविता अपने मोबाइल से और अपनी सहूलियत से ये सारी सेवाएं उपलब्ध करके सबके लिए एक मिसाल बन गई है। डिजिटल नारी के साथ जुड़कर कविता जैसी लाखों महिलाएं अपने क्षेत्र में लोकप्रियता और आर्थिक तरक्की पा रही हैं। 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा महिलाएं 25 से भी ज्यादा सेवाएं दिलाकर पा रही हैं आर्थिक आजादी। पे नियर बाय डिजिटल नारी, अब तेरी बारी।
Thank you so much, LinkedIn, People Connect, for giving us this opportunity. As you can see, we are people who are more comfortable in the field than boardrooms and conference rooms. And as I struggle with this 15 minutes, I hope you bear with me. Women, as you know, in the previous conversations that happened on stage, as you have seen and as we see around us, we have kind of entered into all men bastions, right? Whether it is science, technology, health, anywhere you see, we have made ourselves present, so why not sales? And we have a natural affinity for sales because sales to a large extent involves relationship, involves understanding of consumer behavior, social behavior, involves networking, and who better at it than us? See, all of us who are sitting in this room, we at some point, you know, we have got the privileged backgrounds, whether supportive and that there could be a degree of support that we have got from our families, but we did manage to get the education, the backing of our families to be where we are today. The segment that we represent here, unfortunately, have not got those privileges. And it is for us now to ensure that you and I who are sitting in this room, the privileges that we enjoy today, how can we extend that to a larger community? At Pay Nearby, we are at heart a financial inclusion company. For the last 10 years, what we have achieved is trying to ensure banking, health, insurance, things that are required to lead a healthy life, things that are required to progress in life, go to the last mile citizens. If you look at the banking ecosystem around us, you know, the concentration of ATMs, the concentration of bank branches, unfortunately today are limited to top 10-15% of our population. In a remote village in Balasore or Midnapur or anywhere in the country, people often have to go 20-25 kilometers just to access basic banking. And at Pay Nearby, what we have done is in the last 10 years ensured that there are more than 12 lakh banking points that are run by local kirana shops that ensure banking reach the last mile. When we were at it, what we also wanted to understand is while we have made banking available to rural households, why is it that women still lag behind? Why is it that there is still a gender gap in financial inclusion? Why is it that women are not opening that many savings accounts or are not protecting themselves from the vulnerabilities that any kind of external shock will give them? And what came out very, very strongly is that while women today, especially in remote areas of the country, are the ones who are saving for the family. And we know that very well, right? If you look at our mothers or our sisters, and you look at, you know, if you happen to come from, you know, a tier 2 or beyond, you know, town, you would know that they are the ones who are saving and probably saving surreptitiously without the knowledge of family. You know, हम बोलते पल्लू के बीच में, चावल के डब्बे में, the dabba banks that exist in India. So when women are saving, why are they not saving formally was the question that we needed to answer. And what came out strongly is that if you look at the service providers that are there in remote areas of the country, they are very male dominated. And our social structures are such that often women find it difficult to approach a man for anything, whether it is consuming a service or anything else.
So the opportunity was to create female service providers who could be trained to then make accessibility a reality in remote parts of the country. And at Digital Nari, that is what we are trying to do. We are trying to create community influencers who are women. And if you look at the profile of this woman, most of them are first-time entrepreneurs. They are actually real-life women in sales who may not have the privileged background that you and I have. But it is our responsibility now to go and spend time with them, to train them, to make them so skilled that they could be, you know, what you and I are representing here, they could be that in their hometowns, in the remote areas of the country, in areas that probably today, you know, you wouldn't even have a bus, often have a bus also to go to. It's that remote. We have more than 150,000 such women who work with us. But you know, there are 6 lakh villages in the country, and the opportunity to create such community influencers at the grassroots, create women in sales, I think it's a big necessity for a country like us. Given the you know, distributed geography that India is, unless we can create such rural women in sales you know, providers, we will not really be able to close the gender gap that exists in the country, from whether it is healthcare accessibility, financial accessibility, you know, digital accessibility, you name it. You know, if we have to bridge the gap, we have to ensure that we create more and more such women at the last mile. While the flavor of what I've said may be a little different from what you have been hearing throughout the day in this room, the earnest request is, I think we will all know from our backgrounds, areas, women who could benefit from this opportunity. And today, while we work with various government agencies, NGOs, community-based organizations to expand the reach of our network, if you know of such women who can benefit from the program, we would like to work with you in expanding the network and ensuring that, you know, we create actual impact at the last mile. Thank you.
That I got off guard. You were very well on time. मैंने बस coffee की sip ली थी. So thank you so much, Jayatri, and thank you for the insights. I think personally, I do need a digital Nari to guide me through. I'm very bad with finance accounts, और मैं accounts की student रह चुकी हूँ. It's shocking, but this is a need of the hour for each of us and for all of us. So thank you so much, and thank you, Purva, for a little token of appreciation. Thank you so much. Thank you. यार तालियां, आप लोग कुछ खा लीजिए. नहीं, कॉफी, चाय पी लीजिए, sales pitch वाली. So I'd now like to invite Sandhya Ramesh, Godrej Consumer Products Limited, Globally Diversity, Equity and Inclusion. Do we have a video for that we need to play for Sandhya? Okay. Sandhya, thank you so much. Okay, so you're both doing it together. Thank you so much, Bhavya Garg, Lead HRPB, India Sales and Marketing. Thank you so much. मुझे लग रहा है we'll have to put an applause का button. You know the kind we hear? Thank you. Acha, don't start. Yeah, don't start. One more round. I know it's now a little later in the morning. Wow. Thank you, ladies. All yours. Do you need the ticker?
Yes, yes, we need that. And I'll probably just use
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Already the afternoon yet or still morning? Okay. My name is Sandhya, and I'm here to talk a little bit about our journey at Godrej Consumer Products. And joining me is Bhavya, who actually anchors the India sales function. I'll talk a little bit before we break into the video, and if we could just go to, yeah, I'll talk a little bit just about, you know, how D&I gets structured with Godrej, right? And Godrej Consumer Products, in fact, is part of the Godrej Industries group. You'll see that in our business philosophy, we typically talk about, you know, ensuring that there's progress on people and planet along besides profit, right? So I feel like it's very ingrained into, you know, just the business's philosophy, firstly. Secondly, you'll see a lot of it integrated with our values, right? So even if you talk about any of our 6 values, whether it's being bold, whether it's showing respect, you see inclusion as a underlying behavior that pretty much kind of cuts across all those 6 values. We'll come to our strategy, and when you talk about strategy, you'll see our CEOs, of course, like most other companies, talk about volume growth and other measures quite frequently, whether it's town halls or conversations. But a place that we also reserve for, org level conversations is how are we doing just in terms of diversity? Do we represent the social fabric of any of the locations that we are part of? And we're part of about 14 different countries. But in India, you'll also see that most of our purchasers, right, our end consumers are women. Almost 60 to 70% of our end consumers are women. So we also try and create space to measure that, right? And all of this will fall flat if we didn't invest in a structure. So we have a very strong group level structure that looks at diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have a council headed by our chairperson, Nisaba, who takes a lot of active interest quarterly to figure out how all of us are doing, where are the struggles, where is it that we need to have a social narrative. And at each of the group companies, we work very collaboratively, because we also realize that if we just add on D&I as an additional portfolio for either HR BPs or for a COE team, it doesn't maybe get the, the problem solving that it truly deserves, right, from a cohort-based perspective. So we work very closely with the HR BPs, and right now we'll talk a little bit more about sales. So before I invite Bhavya in to talk about the journey, if we can just have the video played.
ऐसे बोलते हैं ना कि पानी में गिरने के बाद में तैरना तो आ ही जाता है, उसी तरह से सेल्स में एक बार गिरने के बाद में सेल्स तो आ ही जाता है. सेल्स मतलब ऐसे कोई बहुत बड़ा रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है, सिर्फ आपका कम्युनिकेशन क्लियर होना चाहिए, लोगों के साथ में बात करने के लिए आना चाहिए, सेल्स हो जाता है. थोड़ी जगह बनानी तो काफी है ज़मीन, फिर मैं भी सुनाऊं ये मेरी जिंदगी, थोड़ा आसमां मेरा भी है, थोड़ी है ज़मीन. टिपिकली और राजस्थान में मारवाड़ी फैमिलीज में सेल्स इज समथिंग, हाँ जी साहब जाओगे एक एक दुकान पे और तुम तो साबुन बेचोगे जी.
But initially when I used to go to the market, every shopkeeper was like, हाँ बेटा क्या चाहिए?
See, every time ये challenge आता है हर month, it's a crucial month for us.
So எனக்கு ஆஃபீஸில் உட்காரணும்னு அவசியம் இல்லை, எப்பயுமே லேப்டாப் பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கணும்னு அவசியம் இல்லை. என்னால் நிறைய பீப்புள்ஸை சந்திக்க முடியும்.
In Godrej, like, people are very much like, they respected me so much for this, for my, for who I am.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good morning still. So we started our journey of women in sales quite seriously about 2 years ago, where we said in the sales function, our critical mass was defined as 15%, and we said, let's get to a 15%. Then we systematically, structurally increase representation. As is evident from the video, we do sales, the most traditional form of sales, which is literally going shop to shop, going on a beat, taking orders. So it's a physically intensive activity. Very happy to share that we did achieve the critical mass at 15%. General trade, organized trade, we're touching about 40%. Of course, that's a slightly different way of doing sales, but I think what it really took for us was a lot of sponsorship from the top. We mandated that we want to get to this point, and a lot of sponsorship right from our leadership, which is the CEO, to the sales head, till the last mile, which is your area sales managers, were bought into this initiative. We're in the FMCG space where sales talent is fairly limited. We're all kind of fighting for the same talent. So while we looked at that being one of our sources, what we also realized is that collectively we need to build more talent. We need to just increase the talent in the market. And how do we kind of build that capability for the future? So what we essentially did was we went to campuses. These are women who've majored in sales and marketing. The idea was to offer them internships, because we also understand traditional sales may be not everyone's cup of tea. They experience our ecosystem for 2 months. They come, they do the grunt work. We experience them, right? We experience what their motivators are, whether they're a good fit, whether there's a synergy that we can build, and then we kind of take them on in the organization. What that leads to is the Aramb traineeship model that we had defined, which is also another source for us. We looked at women not just from campuses, but from fields outside of FMCG, which would mean that they would still need to be trained a little bit more in the FMCG ways of working before we can place them in full-time roles. So we typically do a 9-month immersion integration program where women come in, experience the day in the life of a sales person. They are mentored and guided by people who've been doing sales for a long time, and they get the opportunity to really get into the nitty-gritties and the nuances of sales before they take on independent charge of a territory, so as to say. The third model, which I think a lot of organizations already have, which is your management trainee entry-level manager program. I think we've been doing this for the past 11, 12 years. But the last 2 years, what we've tried to do differently is be very, very conscious of the diversity hires that we bring in our sales and marketing internships. For us, doing a sales stint is absolutely necessary for anyone to transition into marketing. And today we try and do a 50-50 diversity ratio hiring for these interns and therefore conversion to also infuse women not just at the entry level, but also at the managerial level in our organization. The idea is to say, how do we build talent not just for our organization, but also for the FMCG sector in general? How do we get more women to enter the workforce? So while the last 2 years primarily have been focusing on increasing our representation and getting to that critical mass, I think we're very conscious of the fact that anything now has to be far more structured, far more systematic, and far more self-sufficient in terms of a process. So what we're doing in collaboration with the DI team extensively is talking a lot more about safety, about POSH in the organization. And this is not just for the women who come in, but also for the managers who are expected to handle these women, for the distributors who they meet beyond the ambit of the organization, for the retailers who the distributors can hold accountable to, right? We do have a POSH hotline. We have a mechanism where we sensitize periodically women on what are some of their rights, how is it that they should behave in the market, and essentially it's really to say, how is it that they don't have to live with discomfort when they're going to the market, and sensitizing them about that. From an infrastructure perspective, I think we expect our women to go to all corners of the country today. So we've done a partnership with Vulu, which enables you to use washrooms listed on their platform. We also do distributor washroom audits. Essentially, after a day of working, these women will go typically to a distributor point, meet up with their team. The idea is to ensure that there are absolutely clean washrooms available for women to use there. Our travel policy, I think we build a culture of flexibility. So while there's a policy in place, we encourage flexibility of usage in that policy, especially for women. As an organization, GCPL and the Godrej group, we don't have a sick leave cap. I think the idea is that if you're sick, you take as many days off. We encourage women on the field to make use of that. We give them the flexibility to work from home during their menstrual cycle. And just in general, there is just a culture of flexibility that we've been able to build to, for women to exercise some of that. I think what's really working for us, and we do have a journey to make here, is in terms of connect. So between the HRBP, between the DEI team and the women, we're trying to put together a community where they can come, talk about their experiences, talk about some of the challenges that they're facing, and also, sales is a very lonely profession. You're out there in the market, you're not meeting anyone, so just a platform for them to come together and kind of do things together. We're not trying to really do anything very different. It's just the power of doing simple things very, very consistently. Simple things like sending appreciation cards to the families of women, just to give that extra boost to them. The docu-film that you see, I think we talk about it in our organization. We show this at various platforms to just build in that extra appreciation, because we know it takes that for a woman to come and join us on the field. I'll hand over to Sandhya to talk about a few experiments that we're also running.
Yeah, and I think while all of that execution rigor is required internally, right? Because it's not just about the representation, it's about really building an ecosystem where there is a path to success, right? Identify those barriers. So a lot of what Bhavya also spoke about, and I think I resonated with a little bit in the morning, where we spoke about saying going beyond the policy. A lot of our execution rigor in this was built bottom up, because it gave us an insight into what are the barriers that women are facing, and hence what can we come back to and institutionalize as an organization. But having said that, we know that this is collective effort. Honestly, we can keep begging and stealing and borrowing talent from each other, but all of us have a role in, kind of talent building in this industry and ecosystem building. So while we have People Connect and Anjali's team that supports us on talent mapping and a little bit of talent acquisition, we're also looking at being part of a Women in Sales collective that Aeon is putting together, where we'll have a little bit more capacity to lobby with distributors, a little bit more capacity to use each other's strengths, whether it is washrooms of, say Airtel, who's also in the consortium, that they have across their offices, right? So how can we collectively solve for some of these challenges is what we're looking at through the collective. And another interesting experiment that we've started right now, because so much of our Women in Sales efforts is a little bit more limited to the metro cities, the tier 1 cities, we realized that women in sport who've been there, and if you look at a lot of the behavioral traits, whether it is a little bit of an unconventional personal journey that they've had within families, being open to them being in sport, or if you look at resilience, you look at grit, you look at just the overall orientation, there are a lot of behavioral strengths that we believe that we can, kind of channelize. And we know that women in sport go to a certain extent, but kind of drop off that, career journey altogether as professional athletes. So we're kind of looking at this as a win-win kind of an experiment program that we're starting with this year. So hopefully we'll have more to talk about in terms of our learnings by the end of this year. So thank you for this opportunity once again. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Sandhya and Bhavya. I have to tell you that video was very well made. Very inspirational, and Godrej, I guess, is one of those brands where we go back to our childhoods. I am not keeping an age barrier here. I think all of us go back to our childhoods or the younger ages. Thank you so much, and I'd like to invite Purva to please.
Thank you for having us here.
Give a little token of appreciation. Thank you. Thank you. Mike. There's this, where we spoke about encouragement and making small gestures in the companies to encourage and motivate each other. I heard of this sailing, there's this big shipping company, and they took a beautiful initiative, read it on LinkedIn only. So that's my go-to place for all the company news. They did something very beautiful. Now, shipping is usually associated with बहुत सारे आदमी and जहाज चलाते हैं. It is 90% of the world's economy is attributed to shipping. But they did something very beautiful for their staff, which is on shore. And surprisingly, this company holds more than 40% of working staff is women in Bombay itself. So they did something very beautiful on Mother's Day. They decided the HR team decided to reach out to all their women staff. They reached out to the mothers and their families, very secretively, so these mothers didn't know. And on Mother's Day, they decided to play little videos that their families had made for all the working mothers in the company itself. And coming from a all men industry. I think it was very thoughtful, and it's deeply encouraging with smallest gestures if we can do this and take back home from what was shared by the Godrej team as well. So moving ahead, Mirza Ghalib ne kaha hai from the epiglottis, I mispronounced. Dile nadan tujhe hua kya hai? बहुत famous शेर है. Anyone who would like to? Okay. दिले नादान तुझे हुआ क्या है, आखिर इस दर्द की दवा क्या है? While in matters of dil, दवा लापता है, but आज यहाँ in matters of growth, we have strategies that help you with a fix. So very exciting panel discussion, fix the middle. Strategies for growth for emerging leaders. I consider myself as one. So fix the middle strategies for growth for emerging leaders is a thought-provoking panel focused on the often overlooked yet critical mid-career phase in sales. Featuring women leaders who have successfully navigated this stage, the session explores how to sustain growth, energy and ambition while managing increasing expectations both at work and beyond. From personal strategies and pivotal mindset shifts to the organizational levers that truly make a difference, this panel aims to offer practical wisdom and inspiration for mid-career professionals looking to move forward with clarity and confidence. I will now invite the panel, our moderator for the panel, Dr. Brilliant SK, Chief People Officer, I love the title, Chief People Officer, Times Pro. So please come on stage. As EVP and Chief People Officer at Times Pro, he champions a performance-driven, learner-centric culture across operations and quality initiatives. आप लोग तालियां बजा सकते हैं. With a strategic focus on talent development, he builds strong teams to support business growth. His leadership, coaching, and expertise in recognition programs empower and inspire the workforce. I promise तालियों में कोई bias नहीं है. हम बस थोड़े ढीले हैं. Priyanka Gaikwad, Sales Director, Salesforce. Priyanka is a Sales Director at Salesforce with over a decade of experience in sales and marketing, having worked with global firms like Experian, Nice Systems, and Altair. She excels in strategic account management and business development, leading high-performing teams across dynamic markets, a certified tarot reader, तो भविष्य पढ़ सकती हैं आप सबका और अपना भी. Meditator, traveler, and devoted mother, she brings a holistic perspective to leadership and life. Andrea DeCosta, Head of Key Accounts, L'Oreal. Andrea DeCosta leads Key Accounts at L'Oreal PPD with 15 years in the salon industry and over a decade at L'Oreal. She's driven key brands launches like Kerastase, it's taken me years to pronounce this right, yeah, and created India's only hair reality show, the Indian Hairdressing Awards. Known for building from the ground up, her people-first approach makes her a standout leader in this space. Khushbu Gupta, Senior Manager, Apple. Khushbu Gupta is a Senior Manager at Apple India with 15 plus years of experience in sales and marketing across building materials, home furnishings, and consumer electronics. She has led B2B and retail channel initiatives, managing key stakeholders, and now leads a 90-plus member team focused on revenue growth and development. A two-time Best Region Growth Award winner at Kohler, she's passionate about customer excellence and team building. Please excuse me for mispronunciation of companies. I am very, very sorry. Riya Malik Satwalekar, Account Executive, LinkedIn Talent Solutions. Thank you. Riya is a seasoned sales and business development professional with 7 years in advertising and marketing tech, specializing in premium partner sales, onboarding, and strategic account management. Known for driving revenue through cross-functional collaboration, with expanded responsibilities in team leadership, recruitment, and training. I just want to make a public announcement. Guys, एक point है जिस पे आप लोग मुझे बहुत सारा रिदम देंगे विद योर तालियां, तो प्लीज प्रैक्टिस करते रहिएगा. थैंक यू. प्लीज गो ऑन. थैंक यू सो मच.
Good afternoon. It's good to look at the time, right? After the first panel, I thought I will be Sher Khan, where the panel would say, "Jab tak baithne ko na kaha jaye, tab tak khade raho." But thankfully, I got this chair. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We are used to Zoom, but good to be in a meeting room with so many leaders in the house. And this panel is particularly very close to many of us. Why? Because it talks about something which we always have seen as a cliche in Hindi movies, right? तुम मुझसे इतना प्यार करती हो लेकिन अपने करियर के लिए तुम मुझे छोड़ दोगी. We've seen this and heard it multiple times across movies. And it's just a metaphor. If you look at the corporate environment, especially when you're looking at leaders, and what we are here to look at is, can we fix the leaky middle? Right? The question that many leaders ask is, क्या तुम कर पाओगी? Will you be able to balance it out? Right? It sounds too filmy to say, तुमसे ना हो पाएगा. But that mindset is still there. But let's go back to the Indian mythology and we'll realize there are so many amazing women that we've read about, heard about. Draupadi, Kunti, Amba, Ambalika. Some of you may have heard about it, but if you've not, just read about them. They talk about something which is very crucial for what we are here today, women in sales. They are all about grit, they are all about resilience. They are all about breaking stereotypes and standing up for what they believed can help for them. So today we are here and we have an amazing powerhouse panel member here. And I was having some conversations, it's like, you'll be surprised with their stories. So the way in which we decided to have it is, the panel members will share for about 2 minutes about their story, their journey, and then we'll get into some question and answer. 30 minutes you can get pizza delivery, but getting the maximum out of this panel in 30 minutes is an uphill task. So I will definitely make an attempt, and I hope we can get the best out of these panels. Are you all ready now? Yes. So let's roll. So there was a volunteer who said that I want to go first. Okay, so let's begin. The volunteer can start. What's your story?
Okay, so I didn't volunteer. I've been put on the spot. So thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. Please pardon me for my voice. So basically, I'm Khushbu. You already know I work with Apple, handling the commercial bit, which includes your sales, post-sales, operations, today at Apple Forum and business. It's a big team of about 90 team members that I am managing overall, of course with the help of my very capable managers, whom these team members report into, right? And I also have a 3-year-old super energetic son who keeps me going at home as well. Talking about, a few setbacks that I had in my career, since, we actually heard a lot of, leaders mention about it. Even I was under the entire, biasness when I started my career with, specifically, biasness when I say gender biasness. And then, of course, gradually when I started moving in my career, after a few years, I was asked this question, are you married? Okay, if you're getting married, are you going to relocate? And post that, when are you going to have a baby? So these were certain questions that I was asked, in the first 5 to 7 years of my career, right? And at that point of time, trust me, I didn't know that it wasn't normal. For me, that was normal because we did not have enough women representatives in the company, right? But then what kept me going, all right? So I really want to describe my first win here, right? So it was my first job. So basically, I've also handled a lot of building material construction industries. I was associated with Kohler and then IKEA later on. So Kohler was my first job in which, I was handling this client who was based out of Mumbai, had a hospitality project going on in Africa. All right, and there I sat with him, understood, what requirement does he has, did the BOQ, understood the layout, also sat with the architect, understood specifications, understood competition, offered my entire solution, around Kohler, and then I pitched it, and then I got the first check. That was the aha moment. It was not a very big amount, but the feeling of providing that solution to the client, that really, really empowered me, and that gave me the kick, and that is how I started my career in sales. So I was in sales not by choice, but by chance, and I love it. All right, so that's about me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Khushbu, and it again brings us back to the same old cliches. If you have ever seen that movie DDLJ, Ja Simran Jeele Apni Zindagi, why do you want to wait for someone to tell you that? Right, thank you so much, Khushbu, for that. You want to go next?
Sure.
Yep, please.
So I think I have attended some 100 plus, 200 plus events in all my career life. But this is the first event where I see so many women. So a big round of applause for everybody here. Not even a single % of biasness to all the men, but it's just so beautiful to see everybody here today. So myself, Priyanka, I have been in sales all my career life. Okay, I'm an engineer by profession. I started in my last year of engineering. I started one small company for myself, which was for the personality development and leadership skills for underprivileged kids. Okay, I started off with that. We had collaborated with Teacher for India, and that's where I found out that coding is not something my calling, right? It's something where I am trying to speak to people. I love speaking with them, connecting with them, and so on and so forth. So that's how my journey in sales started. It's been 13 plus years now, worked with individual capacities, led teams, managed teams, tried to do that all in all aspects of sales. I would say inside sales, customer success, all the ancillary jobs as well. So here I am. I'm a mother of a toddler, so it's crazy, and I'm right now at that time and that phase, which just demands time from both the aspects, from personal and professional as well. And I feel most of the women here would be in that particular time zone or frame zone of their mind on where to focus. I am a meditator, and I'm also a certified tarot card reader, yeah, so.
Thanks. I hope you don't meditate when you are doing sales calls.
I don't.
Just kidding. So being an architect of your own destiny takes a lot of things that we've heard both the speakers talk about. And it reminds me, it may sound cliched, but khud hi ko kar buland itna ki har ... right? It's for you to fill it up. How do you want to take it? Where do you want to take your journey to? So let's hear it from Ria.
Yeah, thank you so much. Lovely hearing from you both, and thanks for getting us started. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ria. I'm currently working as an account executive at LinkedIn. My entire career straight out of college, I've always been in sales. Started my career in the ad tech sales space at media.net DirectI. Post that, I decided to take a chance and pursue my passion in baking. So I completely pivoted from selling ad tech. Now I was selling cakes. And yeah, I got my diploma in pastry. I came back, I launched my own business. It was doing fantastically well, growing month on month, anything that you could want. But life had different plans. COVID hit and everything kind of went to zero. That was a tough year, having lost a very close family member to COVID as well. And there was a complete rewiring of myself and what I want from life, especially because that was the time I also got pregnant. So I would say that at that point in time, even though I wanted to come back to work, like Khushbu mentioned, you kind of face those questions, but it wasn't so blatant in my case, right? Because I wasn't working, but that pause of becoming a mother just landed on my shoulder instead of it being like, like a family thing or a joint. It just naturally became my, I wouldn't even say load, like my journey to go on, right? And a lot of times, these situations will not be as blatant. It will be whether, hey, it's a tough job. Can you manage, right? And it's a fair question, because when I did decide to go on the path of becoming a mother, and that 100% requires me to have my full attention and faith there, right? So that's my journey. But again, when you come back from it, you come back with a renewed passion and almost like a desire that whatever I kind of put my career on pause for those 2 years, the next 2 years I'm going to do that and even more, right? So yeah, that's sort of my journey. And after my kid, who's also now a 3-year-old son, yeah, I found myself back at LinkedIn last year, coming back to the workforce again and in the corporate space. no more cakes anymore.
Thanks for that. And I think all three stories tell us something very important and powerful, and you can keep this acronym for ever. KKDS, right? Karke dikhaya. S could be sir, whatever you want to use it, but that's the spirit that makes a difference. And it's not just about you, but it's about the entire ecosystem that drives it out. So we've been talking about a lot of things, and one thing that hit when I spoke to this person was talking about privilege. So let's hear it from Andrea.
That was the perfect introduction, and I'll just assume you saved the best for last. But yes, hi, I'm Andrea De Costa. Like my introduction, and that was really lovely of you. Thank you so much for that. I've been part of L'Oreal for 12 years and part of the salon industry for the past 15 years, as you can imagine. Working in the salon industry can never be easy. And there are women that are a very important part of that entire workforce. And working with them, dealing with them, interacting with them, and hopefully even on some days inspiring them has been a great motivator for me when it came to the kind of work that I was doing. But just to take a couple of steps back, I truly believe that we're all in sales day in, day out. Even right now, this conversation is pretty much to that effect. I believe that my, no, that's okay. Thank you so much, thank you. I believe my first sales was actually to my parents when I was probably a toddler, saying that I need a sibling, so let's work at it. And fair enough, it got achieved. I have a lovely family. I very confidently say that I'm a devoted daughter. I take care of my parents. I did not give them the privilege of grandchildren, but I did give them dogs that love them unconditionally, and vice versa. And yes, it's been a very, very interesting career journey. I would like to think of myself as a hustler. Really navigating jobs like, I remember selling a house at some point in time, very early on in my career, to now selling, well, really lucrative shampoos that I hope all of you all have indulged in at some point in time in your life. So that's a little bit about me.
Thanks, Andrea. And very rightly focused about getting the parents to agree for something, right? How difficult it is, we all know. But thanks for sharing your story. We've always heard cliches about sales. Sell me this pen. Yeah, the true salesman is जिसने टकले को कंगी बेचा. It's so cliched, but that's what we've grown up with. So, we'll change the order now. We'll go with Andrea first. Is balancing the leadership asks versus the investments that you need to do and your personal priorities. How do you balance this out so that your work, your personal choices don't get impacted?
See, that's very tough. Anything that involves the word balance requires a lot of self-awareness and a lot of cognizance that not everything that you're expecting of yourself and therefore what others expect from you will always make sense. I hate to be quite blatant about it, but yes, sometimes a little bit of blind faith in the system, in the structure, and then taking that on as a priority will at least help you feel okay about some of the sacrifices that you have to make. And it's true, we all have to make the sacrifices that we need to on a day in, day out basis, whether it's that early morning wake-up call just to make sure that that deck went out in time or that message to the client went out in time. But just knowing that there's a bigger picture, there's a bigger goal that we're all working towards, whether it's the satisfaction of being a woman leader or just a leader in a space that requires you to constantly push yourself, that in itself, that self-awareness in itself should help you achieve that balance.
Thanks for sharing. Yep.
Thanks for the question. Again, I second with Andrea, it is a tricky question. Okay, so for me, I have always believed in people, be it in my personal life or my professional life, all right? And I believe in nurturing them, okay, through strong relationships and constant communication. Having said that, the answer to your question is basically protecting my time. That is how I can balance leadership, my personal priorities, right? And also investments. Now the thing is, the idea is to basically empower your team members, at work and at home so much so that they are able to take more responsibilities, more accountability, and then that gives you the gift of time, correct? And in that time, you try taking up more initiatives that your leadership asks, or if you want to do, or investments, or your personal priorities. Thank you.
Yeah, you wanted to go?
I think two important words, clarity and prioritization. I think these are two very, very important ones, at least at the phase, and I'm coming back to the phase because my toddler needs my time, my job needs my time, and sales being such a high performing, high pressure job, it's just about having that clarity to say, yes, I want to do this particular thing today and I want to complete it, right? And then just focusing on that and prioritizing, maybe, you can just calendarize. I normally do, calendars for myself. I just think that what I want to do the next day, maybe the week or the month later, and so on and so forth, right? So having those mini goals, micro goals always kind of helps in terms, yeah.
Ria?
Perfect. Great, I got the privilege of going last after you having answered that really well. See, balance is a tricky word. I don't think there's ever a true balance, in my opinion. Every day's, I would say, quota or prioritization list for me looks different, right? Again, coming back to the same phase that some of us are in, a quote that really helped me during this time is, every day you're juggling different balls, right? Some are glass balls, some are rubber balls. What is that day's glass balls for me? For example, this morning was a really tough start. I really wanted to be in a Zen mode, but my 3-year-old decided today is the day I will not let mama go out of home without crying like it's the end of the world, right? So that was tough for me, but I knew today's glass ball was me being here and adding to this conversation. So it's just juggling the things you have on a daily basis, prioritizing, again, coming back, prioritizing your time. I've become very, very cognizant of where I'm spending my time at, because it's personal work or home, right? It's all important. But it just go day by day, very practically, think what's important. If family is important, you go to that dance function. If it's not, you focus on work for a meeting. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think the key takeaway from all the shares would be self-awareness, blind faith, clarity, priority, the thing about nurturing, commitment, juggling the glass balls, and most important is the focus. Again, sounds cliched, but the dialogue which says, "Kitna bhi kuch kar lo, zindagi mein kuch na kuch to chhoot hi jayega." There will always be something which will be left behind, but it's okay, right? It's nothing. You can probably come back to it. So we've all faced typical challenges. We all know the reason why we are here. Women have always faced challenges when it comes to a function like sales or commercial, for that matter. So any typical stereotypes, so probably Andrea and Ria, both of you, given the fact that I'm looking at one married and one unmarried, so two perspectives.
Yeah, okay. So honestly, like I mentioned, I'm part of the salon industry, which, as you can imagine, would be overly indexed towards women. But ironically enough, you will find that it's not the case. And especially in commercial, and this is something that I shared with the panel earlier as well, in commercial or in sales, it's still a fairly male-dominated space. In fact, in my immediate leadership group, I'm the only woman. So I tend to take that with a lot more seriousness, because for me it's important to inspire women within the system, and there are quite a few at the front line who are really tackling the clients, the salon owners, on a day in, day out basis. It's very easy for me to say that, there are days when I completely go empowered, enabled. It's not always the case. And sometimes it becomes so glaringly obvious about how I'm an outlier in that conversation, that I sometimes feel like I need to squeeze myself and shrink myself and make myself feel smaller so that I can just, slide through, so I just skate through the entire day. But I would just like to, while I know that that's a real challenge, that's a challenge that it's not just in sales, it happens all across. I think it's important to remember, and as cliched again as it would sound like, but leaning in at those points in time when you feel like it's best that I just sit back, I don't lean stronger on the table. You know, there are those moments, I've had those moments as well, where I'm just like happy to just squeeze myself somewhere in the back over there. You lean in stronger at those points in time, which is where, you know, we came upon the point on self-awareness, is that just be aware about what you're taking up in that room, and also aware of the fact that you have to lead that conversation. Nobody else is going to ask you to lead it. You have to take it up yourself.
Thank you. Thank you for that share, and love the fact that it's beyond something. It's all about the impact that you can create. Thank you, Andrea. Priya.
Thanks. So again, very different experiences, right? The industry itself per se does not cater to more women in leadership roles or senior roles, right? Luckily enough, I've had the privilege that I've always been surrounded. Being in ad tech, I guess there is a slightly higher women representation, similar with, you know, in the pastry field as well as now at LinkedIn, right? So I've always had women around, but for example, a few, I would say in hindsight, if I were to think about a few things, right? In my early career, for example, we're so focused on work at that point, right? Because as women, if you choose to go down the path of, again, it's a choice that we're all making, you know, if you want to remain single and you want to continue, if it's the path that you want to get married and have kids, that's the other journey you're going on, right? And if you are deciding to go on that journey, every small step in decision we are making is going to have a roller coaster effect, right? So for example, in my late 20s, like, you're so focused on, hey, if I take a break now, I might not get that promotion, right? Maybe I'll get overlooked. Like, do I need to get married now? Can I push it off for a couple of more years, right? And that, again, pushing that off by a couple of more years, it will then again roller coaster in me deciding to then, okay, now if I'm going to have a kid, it's going to be a much later process, right? So a lot of us are finding ourselves in this journey where we honestly don't know what the right time is, especially when we are combining the life choice that we want to make with the, if we are thinking we're going to have a linear career, maybe that might not look that way, right? So if I'm just comparing my own career to my husband's, he hasn't had any break. He's been working for the last 20 years straight, whereas I haven't. I'm okay with it. It's also, again, going back to the self-awareness bit, it's where you're choosing to do what. Our careers are going to be part of our lives, but it's not going to be the whole piece, right? And how you want to structure your life, your career should play or help you make your life better in that sense. So again, sales is a really challenging role with numbers, quotas, etc. But this is a role that I personally really thrive in. Even as a mom, I want to do something that's mine, right? And again, coming back to the challenges will always be there. I'm like, can I afford to have a second one? I don't know really, right? So you're always questioning yourself, but again, just chart your own path, see what the question is in front of you, what you want your life to look like, and go from there.
Thank you, and so rightly said. Abhi kar lo, pata nahi baad mein mauka mile na mile. So hope you don't end up with what Andrea forced her parents to do.
Pretty much, in different ways, yeah.
Just kidding. So, you know, for Khushbu and Priyanka, there are continuous battles that happen every day, despite you being here. So, your experiences of, if you want to share, what are the current battles that you're fighting to stay ahead in this role?
So for me, I would not say current battles, but it is a journey for me. Because journey becomes a more positive reinforcement kind of a word in my mind. So I would like to choose that. And so basically our journey will be, ups and downs both, correct? Because that is what will make you stronger, right? And when I say my ongoing journey, of course, when I go to my personal life, handling a 3-year-old kid, plus home responsibilities, of course, that's always going to be there. And, as Ria was mentioning, a 3-year-old kid can throw tantrums at any point of the time if you're home. And of course, that's a very uncertain challenge that you expect. But even at work, we are adapting to new systems, processes. There are people movements which are happening internally. So I think understanding the team on a daily basis, because their expectations change, their metrics are changing in a ever evolving quarter on quarter, performance that we are chasing. So just bringing up all of that in a holistic environment, I think that is the ongoing journey which I'm having right now. Correct, but then, there are certain things, there are certain attributes that have really grounded me, and I've been able to lead it, is due to my never say no attitude. All right, keep on going consistently, nimble learning, basically learning on the go. That is something I always do. Correct, of course, backed up by very, very strong, support system that I have, which is connection with people. They can be my mentors, they can be my ex-managers, my current peers, so basically leaning on to people whom you can really go up to. So, yeah, thank you.
3 N's. Never say no, nimble learning and network. Rightly said. Yes.
So I think I look at the current battle things because I compartmentalize a lot of stuff in my life. I look at it as professional and personal, right? Professional from a perspective that we all are in sales. We are just gunning for those 20, 30 days out of the 365 days where we are happy. Okay, we've got an order. I would say 20, 30 days is also too much, but maybe, some days where we've got the orders, we've got the POs, and we are just completely over the moon. But apart from that, those 300 days, we are just gunning towards working towards it, right? So it's a constant battle and a constant way of proving yourself, and it's an unsaid pressure on you, right? Because you have to again deliver, as you know, month gone, the sales is new, right? It's quarter on quarter, month on month, the battle just goes on. So from a professional standpoint, I see that this is something we as women in sales face a lot. From a personal front, and I've started being very normal with it now, I was not a couple of years back, is we as women want everything to be perfect, okay? We as women want that, I want a particular thing in a particular way, and without me, nothing can happen. That's a different phobia notion which is there in our minds always, right? We need to be there to just see perfection and so on and so forth. I think taking a step back and knowing that without me also people will run, things will run, everything will be fine, is something which you need to look at, right? Get support, try to lean on support wherever there is possible, so that you have sanity for yourself, right? And you don't go mad. So I think that is some of the current battles which I am trying to, figure out and hopefully coming sanity to it.
Thank you for that. Proving yourself every single day and don't go mad. Very, very powerful statement. So it's time for us to park the conversation here. We have Priyanka P, Andrea A, Ria R, Khushbu K. So parking this conversation because the time is just about running out, and I want to bring the conversation back to chai. So based on what the panel members shared here, the CHAI stands for an acronym which is true for all women in sales. C for champions, H for hustlers, A for achievers, and I for inspirers. I think it's time for us to think about life beyond the so-called boxes that we've created for ourselves. In reality, there could probably be no box that exists. So what's important is redefine success beyond the stereotypes that we have faced all through. We've always heard about history. Today we heard her story. Now, it's a play of words, but also think about how we change the way we think when we use the right kind of words, right? So start with small actions. There was someone in the morning, I think it was Latika, if I'm not wrong, who said that, look at the small wins. Small wins help you guide you towards your end goal and ensure that you achieve success. So as we sign off, it's important to move from just dialogue to action. Each one of you here holds the power to change the way you drive sales. You drive your destiny, and as they say, lead the change, and it starts with you. Thank you so much, and a big round of applause.
One small thing, and this is what I want to take, everybody to take it back. This Women's Day, I put up a post saying that, and this is facts, I think, close to around a year and a half back by India Today. 13% of women, they drop out after being married. okay? But 73% women drop out after they have their first child, okay? It's just that everybody here, maybe in that phase, just lean on, as Andrea was telling, hang on there, and have some journey for yourself as well. Thanks.
कौन कहता है कि आसमां में सुराख नहीं होता? कौन कहता है कि आसमां में सुराख नहीं होता? एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारो. A big round of applause for the wonderful panel member. Back to you. Sorry,
you so
30 seconds over.
Not at all. This is more than perfect. This is picture perfect to end at that minute detail. मुझे नहीं पता था चाय यहाँ भी बड़ी famous है. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much to the panelists and to our moderator, Dr. Brilliant, Priyanka Gaikwad, Andrea DeCosta, Khushbu Gupta and Riya Malik Satwalekar. Please step forward for a picture. And after the picture, we do have Purba giving you a small appreciation of token from all of us. Thank you. Thank you so much. We can clap. Thank you so much. And just to let all of you know, आपकी तालियों की गूंज YouTube पर भी है. We have now crossed 90,000 viewers live stream on YouTube. तो आप जितनी तालियां बजाएंगे उतना लोगों को पता चलेगा. We're having so much fun. Also, we have a very good looking and a very well done up photo booth outside. तो बीच में जब आपको थोड़ा उठने का मन करे तो please go and get some Vogue style photos clicked and selfies. Moving ahead, to quote Dr. Daisaku Ikeda, Japanese Buddhist philosopher and a very renowned author, the wisdom and power of women, their attentive commitment to reality, their care and concern for the people in their immediate surroundings, their capacity to treasure life itself must be fully reflected throughout society, which is all of us here. So when we represent our homes, when we represent our work, when we come here together as a workforce, let's remember that we collectively represent the joy of women, and hence that will also be reflected back into the environment. So thank you. Joyful claps for yourself. This is my favorite part. Deep gratitude to our chief believers, Aditya Birla Group. Also, People Connect has some beautiful products lined up outside as part of their gifting solutions. आप खरीद नहीं सकते, लेकिन आप देख ज़रूर सकते हैं और फिर आगे you can decide what you want to do with it, but there's some really nice products. Moving ahead, अभी रोशन हुआ जाता है रास्ता, वो देखो एक औरत आ रही है. Quoting Shakil Jamali Sahab and inviting the powerhouse panel for our next Roshan conversation. The panel discussion, CHRO Relay, Fueling the Sales Leadership Pipeline. A fast-paced, story-driven segment where leading CHROs share bold insights on building a gender-balanced sales force. Each CHRO will speak for 2 to 3 minutes. आपको वक्त दे दिया गया है, timer यहाँ पे है. So reflecting on topics like breaking career myths, game-changing interventions, and real frontline stories, ending with a symbolic baton pass to the next speaker. Sorry, ये baton भी होता है, baton भी होता है, whatever you guys would like to hear out of it. The segment aims to spark sharp, authentic conversations and leave the audience with a bold vision for shaping inclusive sales leadership by 2030. Diaries or pens निकाल लीजिए. This panel has been moderated by Ruchi Anand, Senior Director, Talent Learning and Engagement Solutions, LinkedIn. Our panelists for this, Suman Kumar Ghosh, CHRO, Bajaj Electricals. Suman is a business-aligned HR leader with 26 plus years of cross-industry experience, currently heading HR at Bajaj Electricals. He partners with leadership to embed strategy into culture, drive transformation, and build a high-performance, future-ready organization. Passionate about evolving mindsets and systems, his work spans across design, DEI, capability building, and employee experience. Talia. Thank you. Dr. Reema Ghosh Chaudhary, President and Global CHRO, CSR Leader, Datamatics. Dr. Reema Ghosh Chaudhary is the CHRO and CSR Leader at Datamatics, driving its global people strategy with a focus on high-tech, high-touch culture. High-touch culture? Okay. With 25 plus years across corporate and academia, she has led initiatives like the Datamatics Wheel of Wellbeing and Diversity Charter. A PhD in leadership and award-winning HR leader, she blends strategy, inclusion, and innovation to build resilient people-first workplaces. Salil Panse, Global TA COE Leader, Sun Pharma. Thank you so much. With over 20 years in talent acquisition, Salil currently leads global talent acquisition at Sun Pharma, the world's 4th largest specialty generics pharma and India's #1 pharma company. He's held key regional roles at Mondelez and MSD, overseeing large-scale hiring across multiple countries and leading APAC employer branding. His early career in executive search saw him advising senior leaders across healthcare, retail, and engineering. And my monologue ends here. Thank you so much, panel and moderator.
Thank you so much. And a round of applause for Ishita, please.
Ooh, thank you, Ruchi.
All right, please. All right, how's everyone feeling? Inspired, I hope? Yes? Yes, wonderful. The timer is very important for us because we know that we are between you and lunch. So be rest assured that this 30 minutes will go off very fast because I am so excited that this is going to be a very, yet another engaging segment that, you'll all have so many aha moments and takeaways from. All right, so, we've been, I think since morning, lovely stories that we've been hearing. And what I said when we opened today, that the premise of WinS for us has really been to challenge mindsets, to share stories, right? And to shape what, the future looks like, right? So today, this panel, this esteemed panel that we have, I think, what the best part is that we have leaders from 3 diverse industries. And so you get a sneak peek to really understand when we talk about this really bringing this vision to life of having more and more women in sales. And when I say more and more, let me make it more specific. Did you know that in India today, we only have 19% of sales professionals are women. So we only have 19% women in sales in India. And if you want to know what that compares to, closer to our region, Singapore and Australia, it's 46 and 48%. And this number actually tends to go even lower when you come to some industries. Like in pharmaceuticals, it's 10%, it's 14% in manufacturing. If you look at cities in tier 1 cities, it's still in the higher, like 25, 26%. Like even Hyderabad has 26, Chennai has 25, if I'm not wrong. But if you look at smaller towns, it drops to, again, 14, 13%. So the idea is, and I think the first half of the day, what we've heard is that it's such a rewarding career, and it is also a career where women tend to be so successful. In fact, I did kind of find one more data point which was interesting, that studies show that women reach quota attainment at 86% compared to 78% for men. So it's also proven. Data also says that, of course, apart from the skills that we heard the previous panelists actually talking about what they have and what they've learned, it shows that, we tend to be more successful. So let's start with, let's start with a fun icebreaker. I just want to start with one question to all of you, that if there is one myth about women in sales you'd like to bust today, what would it be? Maybe someone, you want to start with that?
Hey, thanks, Ruchi. Good afternoon, everybody, and wonderful to be here. One myth which I would like to bust is that, it's a general perception about women that they are not good in sales because they are not usually aggressive or very assertive, and they cannot really go and pitch their sales. Okay, but what I have seen coming from an industry which is more consumer-driven industry, it's primarily like how you build relationship with your channel partners, with your customers, how you develop that trust so that they can actually go for your products, right? And it's nothing to do with aggression. It's nothing to do with so much of assertiveness. You have to really sell your products. You have to know techniques of selling the products, and this is a technique and this is a skill which it's equally available amongst both men and women. So it's nothing like to be partial about men having only those skills. So that's my take from this.
Thank you, Suman. And I think it's on one side where you say, is it about being aggressive? Women are also very aggressive. The other side is actually, sales to me personally, in my career of 2.5 decades in sales has been, actually sales is a lot about empathy. So that's why, it's about being aggressive or not, but it's also about being empathetic. Rima, what do you think?
Hi, thank you for inviting me here. I think it's a very, very pertinent topic that we are discussing today. I would say the myth I would like to bust is women do not only go for jobs which have a lot of security and stability. Sales is something about quota, right? We have quota-bearing leaders in sales functions, and they say that probably men are more hungry for those kinds of roles where you have higher risks and higher returns, and women are not. I would like to bust that myth because some of the fabulous sales leaders that I know of are really, really go-getters who love that. It's all about passion for their job.
Absolutely. Well said, well said. Thank you, Rima. Salil?
Thank you, Ruchi. Pleasure to be here. I think when this question came to me and, I was thinking, what is it that, I can, what is the myth that I can bust? Yeah. I actually realized that me sitting here is a perfect example of that. Women, like any other talent in a corporate world, does not require anything extra, but requires somebody to take a punt. When I was invited for CHRO relay, I told him, hey, I am not a CHRO. I have spent my entire career in talent acquisition. And she said, Salil, I think you are good enough to be a part of that panel. That encouragement that was given to me is all that any talent needs, is all that women also would need in sales. Take a punt, take a chance, invite them for a role that you otherwise would not ideally invite them. And I'm sure they will do better than most of them.
Thank you. You bring up a very great point, and I think that hits home, and that's why you even hear the claps, because women tend to, not raise their hand, and sometimes you really need sponsors and advocates. So yes, do need to take a punt at people and take a chance. So, and I'm glad that we are doing that. All right, so as I get into the questions, I want to kind of also bring up another very important stat. 62% of women who have been hired into sales have actually come from non-sales backgrounds. So isn't that interesting? So which means that if you have the right skill set and readiness, mid-career professionals can easily pivot into sales. So even if you've not started your career in sales, and that's where Anjali and I, when we actually were thinking about this entire community building a few years ago, was where I always wanted to look at non-traditional hiring. Like, how do we look at not necessarily only hiring from sales, but from different backgrounds, and that makes a lot of difference. So let's understand, let me start with you, Suman, to understand how is it really at Bajaj Electricals, if you can actually just give us a little bit of a sneak peek into what does really a sales organization within Bajaj Electricals look like, and how are you creating this space? How's the journey for your organization as far as hiring, sales across men and women?
So Bajaj Electricals is a consumer. I would say it's a consumer-facing organization. It has got businesses like B2C as well as B2B. We have got two primary divisions, which is one is dealing with the consumer products, which are more to do with appliances, and the other one is the lighting, which is the lighting solutions. So, and in both the businesses, you require, sales teams. And there are different channels, through which, we do normally do the sales. One is like, the traditional sales, which is going out to the market and, selling it to the dealers, distributors, and the retailers. So you have to really walk the streets and, do the selling part. The second is, you do through e-commerce and, the modern format retail. You go to a Chroma or a Reliance Digital, you buy your products from there. So that's basically the modern format retail. And then there are other channels as well. In our lighting solutions, we have a B2B channel also, where you actually have to give solutions to lighting, the architects and the contractors. You actually give a solution of lighting solution for example, like this space, it has to be lit up. What kind of lighting you would require for an audience like this. So there are different channels and different ways of selling that we have. Now, in all of this, what we are doing is to beef up the sales force with women. Is we'd hire a lot of people from management colleges who are who can be groomed to take up senior positions. For lighting solutions, we normally look for women with an engineering background, because that's a technical field where we have to go and sell a technical product. And in the for the middle middle management as well as for the senior management also, we do hire a lot of people from laterally from the industry. And unfortunately, in traditional sales, which is going to the market and selling it to the distributors and the dealers, so we do have a very meager percentage of women who there are several reasons for that. Even if we hire people, women colleagues over there, but then they still tend to leave. But in the support, the sales enabler functions, let's say for example, trade marketing or channel marketing, or in hardcore marketing, we see a lot of women, and there we have a lot of good representation of women folks over there.
Wonderful, thank you. So just to a little more on that, what are there anything specific initiatives that you've been taking which you want to talk about? Because you spoke about campus, and how's the intake at that stage?
So we, again, we as an organization, we believe in meritocracy, so we do not really compromise on the quality of people just to fill up a position with a woman. Yeah. That's important, but at the same time, our first preference for certain roles have been like that. Now, what we are doing is we have earmarked certain roles, particularly the metros, where we know possibly the infrastructure is better, and possibly that's where women can actually come and join at the middle and the senior management level. And we are pushing our sales heads, and talking to them and trying to hire those kind of people. And as I said, for the support sales enabling functions, we do hire a lot of women folks over there. We have certain policies which are again acting as enablers. Our travel policies, which takes care of odd time travels, or the stay for women when they're traveling to different cities, etc. So all these enablers have been put in place. And additionally, we have also, when you're going and meeting in the distributors, retailers, etc. So you have to carry your laptops, etc. So we have actually moved away from there. We have put all the entire sales data in app format, so that it's easy to look at that data, etc. while you're traveling. So these are some of the things that we have done.
That's great. And so Salil, in fact, let me ask you, because I'm sure it's an extension in some sense, even when you look at pharma, in terms of when we talk about field sales, or even it involves a lot of travel, in your sector as well. So I think elements that keep coming up is security, safety, access to washrooms, all those things that come up. So what are the things that you've been doing at Sun Pharma to make sure that there's good representation and women are able to thrive?
Yeah, no, thanks. I think while I will, talk about what we are doing at Sun Pharma, I want to definitely say that as a TA leader with so many years experience, the challenge of hiring women in sales, has been the most critical challenge that I've been facing for over a decade. And the point that I want to make here is that there is a socio-cultural angle to this. While there are the hygiene factors and other aspects, but there is a socio-cultural angle, and that is that when you talked about Australia, I know Middle East also actually have more women in sales. In India, I want to make this statement very clear. Very few parents will want their daughter to go from place to place, town to town, on a bicycle or on a bike, selling things. Selling chocolates in my previous organization, or going to chemist and selling medicines in my current organization. The respect for that profession is not as high as it is for any other profession which is office-based, whether it is IT industry, whether it is HR or any other profession. Now that's the important factor, which is the real challenge for women in sales. So it will take some time. I don't think it's going to be a significant transformation very soon for the socio-cultural aspect to change. But within these given constraints, of course, companies are doing a lot of things that are possible. For example, as Suman rightly mentioned, I have personally also experienced that hiring women at early stage from campuses for the sales role is one of the most effective ways to manage this challenge and to do what it takes to bring diversity, gender diversity percentage higher in sales. But I must also say that even there, I've actually heard parents saying this, for those women from campus whom we hire. बेटा सीखने के लिए कर लेना हाँ 1 साल, अच्छा सीखने को मिलेगा. That inherent sentence is कि बाद में नहीं करना है, बाद में सीख के तुमको कहीं और जाना है. That helps me to realize that this is the socio-cultural mindset. Well, of course, you need to provide the support. There are few women who actually thrive and who are passionate to make career in sales. And I've seen those women, in my career, and I salute them because, it's not easy to make that career. Fortunately, the companies have been making efforts to make those changes, and especially leading companies. So my previous company is a #1 company in chocolates, Mondelez. Sun Pharma is #1 in pharma. So we believe that it's our responsibility to provide that support, as I said in the beginning, to take that punt on someone and say, hey, you can do it. If you see, Sun Pharma has started increasing its presence on social media. One of the videos that we have launched is Life in Medical Representatives Life, a day in medical representatives life. And that video is essentially of a female medical rep. That is our way to tell that this is possible to do. Okay? And those are the kind of supports, and as Suman rightly said, sometimes it is important to also give those internal sponsorships, from leaders, from fellow female leaders, also, having those support groups in the system. So there are many things that you can do, and I think pharma FMCG have a lot of similarities in terms of their go-to-market strategy, in terms of the way the sales function works, right? He mentioned about e-com, and it's the same thing for pharma as well. So, as you know, it's growing rapidly. So those are the similarities. I think, Sun Pharma has been doing that work, but let me tell you, it's just the beginning. For pharma, it is a long way to go. For a woman to stay, late at night in a hospital, in a doctor's chambers. Doctors will meet you at 10:30, 11 o'clock. It's not going to be easy. A lot of socio-cultural change also has to come to make that happen.
I absolutely agree with you, Salil, on this. And in fact, there are two things here. When we talk about how mindset shift is required and it's happening, the other important thing is that how sales careers by themselves have evolved. So what we saw maybe 2 decades ago, or how much of cold calling was required, to now how much of use of your digital tools to research before you actually go for meetings, even if it's field sales, right? I mean, even if it's FMCG, or if it is B2B sales, that has changed. And, on LinkedIn, we see this, we talk about the skills shift. We've seen that over 25% of, skills that were required to be successful have changed. That's going to go up to 70% shift because of AI. And that is even there in sales. So it's not that, when we talk about how with so much of technology, automation, and specifically with Gen AI, is it not going to make sure that even our roles in sales evolve? They will. So that's why that the shift, the mindset shift is required, and that I think is slowly happening, and organizations such as yours are actually creating those spaces to bring about that change as well, right? Rima, it's very different when it comes to technology selling, right? And we've been in this hybrid world. How do you make sure, firstly, what kind of technology do you leverage? How do you make sure women thrive in sales within an organization like yours?
Thanks. So before I address that particular question, I'd like to share a couple of things. So one is, I would like to state this in bold. We don't sell. People buy. And people like to buy from people they like. So the first selling point is, of course, that natural interest in me to give business to somebody, you know, and then the sale happens. So if this is an underlying principle in sales, it's very important that we try to capitalize or leverage on all the traits which are around collaboration, connectedness, and empathy, like you rightly said, Ruchi. So this is how the landscape has been. But of course, different industries have different perspectives. And while I'll talk about technology, I would also like to take a cue from the pharma part, because I am a pharmaceutical technologist by core qualification. So post-engineering college, when I got into the shop floor, and 200 men, and I'm there along with them, making disinfectants, chemicals, pre-COVID era. And the kind of sympathetic looks that I saw coming towards myself, it was all around, shadi kar leti achhe ghar mein, rani ban ke rehti. It was like, what are you doing here in this shop floor, dirtying your hands with Dettol and Lysol with, you know, all of us men here, where you could have had a cushy lifestyle. The same thing kind of translates in sales also, because I have seen my friends who have gone into that field, and I have seen so many of them drop out. One is the heavy bag of the medical representatives, right? So it's not that physical strength is what defines a woman. And that physical strength is required to carry a heavy bag which has all these collaterals you need to speak to the doctors, right? Or the absence of loose. And not only there, even when I have colleagues who work for the metros, you know, in Datamatics, we take care of the automatic fare collection in the different metros that you see all around India. So there also, these colleagues actually don't have much of water during the entire day, leading to lots of complications which can happen. And why do they do that? So that they just don't have to go to washrooms. Everybody pays a motherhood penalty in some form or the other, right? And that penalty comes in many forms. It sometimes comes in the form of denied promotion, denied visibility, and sometimes it can be as subtle as, you know, out of sight, out of mind. If you're prioritizing home and hence not a part of the different social meetups and parties, there is a sense of, you know, LPC, least preferred co-worker, that tends to set in. These are the practical problems. Now talking about what we do in the tech world, the number, I admit, is still very low, even in the tech world. And I was talking to my global talent acquisition leader in my team, and he was sharing, Rima, hardly we get 15 to 20% applicants at junior levels, you know, and at senior levels, it's even low. So what causes this? Many things, including what Salil rightly mentioned, the socio-cultural aspects which are associated with sales as a profession. But the other thing also is about the ecosystem we are creating. For example, I would like to call upon the different campuses to think of programs for sales at entry level. What we have is marketing, right? Specialization in marketing, where everybody knows that the stint will start with sales. But it's all about, don't worry, in 2 years, you'll be out of sales and you will get into marketing or product management or brand management, some of the more glorious jobs. So I think that is the area that we need to look into. At Datamatics, we have tried to highlight our women in sales in multiple forums. I personally stay connected with my colleagues, be it my American colleague who's selling in Detroit, or a Filipino colleague who's selling in New Jersey, or an Indian colleague who has kind of traversed the 7 seas and all of that and relocated to another geography because of a better career. So these are the women I salute. They are role models. So we highlight the role models so that others are inspired to take up that career. We use a lot of socialization, collaboration tools, you know, like Microsoft Teams and all kinds of Zoom meets and Google Meets and stuff to stay connected. We have a platform called Womentoring, where some of these women and also women from the industry come and speak, and they tell people that life will never be a bed of roses in any profession. But if you know that you have a flair for sales, just go for it. Nobody can stop you. So multiple initiatives.
Wonderful. So, I mean, for me, one thing, yes, that I take away, Rima, is really, it goes back to the power of sharing stories, power of storytelling. Because, you know, even like, especially in the digital space, when you said, I like we said the LPC, least preferred coworker, to make sure that nobody falls into that trap, you're making sure that through collaboration tools, you are sharing stories, highlighting, as well as bringing in more stories from external as well to kind of keep that momentum and that mentoring going. That's amazing. I know we have about 5.5 minutes. I want to just touch on 2 or 3 points. Subhan, let me ask you more about, we've been talking about mindset shifts, right? How do you actually deal with the mindset shift, especially with your hiring managers or sales leaders who are constantly having their sales quota pressure targets that are there? But at the same time, you are trying to make sure that there is a equitable slate, or, you know, when they're hiring. How do you bring about that shift, you know, and how do you kind of get leaders? Because as a CHRO, you have a seat at that table. You are actually driving that strategy. So, you know, anything more to talk about leadership mindset shift?
So yeah, I mean, I think this mindset shift is like, you know, something which is absolutely critical when it comes to hiring, because even if you are trying to push for, you know, women in the sales team, but still, like, you know, there are, you know, views that wo to kuch din mein chhod ke chali jayegi, ya like, you know, shaadi ho jayegi, to फिर then, you know, she will move out, etc. फिर then, you know, again, you know, it goes back to, like, you know, we have to again rehire somebody. So one is like, you know, you keep on, like, you know, telling them, explaining them that, and giving them some, you know, examples of where women have really succeeded. And I have many examples within the company also where people have actually grown in sales and they have become, like, you know, taken up senior positions. We keep on citing those examples. But at the same time, like, you know, we have to also recognize that there are practical problems also which exist. As Salil was mentioning, that infrastructure in India is a big challenge, and, you know, particularly for women when they are out on the road for the whole day, there's a big problem. And, you know, we can't do anything about it. You know, how much we try and do as an organization, we can't do anything about it. So we have to also accept those practical problems. But having said that, like, you know, the managers, to my mind, play a very crucial role. Even if, like, you know, they're men or women, whatever it is, the managers play a very crucial role, because they have to actually, like, you know, safeguard their team. They have to, like, you know, encourage people, you know, that it's nothing, like, you know, nothing to worry about it. Like, you know, I'm there with you. Give them that moral support. Otherwise, like, you know, they obviously, like, you know, tend to, you know, lose team, and obviously they move out of this system. Yeah, so.
No, I mean, the role of the first line manager is the most critical when you're talking about building inclusive teams. Salil, anything you want to actually add on the manager-employee relationship, and how do you make sure that that environment?
I think I'll start this, my response with the first point that I made, that at the end of the day, there has to be a manager who will take a punt, right? You know, and that is driven by the top, to be very honest. I mean, there will be very few managers who on their own will do that. But when you have that mindset shift coming from the top, there are more managers who are likely to take that punt. And believe you me, more often than not, and I'm making this statement very, very, you know, clearly, more often than not, you know, women will make it happen than men when somebody takes punt on them. You know, that's something that I have personally witnessed. You know, the inherent need to, you know, succeed when somebody gives you an opportunity is so high. It's outstanding. So I think taking the punt is one thing that is required for manager-employee relationship. The second part is, it is not only about the manager and employee. It is also about building the support system around it from an organizational standpoint. I had a great sales leader, in Mondelez. She's now also working for a very big organization. And she told me, she said she grew through sales. There was one period where, she went through the family way, there was a bit of a break, and she couldn't do the sales role. And that's where her manager gave her that support. But it was possible because the organization created an ecosystem to provide that role for her, to provide that little bit of a pause in her career in a way that the sales role was not there. And then she came back to sales. Today she is a very senior sales leader. So I think creating that ecosystem is equally important. And finally, I think, it's the places, it's the dais that we are here. The industrial, conclaves like this where industry can come together, can share thoughts. I think manager-employee relationship also depends on, I'm sure those 19,000 people that somebody was mentioning on YouTube, many of them are managers who are listening and learning how to make it happen. So this dais is also playing an important role in that.
Brilliant. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Salil. Reema, what else would you want to add, especially as far as the role of first-line managers, as well as what does it take to really build inclusive leaders within the organization?
Inclusive leaders in organizations. Well, I would say more of awareness through different kinds of forums, sending people to the right kind of platforms, having internal engagement sessions which call out unconscious bias and gender bias and all these things. And along with that, I would also like to leave a message for all of those who are aspiring to be in roles which are a bit non-traditional. And being an academician and a researcher, I would like to draw your attention to a reference framework. It's called PIE, P-I-E, not the 22/7. This is performance, image, exposure. So they say that 10% of our success comes from the performance contribution. But 90% comes from the image that we have in others' minds about us and the exposure that we have to the plum positions and what's going on in the organization. So more of visibility, more of, making that attempt to say that, put your hand up, I'm there for this plum job. So that aggression with the right kind of balance, with empathy will help.
Love it, love it. I hope we all will remember PI now very well and make sure that you are, you're conscious of this. And there is no doubt that we do need sponsors and mentors along the way to make sure that apart from performance, image and exposure is also, we have advocates who actually create that. So as we bring this to a close, there's so many things that I took away. What stood out for me really is, as I think about it, is that there is a power in systemic change, right? And not just surface level solutions. There is this innate need to design roles and cultures which are built around flexibility and trust, because that's so important, taking punt on people, all that what we heard. And also, inclusive leadership, like you said, starts with awareness, and I would say it starts with awareness and accountability, right? So, and not just intent, because it's not just about having the right, you need intent, skill, and there's a lot of work that needs to go when you try and build inclusive organizations, but accountability, awareness and accountability is most important. And thanks to all of you for the great work you have been doing, because that's really creating a big impact and helping us create more equitable outcomes, drive more equitable outcomes. So thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mic is just about coming on. Hello. No, got it. Thank you so much, Salil. I want to tell you, you walked away with all the brownie points, like all of them. You just managed to sweep everyone. And thank you so much to Ruchi Anand, Suman Kumar Ghosh, Dr. Reema Ghosh Chaudhary. And what I do want to say is that after this panel, we have a few small announcements, so please stay back and then go for your lunch. Before that, we'd like a picture for the panel. Thank you so much. And could I please have Anjali Gulati, founder and CEO, People Connect, to come on stage and hand over a small token of appreciation to all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. All of you, when you're back from your lunch, please look out for these brilliant networking bingos that are going to be placed at your seats, just on the table. And this is all going to be after lunch, and there are very, very exciting prizes for the first thunderous 10. Tum bola sabko yaad hai? So first 10 ko kuch na kuch milega. You're not going to go empty-handed, right? And it's time to channel in all your shadi feels and get together for this one big shadi-like picture. We all going to line up here? Should we do it here or as in where everyone's sitting? Everyone comes here. Please don't kick the counter off. I know it's quite irritating when it controls all of you, but koshish karega that you don't, hit it off. Also, please do make full use of the very, very nice, uber cool photo booth outside. And post lunch, we have something that all of us need, even though we have, or we might have, great looking LinkedIn profiles. But post lunch, we have a brilliant rocking and rock your profile session, which will be conducted by Nivedita Chanana from LinkedIn. So, jaldi jaldi khayega, waqt pe wapas aayega aur photo ke liye aa jaiye, please. Thank you. Photo abhi. One photo we're doing now, just in case you guys decide to, drop out after lunch. So we'll have one full house right now. Thank you. अब photographer साहब बताएंगे क्या चाहिए उनको. Should we also come on the stage or all in the front? आप लोग तो ऊपर आ जाइए. Oh, how do you want it? I have a very good exercise. Please make sure you stand next to someone who you don't know. You'll get 5 seconds to at least interact with someone new. Stand with someone you don't know. जो खड़े हो गए वो खड़े रहिए, please. Please come, please come, please come. One second. You're standing on my sari. No problem. Come. Are we all in? Are the men here? This is not an all-women picture. Please come forward. Please. Are we all here? Are they not?
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance. To stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
What drives women leaders to push past the no's and the not yets?
What does it take to build a career that stays true to who you are?
Ever wondered what it really takes to lead? Not just the title, but the quiet grit behind it.
Let's go back to where it all began. The mentors, the messy middles, and the moments that made it all worth it.
Let's hear it from the women leaders who kept showing up for the big wins, tough calls, and the teams they believed in.
From early influences to boardroom moments, we're talking about the people, the pivots, and the personal stories that shaped women in leadership.
Hi, I'm Anjali.
Hi, I'm Kavita.
In season 1 of Women at Work, we are diving into the journeys of 6 women who've built careers on their own terms.
So exciting to do this at the wheel with both of you. This is already so much fun. Career progression is very similar to mountain climbing. And women have a similar, like I would say, the mountain climbing skill or potential like men, but the terrain is much more harder or difficult for them.
You must be aggressive, you must shout, you must make your voice heard. You have to pull up your team to get the numbers driven. I don't do any of these. I do it my way. So yeah, I think leading with a lot of empathy and care, it's what's made me reach here so far.
Whatever we are taught from childhood, many times the opposite really works. So you really have to be visible. You really have to talk about what you have delivered. Because again, in our culture, they teach you, you should not talk about yourself too much, but opposite really works.
You have to be comfortable, from being in a position of authority and expertise to kind of be comfortable going back to a place where you're the person in the room who doesn't know anything. The authority or the respect is not for the position, is really for the value that you add, right? Your team is going to look up to you or come to you only if they feel you're adding true value, right? So you have to really be able to have that learning mindset.
We had certain things that we were very clear about. And one of them was that we didn't want any person's career to suffer because of the other person's career movement, right? And that's something that we intrinsically believed in and wanted to, see play out as we progressed in our careers.
If you design for women, you make life easy for all your employees, right? So if you have a daycare center, for example, in the premises, there are more men who will come to you and say, please increase the capacity because we want to bring our kids. Daycare is not just for women to bring their kids. It's for parents.
This is People Connect's Women at Work podcast. We are thankful to our luxury partners, Mercedes-Benz Landmark Cars, and our styling partner, Vera Moda.
Over 30% of skills shift for the same role. It's actually going to go up by 2030. 70% of the skills you need to be successful in your current role will shift.
What about the women, Ruchi? Is there a different way in which the women are thinking about this role?
40% more women compared to 36% men are actually investing in their skills, learning more, especially when we talk about even all the skills of the rise, AI skills, AI literacy, then women want to be 100% sure that they are capable of that role, they're ready, and only then they'll apply.
Yeah, but if you don't give yourself a chance, just try and see what can happen. That whole concept of, stopping it in my head and saying maybe I'm not good enough. Fine, let's try.
What's the word that describes your relationship with sales?
Love. My relationship with sales is love, results, excitement, thrill. Not one word, I've given you so many.
The theatre piece also happened, right? Somewhere in the middle. You found time for that also. And I joined the theatre group, English theatre group, and I ended up performing a lot of plays in Pune. I was into telecom sales. I must kind of give you this background. I was actually the only non-engineer in the 21 management trainees that were hired. And while I was enjoying the sales part of my role, I felt it was too technical. I was reading voice and data every day. So I used to feel that, और 9 साल करूँगी तो पूरी engineer बन जाऊँगी, you know. I think Gen Z are very optimistic and bold in terms of the choices and they're clear as well. For them, what's more important is
I realized that I am not a city-bred person. I am very different. I come from a small place and some of my values, my value system, how I think about that is different.
What are some pivotal points that actually made this happen?
I would say IIM Ahmedabad was one. You know, really applying yourself, doing hard work and learning, I think came from IIM. After that, consulting, I would say, was another one. The ability to not let hierarchy matter much.
Of course.
Which helps hugely. Titles and everything starts mattering a little less. So just owning who you are and understanding who you are.
And acceptance.
And accepting it. So that personal and professional pivot for me happened in the consulting time frame. I was a part of the leadership team with people with so many years of experience. Firstly, a woman. Second, a woman who is young, also looks young. I mean, I have tried wearing glasses. I have tried putting my hair up in a bun. I wear saris all the time. It is to bring a little bit of that look the part.
A job you'd have loved to do if not this one.
Oh my God. I would probably have been a curator in a museum in London.
Oh my God. Okay.
So different. Yes. So I did a plant round and I pointed out 5 things that should have been done in a different way. I work in a manufacturing organization. I do plant rounds for a living and I know how plants need to work, what are the kind of things, improvements that you need to do. And the leader of the organization looked at some other people and said, she knows so much about the plants.
Surprise, surprise.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance. To stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
What drives women leaders to push past the no's and the not yets?
What does it take to build a career that stays true to who you are?
Ever wondered what it really takes to lead? Not just the title, but the quiet grit behind it.
Let's go back to where it all began. The mentors, the messy middles, and the moments that made it all worth it.
Let's hear it from the women leaders who kept showing up for the big wins, tough calls, and the teams they believed in.
From early influences to boardroom moments, we're talking about the people, the pivots, and the personal stories that shaped women in leadership.
Hi, I'm Anjali.
Hi, I'm Kavita.
In season 1 of Women at Work, we are diving into the journeys of 6 women who've built careers on their own terms.
So exciting to do this at the wheel with both of you. This is already so much fun. Career progression is very similar to mountain climbing. And women have a similar, like I would say, the mountain climbing skill or potential like men, but the terrain is much more harder or difficult for them.
You must be aggressive, you must shout, you must make your voice heard. You have to pull up your team to get the numbers driven. I don't do any of these. I do it my way. So yeah, I think leading with a lot of empathy and care, it's what's made me reach here so far.
Whatever we are taught from childhood, many times the opposite really works in the corporate setup. So you really have to be visible. You really have to talk about what you have delivered. Because again, in our culture, they teach you, you should not talk about yourself too much, but opposite really works.
You have to be comfortable, from being in a position of authority and expertise to kind of be comfortable going back to a place where you're the person in the room who doesn't know anything. The authority or the respect is not for the position, is really for the value that you add, right? Your team is going to look up to you or come to you only if they feel you're adding true value, right? So you have to really be able to have that learning mindset.
We had certain things that we were very clear about. And one of them was that we didn't want any person's career to suffer because of the other person's career movement, right? And that's something that we intrinsically believed in and wanted to, see play out as we progressed in our careers.
If you design for women, you make life easy for all your employees. Right? So if you have a daycare center, for example, in the premises, there are more men who will come to you and say, please increase the capacity because we want to bring our kids. Daycare is not just for women to bring their kids. It's for parents.
This is People Connect's Women at Work podcast. We are thankful to our luxury partners, Mercedes-Benz Landmark Cars, and our styling partner, Vera Moda.
Over 30% of skills shift for the same role. It's actually going to go up by 2030. 70% of the skills you need to be successful in your current role will shift.
What about the women, Ruchi? Is there a different way in which the women are thinking about this role?
40% more women compared to 36% men are actually investing in their skills, learning more, especially when we talk about all the skills on the rise, AI skills, AI literacy. Then women want to be 100% sure that they are capable of that role, they're ready, and only then they'll apply.
Yeah, but if you don't give yourself a chance, just try and see what can happen. That whole concept of, stopping it in my head and saying maybe I'm not good enough. Fine, let's try. What's the word that describes your relationship with sales?
Love. My relationship with sales is love, results, excitement, thrill. Not one word, I've given you so many.
The theatre piece also happened, right? Somewhere in the middle. You found time for that also.
And I joined the theatre group, English theatre group, and I ended up performing a lot of plays in Pune. I was in the telecom sales. I must kind of give you this background. I was actually the only non-engineer in the 21 management trainees that were hired. And while I was enjoying the sales part of my role, I felt it was too technical. I was reading voice and data every day. So I used to feel that, और 9 साल करूँगी तो पूरी engineer बन जाऊँगी. I think Gen Z are very optimistic and bold in terms of the choices, and they're clear as well. For them, what's more important is
I realized that I am not a city-bred person. I am very different. I come from a small place, and some of my values, my value system, how I think about that is different.
What are some pivotal points that actually made this happen?
I would say IIM Ahmedabad was one. Really applying yourself, doing hard work and learning, I think came from IIM. After that, consulting, I would say, was another one. The ability to not let hierarchy matter much.
Of course.
Which helps hugely. Titles and everything starts mattering a little less. So just owning who you are and understanding who you are.
And acceptance.
And accepting it. So that personal and professional pivot for me happened in the consulting time frame. I was a part of the leadership team with people with so many years of experience. Firstly, a woman. Second, a woman who is young, also looks young. I mean, I have tried wearing glasses. I have tried putting my hair up in a bun. I wear saris all the time. It is to bring a little bit of that look the part.
A job you'd have loved to do if not this one.
Oh my God. I would probably have been a curator in a museum in London.
Oh my God. Okay.
So different. Yes. So I did a plant round and I pointed out 5 things that should have been done in a different way. I work in a manufacturing organization. I do plant rounds for a living and I know how plants need to work, what are the kind of things, improvements that you need to do. And the leader of the organization looked at some other people and said, she knows so much about the plants.
Surprise, surprise.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance to stand for progress, the planet, and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
What drives women leaders to push past the no's and the not yets?
What does it take to build a career that stays true to who you are?
Ever wondered what it really takes to lead? Not just the title, but the quiet grit behind it.
Let's go back to where it all began. The mentors, the messy middles, and the moments that made it all worth it.
Let's hear it from the women leaders who kept showing up for the big wins, tough calls, and the teams they believed in.
From early influences to boardroom moments, we're talking about the people, the pivots, and the personal stories that shaped women in leadership.
Hi, I'm Anjali.
Hi, I'm Kavita.
In season 1 of Women at Work, we are diving into the journeys of 6 women who've built careers on their own terms.
So exciting to do this at the wheel with both of you. This is already so much fun. Career progression is very similar to mountain climbing. And women have a similar, like I would say, the mountain climbing skill or potential like men, but the terrain is much more harder or difficult for them.
You must be aggressive, you must shout, you must make your voice heard. You have to pull up your team to get the numbers driven. I don't do any of these. I do it my way. So yeah, I think leading with a lot of empathy and care, it's what's made me reach here so far.
Whatever we are taught from childhood, many times the opposite really works.
The corporate setup.
So you really have to be visible. You really have to talk about what you have delivered. Because again, in our culture, they teach you, you should not talk about yourself too much, but opposite really works.
You have to be comfortable, from being in a position of authority and expertise to kind of be comfortable going back to a place where you're the person in the room who doesn't know anything. The authority or the respect is not for the position, is really for the value that you add, right? Your team is going to look up to you or come to you only if they feel you're adding true value, right? So you have to really be able to have that learning mindset.
We had certain things that we were very clear about. And one of them was that we didn't want any person's career to suffer because of the other person's career movement, right? And that's something that we intrinsically believed in and wanted to, see play out as we progressed in our careers.
If you design for women, you make life easy for all your employees. Right? So if you have a daycare center, for example, in the premises, there are more men who will come to you and say, please increase the capacity because we want to bring our kids. Daycare is not just for women to bring their kids. It's for parents.
This is People Connect's Women at Work podcast. We are thankful to our luxury partners, Mercedes-Benz Landmark Cars, and our styling partner, Vera Moda.
Over 30% of skills shift for the same role. It's actually going to go up by 2030. 70% of the skills you need to be successful in your current role will shift.
What about the women, Ruchi? Is there a different way in which the women are thinking about this whole?
40% more women compared to 36% men are actually investing in their skills, learning more, especially when we talk about even all the skills on the rise, AI skills, AI literacy. And women want to be 100% sure that they are capable of that role, they're ready, and only then they'll apply.
Yeah, but if you don't give yourself a chance, just try and see what can happen. That whole concept of, stopping it in my head and saying maybe I'm not good enough. Fine, let's try. What's the word that describes your relationship with sales?
Love. My relationship with sales is love, results, excitement, thrill. Not one word, I've given you so many.
The theatre piece also happened, right? Somewhere in the middle, you found time for that also.
And I joined the theatre group, English theatre group, and I ended up performing a lot of plays in Pune. I was in the telecom sales. I must kind of give you this background. I was actually the only non-engineer in the 21 management trainees that were hired. And while I was enjoying the sales part of my role, I felt it was too technical. I was reading voice and data every day. So I used to feel that, और 9 साल करूँगी तो पूरी engineer बन जाऊँगी. I think Gen Z are very optimistic and bold in terms of the choices and they're clear as well. For them, what's more important is
I realized that I am not a city-bred person. I am very different. I come from a small place, and some of my values, my value system, how I think about that is different.
What are some pivotal points that actually made this happen?
I would say I Am Ahmedabad was one. You know, really applying yourself, doing hard work and learning, I think came from my. After that, consulting, I would say, was another one. The ability to not let hierarchy matter much.
Of course. Yes.
Which helps hugely. Titles and everything starts mattering a little less. So just owning who you are and understanding who you are.
And acceptance.
And accepting it. So that personal and professional pivot for me happened in the consulting time frame. I was a part of the leadership team with people with so many years of experience. Firstly, a woman. Second, a woman who is young, also looks young. I mean, I have tried wearing glasses. I have tried putting my hair up in a bun. I wear saris all the time. It is to bring a little bit of that look the part.
A job you'd have loved to do if not this one.
Oh my God. I would probably have been a curator in a museum in London.
Oh my God. Okay. So different.
Yes. So I did a plant round and I pointed out 5 things that should have been done in a different way. I work in a manufacturing organization. I do plant rounds for a living and I know how plants need to work, what are the kind of things, improvements that you need to do. And the leader of the organization looked at some other people and said, she knows so much about the plants.
Surprise, surprise.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance. To stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
What drives women leaders to push past the no's and the not yets?
What does it take to build a career that stays true to who you are?
Ever wondered what it really takes to lead? Not just the title, but the quiet grit behind it.
Let's go back to where it all began. The mentors, the messy middles, and the moments that made it all worth it.
Let's hear it from the women leaders who kept showing up for the big wins, tough calls, and the teams they believed in.
From early influences to boardroom moments, we're talking about the people, the pivots, and the personal stories that shaped women in leadership.
Hi, I'm Anjali.
Hi, I'm Kavita.
In season 1 of Women at Work, we are diving into the journeys of 6 women who've built careers on their own terms.
So exciting to do this at the wheel with both of you. This is already so much fun. Career progression is very similar to mountain climbing. And women have a similar, like I would say, the mountain climbing skill or potential like men, but the terrain is much more harder or difficult for them.
You must be aggressive, you must shout, you must make your voice heard. You have to pull up your team to get the numbers driven. I don't do any of these. I do it my way. So yeah, I think leading with a lot of empathy and care, it's what's made me reach here so far.
Whatever we are taught from childhood, many times the opposite really works in the corporate setup. So you really have to be visible. You really have to talk about what you have delivered. Because again, in our culture, they teach you, you should not talk about yourself too much, but opposite really works.
You have to be comfortable, from being in a position of authority and expertise to kind of be comfortable going back to a place where you're the person in the room who doesn't know anything. The authority or the respect is not for the position, is really for the value that you add, right? Your team is going to look up to you or come to you only if they feel you're adding true value, right? So you have to really be able to have that learning mindset.
We had certain things that we were very clear about. And one of them was that we didn't want any person's career to suffer because of the other person's career movement, right? And that's something that we intrinsically believed in. and wanted to, see play out as we progressed in our careers.
If you design for women, you make life easy for all your employees.
Oh, wow.
Right? So if you have a daycare center, for example, in the premises, there are more men who will come to you and say, please increase the capacity because we want to bring our kids. Daycare is not just for women to bring their kids. It's for parents.
This is People Connect's Women at Work podcast. We are thankful to our luxury partners, Mercedes-Benz Landmark Cars, and our styling partner, Vera Moda.
Over 30% of skills shift for the same role. It's actually going to go up by 2030. 70% of the skills you need to be successful in your current role will shift.
What about the women, Ruchi? Is there a different way in which the women are thinking about this role?
40% more women compared to 36% men are actually investing in their skills, learning more, especially when we talk about all the skills on the rise, AI skills, AI literacy. And women want to be 100% sure that they are capable of that role, they're ready, and only then they'll apply.
Yeah, but if you don't give yourself a chance, just try and see what can happen. That whole concept of, stopping it in my head and saying maybe I'm not good enough. Fine, let's try.
What's the word that describes your relationship with sales?
Love. My relationship with sales is love, results, excitement, thrill. Not one word, I've given you so many.
The theatre piece also happened, right? Somewhere in the middle. You found time for that also. And I joined the theatre group, English theatre group, and I ended up performing a lot of plays in Pune. I was in the telecom sales. I must kind of give you this background. I was actually the only non-engineer in the 21 management trainees that were hired. And while I was enjoying the sales part of my role, I felt it was too technical. I was reading voice and data every day. So I used to feel that, और 9 साल करूँगी तो पूरी engineer बन जाऊँगी. I think Gen Z are very optimistic and bold in terms of the choices, and they're clear as well. For them, what's more important is
I realized that I am not a city-bred person. I am very different. I come from a small place, and some of my values, my value system, how I think about that is different.
What are some pivotal points that actually made this happen?
I would say IIM Ahmedabad was one. Really applying yourself, doing hard work and learning, I think came from IIM. After that, consulting, I would say, was another one. The ability to not let hierarchy matter much.
Of course. Yes.
Which helps hugely. Titles and everything starts mattering a little less. So just owning who you are and understanding who you are.
And acceptance.
And accepting it. So that personal and professional pivot for me happened in the consulting time frame. I was a part of the leadership team with people with so many years of experience. Firstly, a woman. Second, a woman who is young, also looks young. I mean, I have tried wearing glasses. I have tried putting my hair up in a bun. I wear saris all the time. It is to bring a little bit of that look the part.
A job you'd have loved to do if not this one.
Oh my God. I would probably have been a curator in a museum in London.
Oh my God. Okay. So different.
Yes. So I did a plant round and I pointed out 5 things that should have been done in a different way. I work in a manufacturing organization. I do plant rounds for a living and I know how plants need to work, what are the kind of things, improvements that you need to do. And the leader of the organization looked at some other people and said, she knows so much about the plants.
Surprise, surprise.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance to stand for progress, the planet, and the people. Towards a future made perfect and be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history, it's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
What drives women leaders to push past the no's and the not yets?
What does it take to build a career that stays true to who you are?
Ever wondered what it really takes to lead, Not just the title, but the quiet grit behind it.
Let's go back to where it all began. The mentors, the messy middles, and the moments that made it all worth it.
Let's hear it from the women leaders who kept showing up for the big wins, tough calls, and the teams they believed in.
From early influences to boardroom moments, we're talking about the people, the pivots, and the personal stories that shaped women in leadership.
Hi, I'm Anjali.
Hi, I'm Kavita.
In season 1 of Women at Work, we are diving into the journeys of 6 women who've built careers on their own terms.
So exciting to do this at the wheel with both of you. This is already so much fun. Career progression is very similar to mountain climbing. And women have a similar, like I would say, the mountain climbing skill or potential like men, but the terrain is much more harder or difficult for them.
You must be aggressive, you must shout, you must make your voice heard. You have to pull up your team to get the numbers driven. I don't do any of these. I do it my way. So yeah, I think leading with a lot of empathy and care, it's what's made me reach here so far.
Whatever we are taught from childhood, many times the opposite really works.
The corporate setup.
So you really have to be visible. You really have to talk about what you have delivered. Because again, in our culture, they teach you, you should not talk about yourself too much, but opposite really works.
You have to be comfortable, from being in a position of authority and expertise to kind of be comfortable going back to a place where you're the person in the room who doesn't know anything. The authority or the respect is not for the position, is really for the value that you add, right? Your team is going to look up to you or come to you only if they feel you're adding true value, right? So you have to really be able to have that learning mindset.
We had certain things that we were very clear about. And one of them was that we didn't want any person's career to suffer because of the other person's career movement, right? And that's something that we intrinsically believed in and wanted to, see play out as we progressed in our careers.
If you design for women, you make life easy for all your employees.
Oh, wow.
Right? So if you have a daycare center, for example, in the premises, there are more men who will come to you and say, please increase the capacity because we want to bring our kids. Daycare is not just for women to bring their kids. It's for parents.
This is People Connect's Women at Work podcast. We are thankful to our luxury partners, Mercedes-Benz Landmark Cars, and our styling partner, Vera Moda.
Over 30% of skills shift for the same role. It's actually going to go up by 2030. 70% of the skills you need to be successful in your current role will shift.
What about the women, Ruchik? Is there a different way in which the women are thinking about this whole?
40% more women compared to 36% men are actually investing in their skills, learning more, especially when we talk about even all the skills on the rise, AI skills, AI literacy. And women want to be 100% sure that they are capable of that role, they're ready, and only then they'll apply.
Yeah, but if you don't give yourself a chance, just try and see what can happen. That whole concept of, stopping it in my head and saying maybe I'm not good enough. Fine, let's try. What's the word that describes your relationship with sales?
Love. My relationship with sales is love, results, excitement, thrill. Not one word, I've given you so many.
The theatre piece also happened, right? Somewhere in the middle, you found time for that also.
And I joined the theatre group, English theatre group, and I ended up performing a lot of plays in Pune. I was into telecom sales. I must kind of give you this background. I was actually the only non-engineer in the 21 management trainees that were hired. And while I was enjoying the sales part of my role, I felt it was too technical. I was reading voice and data every day. So I used to feel that, और 9 साल करूँगी तो पूरी engineer बन जाऊँगी.
I think Gen Z are very optimistic and bold in terms of their choices and they're clear as well.
For them, what's more important is
I realized that I am not a city-bred person. I am very different. I come from a small place and some of my values, my value system, how I think about that is different.
What are some pivotal points that actually made this happen?
I would say IIM Ahmedabad was one. Really applying yourself, doing hard work and learning, I think came from IIM. After that, consulting, I would say, was another one. The ability to not let hierarchy matter much.
Of course. Yes.
Which helps hugely. Titles and everything starts mattering a little less. So just owning who you are and understanding who you are.
And acceptance.
And accepting it. So that personal and professional pivot for me happened in the consulting time frame. I was a part of the leadership team with people with so many years of experience. Firstly, a woman. Second, a woman who
Young woman.
is young, also looks young. I mean, I have tried wearing glasses. I have tried putting my hair up in a bun. I wear saris all the time. It is to bring
Just
a
to
little
look-
bit of
look
that,
the part.
look the part.
A job you'd have loved to do if not this one.
Oh my God. I would probably have been a curator in a museum in London.
Oh my God. Okay. So different.
Yes. So I did a plant round and I pointed out 5 things that should have been done in a different way. I work in a manufacturing organization. I do plant rounds for a living and I know how plants need to work, what are the kind of things, improvements that you need to do. And the leader of the organization looked at some other people and said, she knows so much about the plants.
Surprise, surprise.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance. To stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
What drives women leaders to push past the no's and the not yets?
What does it take to build a career that stays true to who you are?
Ever wondered what it really takes to lead? Not just the title, but the quiet grit behind it.
Let's go back to where it all began. The mentors, the messy middles, and the moments that made it all worth it.
Let's hear it from the women leaders who kept showing up for the big wins, tough calls, and the teams they believed in.
From early influences to boardroom moments, we're talking about the people, the pivots, and the personal stories that shaped women in leadership.
Hi, I'm Anjali.
Hi, I'm Kavita.
In season 1 of Women at Work, we are diving into the journeys of 6 women who've built careers on their own terms.
So exciting to do this at the wheel with both of you. This is already so much fun. Career progression is very similar to mountain climbing. And women have a similar, like I would say, the mountain climbing skill or potential like men, but the terrain is much more harder or difficult for them.
You must be aggressive, you must shout, you must make your voice heard. You have to pull up your team to get the numbers driven. I don't do any of these. I do it my way. So yeah, I think leading with a lot of empathy and care, it's what's made me reach here so far.
Whatever we are taught from childhood, many times the opposite really works. So you really have to be visible. You really have to talk about what you have delivered. Because again, in our culture, they teach you, you should not talk about yourself too much, but opposite really works.
You have to be comfortable, from being in a position of authority and expertise to kind of be comfortable going back to a place where you're the person in the room who doesn't know anything. The authority or the respect is not for the position, is really for the value that you add, right? Your team is going to look up to you or come to you only if they feel you're adding true value, right? So you have to really be able to have that learning mindset.
We had certain things that we were very clear about. And one of them was that we didn't want any person's career to suffer because of the other person's career movement, right? And that's something that we intrinsically believed in and wanted to, see play out as we progressed in our careers.
If you design for women, you make life easy for all your employees.
Oh, wow.
Right? So if you have a daycare center, for example, in the premises, there are more men who will come to you and say, please increase the capacity because we want to bring our kids. Daycare is not just for women to bring their kids. It's for parents.
This is People Connect's Women at Work podcast. We are thankful to our luxury partners, Mercedes-Benz Landmark Cars, and our styling partner, Vera Moda.
Over 30% of skills shift for the same role. It's actually going to go up by 2030. 70% of the skills you need to be successful in your current role will shift.
What about the women, Ruchi? Is there a different way in which the women are thinking about this whole?
40% more women compared to 36% men are actually investing in their skills, learning more, especially when we talk about all the skills on the rise, AI skills, AI literacy, then women want to be 100% sure that they are capable of that role, they're ready, and only then they'll apply.
Yeah, but if you don't give yourself a chance, just try and see what can happen. That whole concept of, stopping it in my head and saying maybe I'm not good enough. Fine, let's try. What's the word that describes your relationship with sales?
Love. My relationship with sales is love, results, excitement, thrill. Not one word, I've given you so many.
The theatre piece also happened, right? Somewhere in the middle. You found time for that also.
I joined the theatre group, English theatre group, and I ended up performing a lot of plays in Pune. I was into telecom sales. I must kind of give you this background. I was actually the only non-engineer in the 21 management trainees that were hired. And while I was enjoying the sales part of my role, I felt it was too technical. I was reading voice and data every day. So I used to feel that, और 9 साल करूँगी तो पूरी engineer बन जाऊँगी. I think Gen Z are very optimistic and bold in terms of the choices, and they're clear as well. For them, what's more important is
I realized that I am not a city bred person. I am very different. I come from a small place, and some of my values, my value system, how I think about that is different.
What are some pivotal points that actually made this happen?
I would say IIM Ahmedabad was one. Really applying yourself, doing hard work and learning, I think came from IIM. After that, consulting, I would say, was another one. The ability to not let hierarchy matter much.
Of course.
Which helps hugely. Titles and everything starts mattering a little less. So just owning who you are and understanding who you are.
And acceptance.
And accepting it. So that personal and professional pivot for me happened in the consulting time frame. I was a part of the leadership team with people with so many years of experience. Firstly, a woman. Second, a woman who is young, also looks young. I mean, I have tried wearing glasses. I have tried putting my hair up in a bun. I wear saris all the time. It is to bring a little bit of that look the part.
A job you'd have loved to do if not this one.
Oh my God. I would probably have been a curator in a museum in London.
Oh my God. Okay. So different.
Yes. So I did a plant round and I pointed out 5 things that should have been done in a different way. I work in a manufacturing organization. I do plant rounds for a living and I know how plants need to work, what are the kind of things, improvements that you need to do. And the leader of the organization looked at some other people and said, she knows so much about the plants.
Surprise, surprise.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance. To stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
What drives women leaders to push past the no's and the not yets?
What does it take to build a career that stays true to who you are?
Ever wondered what it really takes to lead? Not just the title, but the quiet grit behind it.
Let's go back to where it all began. The mentors, the messy middles, and the moments that made it all worth it.
Let's hear it from the women leaders who kept showing up for the big wins, tough calls, and the teams they believed in.
From early influences to boardroom moments, we're talking about the people, the pivots, and the personal stories that shaped women in leadership.
Hi, I'm Anjali.
Hi, I'm Kavita.
In season 1 of Women at Work, we are diving into the journeys of 6 women who've built careers on their own terms.
so exciting to do this at the wheel with both of you. This is already so much fun. Career progression is very similar to mountain climbing, and women have a similar, like I would say, the mountain climbing skill or potential like men, but the terrain is much more harder or difficult for them.
You must be aggressive, you must shout, you must make your voice heard, you have to pull up your team to get the numbers driven. I don't do any of these. I do it my way. So yeah, I think leading with a lot of empathy and care, it's what's made me reach here so far.
Whatever we are taught from childhood, many times the opposite really works in the corporate setup. So you really have to be visible. You really have to talk about what you have delivered. Because again, in our culture, they teach you, you should not talk about yourself too much, but opposite really works.
You have to be comfortable, from being in a position of authority and expertise to kind of be comfortable going back to a place where you're the person in the room who doesn't know anything. The authority or the respect is not for the position, is really for the value that you add, right? Your team is going to look up to you or come to you only if they feel you're adding true value, right? So you have to really be able to have that learning mindset.
We had certain things that we were very clear about. And one of them was that we didn't want any person's career to suffer because of the other person's career movement, right? And that's something that we intrinsically believed in and wanted to, see play out as we progressed in our careers.
If you design for women, you make life easy for all your employees. Right? So if you have a daycare center, for example, in the premises, there are more men who will come to you and say, please increase the capacity because we want to bring our kids. Daycare is not just for women to bring their kids. It's for parents.
This is People Connect's Women at Work podcast. We are thankful to our luxury partners, Mercedes-Benz Landmark Cars, and our styling partner, Vera Moda.
Over 30% of skills shift for the same role. It's actually going to go up by 2030. 70% of the skills you need to be successful in your current role will shift.
What about the women, Ruchi? Is there a different way in which the women are thinking about this role?
40% more women compared to 36% men are actually investing in their skills, learning more, especially when we talk about even all the skills on the rise, AI skills, AI literacy. And women want to be 100% sure that they are capable of that role, they're ready, and only then they'll apply.
Yeah, but if you don't give yourself a chance, just try and see what can happen. That whole concept of, stopping it in my head and saying maybe I'm not good enough. Fine, let's try. What's the word that describes your relationship with sales?
Love. My relationship with sales is love, results, excitement, thrill. Not one word, I've given you so many.
The theatre piece also happened, right? Somewhere in the middle. You found time for that also.
And I joined the theatre group, English theatre group, and ended up performing a lot of plays in Pune. I was into telecom sales. I must kind of give you this background. I was actually the only non-engineer in the 21 management trainees that were hired. And while I was enjoying the sales part of my role, I felt it was too technical. I was reading voice and data every day. So I used to feel that, और 9 साल करूँगी तो पूरी engineer बन जाऊँगी. I think Gen Z are very optimistic and bold in terms of the choices, and they're clear as well. For them, what's more important is
I realized that I am not a city-bred person. I am very different. I come from a small place, and some of my values, my value system, how I think about that is different.
What are some pivotal points that actually made this happen?
I would say IIM Ahmedabad was one. Really applying yourself, doing hard work and learning, I think came from IIM. After that, consulting, I would say, was another one. The ability to not let hierarchy matter much.
Of course.
Which helps hugely. Titles and everything starts mattering a little less. So just owning who you are and understanding who you are.
And acceptance.
And accepting it. So that personal and professional pivot for me happened in the consulting time frame. I was a part of the leadership team with people with so many years of experience. Firstly, a woman. Second, a woman who is young, also looks young. I mean, I have tried wearing glasses. I have tried putting my hair up in a bun. I wear saris all the time. It is to bring a little bit of that look the part.
A job you'd have loved to do if not this one.
Oh my God. God. I would probably have been a curator in a museum in London.
Oh my God. Okay. So different.
Yes. So I did a plant round and I pointed out 5 things that should have been done in a different way. I work in a manufacturing organization. I do plant rounds for a living and I know how plants need to work, what are the kind of things, improvements that you need to do. And the leader of the organization looked at some other people and said, she knows so much about the plants.
Surprise, surprise.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance. To stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
What drives women leaders to push past the no's and the not yets?
What does it take to build a career that stays true to who you are?
Ever wondered what it really takes to lead? Not just the title, but the quiet grit behind it.
Let's go back to where it all began. The mentors, the messy middles, and the moments that made it all worth it.
Let's hear it from the women leaders who kept showing up for the big wins, tough calls, and the teams they believed in.
From early influences to boardroom moments, we're talking about the people, the pivots, and the personal stories that shaped women in leadership.
Hi, I'm Anjali.
Hi, I'm Kavita.
In season 1 of Women at Work, we are diving into the journeys of 6 women who've built careers on their own terms.
So exciting to do this at the wheel with both of you. This is already so much fun. Career progression is very similar to mountain climbing. And women have a similar, like I would say, the mountain climbing skill or potential like men, but the terrain is much more harder or difficult for them.
You must be aggressive, you must shout, you must make your voice heard. You have to pull up your team to get the numbers driven. I don't do any of these. I do it my way. So yeah, I think leading with a lot of empathy and care, it's what's made me reach here so far.
Whatever we are taught from childhood, many times the opposite really works. The opposite set. So you really have to be visible. You really have to talk about what you have delivered. Because again, in our culture, they teach you, you should not talk about yourself too much, but opposite really works.
You have to be comfortable, from being in a position of authority and expertise to kind of be comfortable going back to a place where you're the person in the room who doesn't know anything. The authority or the respect is not for the position, is really for the value that you add, right? Your team is going to look up to you or come to you only if they feel you're adding true value, right? So you have to really be able to have that learning mindset.
We had certain things that we were very clear about. And one of them was that we didn't want any person's career to suffer because of the other person's career movement, right? And that's something that we intrinsically believed in and wanted to, see play out as we progressed in our careers.
If you design for women, you make life easy for all your employees. Right? So if you have a daycare center, for example, in the premises, there are more men who will come to you and say, please increase the capacity because we want to bring our kids. Daycare is not just for women to bring their kids. It's for parents.
This is People Connect's Women at Work podcast. We are thankful to our luxury partners, Mercedes-Benz Landmark Cars, and our styling partner, Vera Moda.
Over 30% of skills shift for the same role. It's actually going to go up by 2030. 70% of the skills you need to be successful in your current role will shift.
What about the women, Ruchi? Is there a different way in which the women are thinking about this whole?
40% more women compared to 36% men are actually investing in their skills, learning more, especially when we talk about even all the skills on the rise, AI skills, AI literacy. And women want to be 100% sure that they are capable of that role, they're ready, and only then they'll apply.
Yeah, but if you don't give yourself a chance, just try and see what can happen. That whole concept of, stopping it in my head and saying maybe I'm not good enough. Fine, let's try. What's the word that describes your relationship with sales?
Love. My relationship with sales is love, results, excitement, thrill. Not one word, I've given you so many.
The theatre piece also happened, right? Somewhere in the middle, you found time for that also.
And I joined the theatre group, English theatre group, and I ended up performing a lot of plays in Pune. I was into telecom sales. I must kind of give you this background. I was actually the only non-engineer in the 21 management trainees that were hired. And while I was enjoying the sales part of my role, I felt it was too technical. I was reading voice and data every day. So I used to feel that, और 9 साल करूँगी तो पूरी engineer बन जाऊँगी. I think Gen Z are very optimistic and bold in terms of the choices, and they're clear as well. For them, what's more important is
I realized that I am not a city-bred person. I am very different. I come from a small place, and some of my values, my value system, how I think about that is different.
What are some pivotal points that actually made this happen?
I would say IIM Ahmedabad was one. Really applying yourself, doing hard work and learning, I think came from IIM. After that, consulting, I would say, was another one. The ability to not let hierarchy matter much.
Of course. Yes.
Which helps hugely. Titles and everything starts mattering a little less. So just owning who you are and understanding who you are.
And acceptance.
And accepting it. So that personal and professional pivot for me happened in the consulting time frame. I was a part of the leadership team with people with so many years of experience. Firstly, a woman. Second, a woman who is young, also looks young. I mean, I have tried wearing glasses. I have tried putting my hair up in a bun. I wear saris all the time. It is to bring a little bit of that look the part.
A job you'd have loved to do if not this one.
Oh my God. I would probably have been a curator in a museum in London.
Oh my God. Okay. So different.
Yes. So I did a plant round and I pointed out 5 things that should have been done in a different way. I work in a manufacturing organization. I do plant rounds for a living and I know how plants need to work, what are the kind of things, improvements that you need to do. And the leader of the organization looked at some other people and said, she knows so much about the plants.
Surprise, surprise.
I am the future that was born a
Ladies and the gentlemen, अच्छा अब आप लोग को तालियां थोड़ी और जोर से बजानी होगी. I think there are some who are still eating lunch and some who have left for their flights. So welcome back. Rock Your Profile session. This is by Nivedita Chanana. She's the head of growth from LinkedIn. Now, I'm not even going to give you prizes for guessing कि ये है क्या, right? Okay, it's all in the name. If you want your LinkedIn profile to do what it is meant to do, then you cannot miss this. Please get your pens and paper out. Please make sure that you're taking down pointers and then you can hound Nivedita after that. So here it is. Nivedita, please come on stage. Thank you. Would you need a mic, sir? Yes. You on this? Okay. नहीं वो उस पे करेंगे. Thank you. इनका there's a button there. Thank you. Mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to Ruchi, thanks to Anjali for creating this amazing community of women. I am always inspired and feel a little bit safer when there are more women in the room. So thank you for this opportunity to present to you on rocking your profile on LinkedIn. What we're going to do today is, it's not going to be very long. We'll keep it short and snappy on how do you stand out from the crowd. Going back, quick introduction. I'm Nivedita. I'm the head of growth for Mumbai. I'm part of Ruchi's team. And a quick introduction about myself. I've been with LinkedIn almost 12 years now. And a famous thing we do at LinkedIn is introduce ourselves with something that's not on our LinkedIn profile. Something not on my LinkedIn profile is I learned driving 2 years ago, which I think AI is anyways going to take over, so I may not need it in the future. So there's a skill I've recently already learned, which I'm not going to use for hopefully too long. But that's me. Before I jump into walking you through on what a great profile on LinkedIn looks like, just a quick overview of LinkedIn today. We're a Microsoft company. We have over 1 billion professionals online. These billion professionals have 41,000 skills. You may have heard Ruchi say earlier that 70% of these skills are going to change by 2030. Case in point, my driving skill. 67 million job seekers weekly come onto the platform, 69 million companies on the platform, and 22,000 courses on our LinkedIn Learning platform. Why I'm giving you this spread is, as we're talking today on how to rock your profile, this is the madness and the data point that I'm hoping you can stand yourselves out from when you're on the platform. Also, a quick trivia point, 5 million new data points are created on LinkedIn every minute. It's a really vibrant professional networking community that I've had the privilege to be a part of for so many years. Also, why should you continue to keep using LinkedIn? Our data shows that there's been a 33% increase in LinkedIn login sessions year on year. If you'd ask me pre-COVID, and I'm in sales as well, and as I meet customers, LinkedIn was maybe an optional, a must-have for tier 1 cities, but it's become an undeniable force, especially post-COVID, whether it's tier 2, tier 3, students, leaders, everybody has had to go back to the platform to see how they can maximize the use of it. So yes, welcome everyone. We'll talk today on your profile and your story. Let's start the first thing with adding a profile picture. I know a lot of women don't feel safe adding their profile pictures on the platform. Hopefully it's not this group here. But the minute you add a profile picture on the platform, your profile views go up by 21 times, and you get 9 times more connection requests and 36 times more messages. In fact, creating a proper professional headshot used to be a tedious thing to do, go to a studio, etc. But now there are various apps where you upload your picture, and it helps you create a professional headshot. That is something I definitely encourage you to do. Why more so important on LinkedIn? Because we build our platform based on trust. In fact, our engineering teams operate on trust and equitability. The moment a picture is there against your profile, we know that it's a real person. And it's also a professional networking platform where fake profiles are routinely taken down by us. The next thing is you can record your name. This was a feature launched 4-5 years ago. Because we're a global company, and I'm sure most of you here work with your global counterparts, you may not know exactly how to pronounce their name. So what you can actually do is pronounce your name, record it in your app, and upload it. So that anytime you go to meet someone else, you know how to exactly pronounce their name and also they to pronounce yours. It's also a great way to know if you are in a sales meeting, that if the customer has actually gone through your profile or not. I use it a lot. Add your pronouns. Like I said, one of our LinkedIn philosophy is equitability, and this is another feature that we included 2 to 3 years ago. This also enables professionals to show up as their authentic self, try to fit in, and we were speaking on how do we build more inclusive teams in the panel earlier. So this is in effect to that as well. So, but this is also optional to add. Anything that I'm walking through here today are all optional features. These are not mandatory things that you have to do on the platform, but these are what will get you eyeballs better on the platform. 72% of hiring managers believe that it's important and it shows respect. So if you are in the job market looking out for a job, this could again make you distinguish yourself. Add or update an industry. Members with industry information get 9 times more profile views, and more than 300,000 people search by industry every week. This is a feature to also showcase your expertise and your voice in the industry that you are. I know in the panel earlier we spoke about the PI model, which is performance, image, and exposure. So the more information that you put out there, the industry that you're part of, the subject matter expertise you have on that industry, it also helps you gain more searches as well. Also, as you know, over the last few years, we made a distinct effort to have more content on the platform. So if there is somebody searching for an industry thought leader, you might show up on the LinkedIn search results as well. This is my favorite part: draft a compelling story to introduce yourself. That short paragraph right beneath your photo and your title is an elevator pitch of who you are. And there are no right ways or wrong ways to do it. I've seen profiles with women talking about their personal and professional interests. I've seen profiles with completely a focus on their current roles. I've seen profiles where if it's a sales professional, they are building a compelling story around how the company that they work for resonates with their individual brand. But it could be a great place for you to actually stand yourselves out. This is a section also which catches the eye of your, the person you want to network with, the recruiter that wants to hire you, the customer that you want to meet. So a key tip here is focus on career accomplishments and aspirations, and you could make this around 40 words. Of course, because we're a data company and a technology company, GenAI now can help you write a summary based on a few word prompts that you put in on the platform here. So I highly recommend creating a great summary here. The one tip I do have is do not do it in third person, because it then sounds like Nivedita is part of this company. Don't do that. Make it I and in first person. Show you are open to work. This is one of the features, again, because we're networking here, and if you are actively looking for a job, this is a way to signal that you are actively looking out for opportunities or to switch your careers. In fact, by clicking this, you are signaling to the recruiters and prospective companies who want to hire you that you are in the market open to work. If you do that, you're 40% more likely to be noticed and be approached by. The other thing I see a lot of women hesitate to do is, wherever I'm working at the moment, it's going fine. It's going to be a huge shift because of the various reasons we've spoken through in the morning. But adding this could actually put you front and center in that recruiter's hiring pipeline. The next one, be creative about how you share your story using rich media. I had an ex-colleague who used to work at LinkedIn, and when she was at LinkedIn, her profile used to be entirely about presentation on LinkedIn's values and culture, events that she had spoken to, and it was a really vibrant profile. The minute you landed on her profile, it was videos, images, things like that. The minute she moved companies, she adopted that company's ethos into her profile. So she, in turn, became like a brand ambassador using that company's new brand image story, etc. So this, again, helps you create a profile that looks very different from others. It also helps create a sense of a more active profile. So even if you are not putting your status updates every other day or sharing your opinions on different topics, just having rich media on your profile can help you create that elevation of your profile overall. Highlight your accomplishments at work. Members with up-to-date positions get 5 more connection requests, have 8 times more profile views, and received 10 times more messages. This is, again, that I've noticed profiles that have a full information of where you've worked and where you've added value in your company and organizations get better view as well. I know we have a placeholder for putting in where your current company is and where your job title is, but adding a little bit more in-depth information, it doesn't have to look like a resume, but adding a little bit more in-depth information on the value and the work that you provided, again, highlights not just for, for yourself, but also the customer that you're going to meet or the prospect that you're going to meet. I love to go through this, especially when I'm going for customer meetings, is to see any similarities. If they're from Chennai, which is a really small world, I know I will click with them. If they've gone to that particular college in Chennai, so I do my homework here. So I would recommend doing this for yourselves, but also researching your customers and prospects as well, because this is like wealth of information. Add skills and get endorsed. Again, I know a lot of women don't like to, blow their own horn, but members who add 5 or more skills received up to 17 times more profile views. A lot of you, and just seeing this room with the room full, a lot of you have a lot of experience, a lot of certifications, a lot of skills that you've built over time. Please add all of them there. You might see, a skill. There was a LinkedIn leader who had a skill called awesomeness on his profile for a really long time, which he had got endorsed for multiple times. As a woman, you might think that's a little corny, but he didn't think so. But I would encourage you to go out there and put the skills, of course, which are relevant. A quick tip here is what we're seeing on LinkedIn and the data shift is human skills are coming more in focus. So while you are adding depth of your functional and domain expertise, adding human skills such as courage, resilience, agility, curiosity are the newer skills that we are seeing come more in focus for all professionals. So do add those skills on there. The next one, request a recommendation. Recommendations helps you build credibility. It also, all the things that I've spoken of, right? Your work experience, your elevator pitch, they become the real stories of your peers and colleagues and your network who actually substantiate what you've actually put on your profile. I like to do a mix, one customer, a couple of peer colleagues, somebody who's reported to me in the past, a leader of mine, a skip level leader. So it gives like a holistic 360-degree experience of your work profile so far. So yeah, definitely do send in those recommendation requests. And the best thing is, if somebody does write a recommendation for you, you have the opportunity to review it. So if you do want them to go back and highlight specific things, you can definitely do that. Activate creator mode. We were a little late to the creator party, which all the other social networking platforms had taken on. But we've realized that having stronger voices on LinkedIn helps build communities like how we are building here as well. So there is a creator mode on your profiles that you can activate. The intent of this is if you feel you're a subject matter expert or you want to share thoughts and ideas, and it could be on any topic, you can showcase and reach to a larger audience. And you can get access to exclusive creator tips. One tip from me on this is LinkedIn is going on video in a big way. So you might see on the platform like short 2-minute reels covering a professional topic. So I would recommend if you are activating a creator mode to invest time in building those videos as well. The last one, which is going to be very useful today, and honestly, I myself found out about this at an event 6 months ago, and I didn't know it existed. Scan to connect. On your apps, on the search bar, there on the right-hand side, there's a quick QR code in the search bar. So anybody can scan your phone, and they can send you a connection request, right? So I would recommend for everybody to do it here. In fact, I have not printed my latest business cards for a few months now. I would recommend that everybody here connects to each other on LinkedIn as well. And don't forget, add the other basic points of your location, education, any publications that you may have authored, and accomplishments. Thank you. I hope that was useful. Thanks.
I have a question here, please. Yes. LinkedIn puzzles. That's my latest favorite. Are you going to increase the range and the repertoire of those?
It's my favorite too. I never miss a streak. I'm at some 200 and something on one of the games. I'm not really sure if we are expanding, but I do know because we're a professional networking, we want to keep those time limits in. But for now, no. I think those 5 games are what we have.
So you just need to know that we are now competitive communities on your games. So
great. But I'd highly recommend it. It's a great way. Whenever I have to de-stress, I'm like, let's play tango. it's useful. But thank you everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I need you to be on stage. Thank you so much, Nivedita. I hope all of us can take each other's names down, and the least we can do for each other today is to follow each other on LinkedIn. That means we'll have at least 80 new followers within today. So let's do that, ladies. And thank you so much. This was engaging. This was the need of the hour. Thank you so much, Purva. Thank you. Thank you. I was so engrossed in the session that I forgot कि मुझे उठ के आना है यहाँ पे. This was wonderful. I was trying to see where the creator profile is. So I'm going to reach out to you. Thank you. Okay, so we are now moving into our second segment. Very exciting. जहाँ हम literally time travel करेंगे. अच्छा, literally नहीं करेंगे, metaphorically करेंगे. But let's just think, how old do you think is the institution of sales and women in sales? How old do you think? मतलब आपके हिसाब से where does it go back? Okay, let's do this together. This poem is what I had prepared you for. मैंने इस part के लिए आपको शुरू में एक tune दी थी. Right now you will need to do something for me. Unfortunately, again मुझे देख के पढ़ के बोलना पड़ेगा. I need you to start humming again. हम दो are they good singers? By good I mean जो tune गा दें. Yeah? एक mic उधर देंगे please. Anyone, guys, anyone there please. Thank you. And I will need one more this side please. Front table, side tables. जो गुनगुना ले सुर में. There, Aarti gets one mic. Okay. Now, remember the tune that we did the first time? Now, all of you are going to do that for me. ठीक है? उनमें से कुछ section के लोग can do this for me. अपनी तालियां बजाइए, don't hit each other. Now you can't stop. Brilliant. ये लाइनें शक्ति कविता की हैं. एक बहुत ही उम्दा and a very pertinent book, पंचकन्या से, written by Dr. Madhu Chaturvedi and Eka Chaturvedi Banerjee. Okay. राक्षस कुल हो वानर कुल, दुर्गा चामुंडा कात्यायनी काली, शतरानी फिर भी हर युग में बनी रहती है. अर्चना अभ्यर्थना उपासना है प्रार्थना, आरती तारिणी धारणी है. वेदना को झेल कर संवेदना करुणा बहाती है. अपनी दया क्षमा नेह की मेहा है भारती. समर्पण भावों के पर्याय शब्द है नारी. रौंदी कुचली जब जाती है, बचाती है अपने अस्तित्व को. माफ करती नहीं कदापि बलात्कारी को. उसके भी बच्चे की माँ कहलाती है. विनाश में भी बीज निर्माण के बोती है. कर्म भक्ति में वह कृष्ण की गीता है. झुकना उसकी कमजोरी नहीं, शक्ति रूपा है. झुककर ही झुकाती है, इसीलिए सृष्टि को चलाती है. न थकती है न मिटती है, धरती कहाती है. चरैवेती चरैवेती चलती रहती है. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is an ode to each one of the women here, each one of the Shaktis who are sitting here, who are back home, and to all those men who truly empower us. Yeah? So big round of applause to all the people we've left back at home so that we can thrive here and they can support us back home. Yeah? So अब आगे चलते हैं to a very invigorating session, which is actually Soul of Sanatan in Sales with Eka Chaturvedi Banerjee, founder and CEO Ekam Resonance. Eka Chaturvedi Banerjee, taliyan. Thank you. Now that we've had our food. Eka Chaturvedi Banerjee is a renowned business leader and corporate mythologist, blending ancient wisdom and modern leadership through her venture Ekam Resonance. A Shrivanan Fellow from Oxford and author of 52 Red Pills, she brings over 2 decades of experience across banking, entrepreneurship, and leadership. Former CEO of Future Sharp Skills, she also curates platforms like Akhyan and Banyan Insight Talks, integrating myth, culture, and business. Eka, please take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishita, and that was very, very beautifully sung. I think, guys, a round of applause for Ishita for how phenomenal that was. Thank you. Okay, question. And Ishita asked this, I'm going to repeat it. How old do you think is the concept of sales? How old? Raise your hands, give me the answers. आप तो खाना भी खा लिया है. Forever. So I'm going to ask a naughty question. What's the oldest profession in the world? Barter system? What were you bartering? The oldest profession in the world? Selling. And we will keep it at just selling. Okay, we will keep it at selling. Think about it. When you go back, when you wake up in the morning, and is there anybody here who stays alone? Absolutely alone? Okay, 4 people who stay absolutely alone. But for everybody else, what's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? What's the first thing you do? What's the first thing you say? What's the first thing? Yes? So Vidhi says, okay, can I just wake up 10 minutes later? Okay, so I snooze. Then, yes? Water. You drink your water. Okay, you drink your water. Then, yes? You pray to God. Very good. Yes? It's a very nice morning, no disturbance. I like the morning as it is. Perfect. What else? Yes? कोई चाय पिएगा? What else? Yes? Check your phone to see किसने क्या भेजा है. What's changed in the world overnight? Yes? Cuddle your baby. Then what do you do after you've cuddled your baby? With the baby. And then chai for yourself. So think about it. With every one of these actions, कोई और उठ गया है, किसी को चाय चाहिए, मेरे phone पे क्या हुआ है, I drink water for myself, I think I do it for myself. But do you realize that every one of these acts is selling? You're selling health to yourself, you're selling chai to somebody else in your household, you're enjoying that nature and selling nature to yourself. And with every engagement that we have, whether it's with ourselves, when I eat Karela, I am seriously selling health to myself. When my personal trainer makes me do the Hanuman Danda and every muscle in my body is screaming, he's still selling me. The bugger's punishing me, giving me pain. And he's still selling to me. When you cuddle your child or when you feed breakfast to people in your house in the morning, beta doodh pee lo, badam kha lo, chai pee lo, acha tiffin kha lena please, acha dekho homework kar lena please. We are selling. With every engagement, we are selling. And therefore, it is the oldest profession in the world. So therefore, when I look at women in sales, I'm thinking to myself, isme naya kya hai? मतलब just because हमने अपने corporate jargon में एक sales function, एक नाम carve out कर दिया है, तो now we are women in sales. Otherwise, we were still women. And by virtue of being a woman, honestly, just by virtue of being a human being, I am already selling. We are selling ourselves in love. We are selling our love. We are selling dates. We are selling our time. We are asking for time. We are constantly trading with the world. And if that be the case, think about it. Women have always been selling. And if we are always selling, then it means that women in sales is a natural phenomenon, which means naturally hum salespersons hain, correct? Which means that if we do our life right, is there somebody's phone that's talking? That's a call. क्या बात कर रही हो? Government is also selling to you without your permission. No, it's okay, come back. It's fine, come back. We'll hear the government. Don't worry, we'll hear the government. We hear a lot of Amitabh Bachchan. Come. So the fact is that since we're constantly selling, the fact is that if life is sales, then sales is life. To be good at sales means being good at life. And therefore, I believe that in order to become the better salesperson, the best salesperson, all we really need to do is be better at life. And that's what I want to focus on. So all my career I've been across BFSI sales, employability sales, government sales, B2B sales, institutional sales, and now that I run my own organization, it's obviously all sales all the time. I realized that what makes me a good salesperson is a process we follow in sales. So lots of sales leaders here, quickly give me the 5-step sales process. Quickly, somebody give me the 5-step sales process. Prospecting, उससे पहले क्या था? Suspecting, prospecting, knowing your customer, doing your research, preparing for the meeting, etc., 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 etc. Very good. Now, if this is what we need to do in our lives, how do we do a good job of it? And that's what I want to talk to you about. So here's a not happy question. When was the last time you were angry and why? Quickly. When was the last time you were angry and why? Oh, come on, be honest. What for? My son keeps asking me for money. Yes. Okay, Aarti was angry because son keeps asking for money. Correct. अब सवेरे क्यों चाहिए? रात को क्या बदल गया? Correct. I was also angry with my son. हाँ. Your sons are getting a very bad rep. The men are getting a bad rep. रात को क्यों नहीं सोचा था? Well done. What else? What else? हाँ. Stuck in traffic. And traffic is really completely beyond our control, but got stuck in traffic and that will make me angry. What else? Everybody's maids came on time with the barish. See, maid doesn't come. Bataiye, not moving the case for my work only that she's supposed to go do. She gets paid for it. Still doesn't do it, okay? So what's common to all of this? My son asking me for money, not finishing work on time, traffic is bad, maid did not come, credit manager did not sign off. What is common? Well done. Can I have some candy or at least a round of applause while there's no candy? Sorry, what's your name? Snigdha. So Snigdha tells me that what's common to all of these things is the fact that it is beyond our control. Right? What we are going to talk about today is 3 things that will help you gain greater control of your life, get better at life, and therefore get better at sales. Right? So the first of which is, why do we get angry or feel hurt or offended or sad or irritated? Why? It comes from a sense of helplessness. It comes from a sense of not being in control. Right? Ishita spoke about the Bhagavad Gita, and in the morning, Dr. Brunel, He spoke about it, right? He's already done half of my work. I'll just build up on it. But the fact is that the Bhagavad Gita has this concept of the kshetra. We feel angry, hurt, upset, offended, sad when things are out of our control, when they are beyond our locus of control. In the Bhagavad Gita, this is called the kshetra and the kshetragya. So the first point, and we'll quickly move to the second, the first one is recognizing and being aware of your emotion. Recognizing why you are angry or hurt or sad or feeling hopeless. Recognizing कि इसमें आपका control क्या है, आप क्या कर सकते हैं, and what's beyond your control. Right? We've recently been through the pandemic, right? And in the pandemic, I remember being very, very upset about the fact that my parents, who were in a different town, were just not adhering to any guidelines. वो बाहर भी जा रहे थे, वो मिल भी रहे थे लोगों से, सब कर रहे थे. And I was like, why are you doing this? They said, नहीं बेटा, हमारे स्टेट में हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर ने बोला है कि रोक देंगे नहीं तो ठोक देंगे. मैंने नहीं, बहुत अच्छा है, but you know, and that frustration that you're not having your medicine, right? So while I was concerned, what could I have done to bring this situation from concern to control? What could I have done? How do I deal with this anger, concern, care, worry, hurt, loss of hope? How do I deal with it? What do I do? Yes. So, have a conversation with them. In their case, I made sure that the house had enough sanitizers, medicines, masks, matlab every step in the house had everything in it. I also, by the way, dismissed their driver. So I actually called up the driver and said कि तुम्हारी तनख्वाह मैं दूंगी, but तुम घर नहीं जाओगे for the next 1 month, right, etc. Now beyond that, I need to let go. I have done everything that I could, and now I need to let go. With your son who's asking for a printout in the morning, how do you bring the situation from concern to control? What do? What could you do? हाँ, मुझसे कोई मतलब ही नहीं है, तुम्हारी प्रॉब्लम है, तुम्हारे टीचर्स तुम्हें ह्यूमिलेट करेंगे, तुम्हारी प्रॉब्लम है, तुमने होमवर्क नहीं किया. Like one of my biggest realizations was that if my kids go to school without doing their homework, मैं illiterate और अनपढ़ नहीं रह जाऊंगी. It is really on you. So, and this brings us to the second part which we're going to talk about. But that first one we'll close it saying, gain awareness of your emotion and see how you can bring it from concern to control. ट्रैफिक था सवेरे जब आप यहाँ आ रही थी, आप क्या कर सकते हैं इसके बारे में? क्या कर सकते हैं? Think about it. क्या कर सकते हैं? क्या कर सकते हैं? Leave 10 minutes early. So a lot of this helplessness and anger comes from the fact of things that we haven't done completely. Honestly, if you have done everything that you possibly could, then you will not feel that sense of anger and helplessness. Try it. Having said that, the fact of saying be aware of your emotion is a very lofty ideal. It's a difficult thing to do. When I'm angry, I'm angry. I certainly don't want to be aware of why I'm angry. So we move to the second one. So this concept, the first one is called the concept of kshetra or the locus of control. The second one is the concept of karma. What is karma? What is karma? Deeds. Actions and their consequences. Actions से मतलब नहीं, हमें consequences से मतलब है, right? So very often, and how many people here remember their class 10th physics? Well done. How many engineers in the room? I've been hearing a lot of tech talk, by the way. So what's the concept of CG? Center of gravity? क्या होता है? ये बताओ, class 10th physics. क्या होता है center of gravity? Center of gravity is where your core and your mass is held together. You guys remember when we were kids, there used to be that dipping toy, which go dung 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 dung, would hit the water and come back. How many people with kids in the room? So then you remember that hit me toy which goes down and comes up. Why? Because the center of gravity is remained. Center of gravity is where your core is held. Right? So the fact is, if I keep bending forward, at some point I'll roll over and fall down because my CG has moved out of me. The concept of control is the concept of CG, bringing it under your control in your center of gravity within your defined parameters. What happens when you're not in control? What happens when you're not in control? What happens when the CG is not in the body? You'll fall down. You'll fall down. In order to not fall down, what do? We create this scaffolding around us. We create this whole sense of how the world should be, must be, suppositions, दुनिया ऐसे ही चलती है, सही, गलत, good, bad, right, wrong. And we create this scaffolding onto which we hook ourselves. यही सत्य है. अगर तुमने CMO बन गए हो, उसके बाद CEO ही बनना है और कोई तरीका ही नहीं है. Right? बेटा तुम्हें फाइनेंस करना है या लॉयर बनना है या मेडिसिन लेना है, इंजीनियरिंग करना है, those are the only careers. And those are little ones. There are bigger ones. Like a woman must not be good at sales, a woman must not stay out at night. We've discussed a lot of these barriers, right, to the whole idea and the notion of women in sales, and we've bunked myths around it. But this concept is that जब तुम अपने control में नहीं होते हो, you seek these scaffoldings and these limiting beliefs and suppositions to hook yourself onto. All of us do this, and we do this in the context of our roles and responsibilities. I've done it for years because I was a working mother. I realized that I must contribute more to the school. So I would pick up the slack on any one of these carpool duties all the time. So much so that when I actually sat down and did the maths, I realized that I had done almost 60% more than the other mother because I was overcompensating on guilt. More often than not, and my kids were little kids, right? Homework not done. Everything was a reflection of the kind of mother I was. I was a CEO at 37 years of age. I was 37-year-old when I made CEO. When I walked into my office, my chief operating officer, who was my second in command, was 56 years old. The average age of my staff, and we had an 800 people organization, the average age of my staff was 43 years old because they were all professors in teaching and senior sales force. I was 37 and I was the CEO. And I remember that the first time that I walked into my office, I felt compelled deep inside me to behave like a CEO. So I should walk tall, I should not ask questions. If my team is presenting to me and spouting gibberish, because lots of jargons to impress the new CEO. Okay, new CEO is also very compelled to play into that game. Because अगर मैंने पूछ लिया कि तुम जो jargon कह रहे हो इसका मतलब क्या है, तो फिर तो मैं बहुत weak लगूंगी. ये कहेंगे ओहो मैडम को इतना भी नहीं मालूम है. So that sense of how a leader must be. The fact that my kids don't complete their homework is a reflection of what a bad mother she is. Right? So these things, and this gets reflected in our words. So if Kshetra is about being aware of your emotions and gaining control from concern, Karma is about watching your words. Watch your vocabulary. It's much easier to watch words than watch emotions. So watch yourself every time you find yourself using words like supposed to, must, good, bad, right, wrong, सही है, गलत है, यही सत्य है, supposed to, ऐसा ही होता है. Like I remember when my kids were 7 and 10, and again, it's most convenient at home, I used to be this shrieking banshee. Brush कर लो, homework कर लो, brush कर लो, homework कर लो, सो जाओ, ये नहीं, till I realized I'm not that person. And then there were 7 and 10 when I had this conversation when I said, boss, देखो, again, Kshetra to, concern to control. I had this conversation. I said, ऐसा है, तुमने brush नहीं किया, तो मेरे दांत खराब नहीं होंगे. At 7 and 10, you are responsible for your own teeth. You are responsible for your own homework. What do I need to do for that? I need to ensure that I've taught you how to brush. There's toothpaste, there's towel. Go, brush, come back. And I still remember, okay, that little 7-year-old, when I told her, I said, not my job. Your homework, your job. I'm not doing it. Exactly what you said. That 7-year-old looks at me and says, but I'm a child. You're my mother. It's your job. I said, इतना पता है 7 साल की उम्र में कि तुम्हारी माँ को क्या करना चाहिए, तो बेटा जाके ब्रश कर लो, जाके होमवर्क कर लो. So that whole realization of what you can control and what you can't, what you can do to get into control, and who are you really judging? I was judging myself because I was a working mother. I was constantly judging myself on the context of good mother, नहीं तो लोग बहुत चीजें कहेंगे. लोग क्या कहेंगे? The biggest one, right? शर्मा जी का बेटा. So, allowing yourself to let go, because the only way you will let go of those beliefs is when you're aware of them. The only way you will be aware of them is when you watch your words. Is that easy? Not easy? So, the moment you become aware of your words, you let go of those limiting beliefs, then you step back, figure out what you're concerned about and what's in control, and then you step into control. Simple? Doesn't look very simple to me right now. So then I'm going to share with you the third life hack that unlocks life, and I promise you unlocks killer sales. But before we do that, and this is called the concept of Kriya. So Kshetra, awareness of your emotions, and therefore moving from concern to control. Karma, awareness of your words, and therefore the limiting beliefs you need to let go of. And then there is Kriya. Before we get into that, I'd like everybody in this room to close your eyes. I'll still be here. I'm promising I'm not running away. Close your eyes. Everybody close your eyes and take a deep breath in. Take a deep breath in and think of anything. Think of anything, but don't think of pink monkeys. Take a deep breath in, another inhale, and do anything, but don't think of pink monkeys. Another deep inhale, take a deep breath in, and think of anything, but don't think of pink monkeys. And now you may slowly open your eyes. What happened? मना किया था यार, सुनते नहीं हो तुम लोग. कहा था मत सोचना about pink monkeys. Things that didn't exist suddenly start coming in. And therefore is this third concept, which comes from this shloka that we have known since we were children. We've heard of Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, Asatoma Satgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityoma Amritam Gamaya. What does it mean? Who's going to tell me what it means? Quickly tell me, quickly. What does it mean? You've heard it enough since you were children. What does it mean? Sorry? You weren't prepped? Very bad. You should have studied. Now tell me, what does it mean? Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya. You walk into a dark room, and you don't walk into a dark room and say, I am going to take away darkness. You introduce light. You don't tell yourself, I am not going to be angry. I am not going to be angry. You just start counting 1 to 10, or you close your eyes, or you get calm, or you drink water, whatever. Because the brain is a binary organ. It doesn't understand the concept of not doing something. Either something's there or it's not there. So you can't, has there anybody here who's tried to quit non-veg? Yeah? What happens? You've quit it? It's been 3 years, took a lot of practice, no? So in the West, this concept is called neuroplasticity. Imagine you go to a dinner, and in that dinner, you're trying to quit non-veg, and there's a whole there's a whole buffet there with like some really, really good non-veg food. You are actually engaging with that non-veg food the whole evening. You're telling yourself, those kebabs are really good, but I'm not going to touch it. No, I will test my willpower. That biryani, no, I will not touch the biryani. Right? Whereas there's actually a vegetarian in the room who's engaging with exactly that same buffet, और उसको वो non-veg food occur भी नहीं करता है. There's no engagement. So the brain understands engagement and no engagement. There's no concept of undoing something. And therefore, that third word, Kriya, is taking away the negative words from your life. You'll be amazed at how powerful that practice is. You know, there's this study conducted by Yale. They had a group of about 40 of these 12 to 13-year-olds. And they were given a brief. उनको दो groups में बांटा, 20-20 साल के group, 20-20 बच्चों के group. And one group was told, here's a table with a tray full of glasses of water. You have to climb up these 20 steps and deposit this tray full of water on the table there. Same brief. The other group of kids was told, here's a tray of water. You have to carry these glasses of water up those 20 steps and deposit the tray there. Make sure you don't fall. What do you think happened? What do you think happened? What happened? Second group fell, but they were told not to fall. So recognize that the brain does not know a no. And honestly, the reason I share this with you is because this has been that most powerful life hack that has changed my life as a leader, as a salesperson. The fact that I don't use a negative word, whether it's an email, whether it's in conversation, whether it's with children, whether it's with anybody. And that has been the one thing that has changed my life. Now, the moment you are able to not use a negative word, find a pause for yourself and you use a negative word, you become aware of the alternative. You also become aware of what are these limiting beliefs that you are holding on to. Let go of the karma. From the karma, you then come into control. So while I'm talking about awareness of emotion, awareness of words, and taking away the negative word, honestly, if you do just one of these three, you will find that your life changes. The moment your life changes, your sales change. Because then the fault is not with the customer, the fault is not with the potential client, it's not with your manager. It's just about how we are going to get this done. And while with this I've just introduced the concept of Kshetra, Karma and Kriya, and I know you were looking forward to some stories, but I promise we'll bring up the stories as we go further into this segment. But thank you so much for focusing on your positive words and taking away the negative from your life as you find resonance both in sales and in life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rekha. Women, our facets, our roles, our success and our celebrations. Who would have thought that our worlds would collide from Durga then to Durga now? Thank you so much, Rekha. A huge round of applause to the Durga in the boardroom. Inviting Purba to give a token of appreciation.
By the way, Purba and I go back to college. Yes.
What? Sorry, I'm on the mic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rekha. Thank you so much, Rekha. Okay, guys, do we want to just stamp our feet and wake up? Or are we awake? Lunch was yum. So, yeah, all right. So, inviting on stage now is on the next up forum, which is the podium, celebrating success and inspiring the future. Inviting on stage in the spotlight is Anjali Barucha, APAC Service Growth Leader, Honeywell, business leader with 18 plus years of experience in industrial, hardware, software automation and instrumentation, worked with leading American and European multinational companies. She leads Asia Pacific Business annual operating plan of $150 million with extensive experience in technology service industry. She's a passionate sales leader, President Club winner, and also chosen as Power Leader in 2023 by WinS. Thank you so much. Are we talking about you?
Yes.
I don't mean to shame you, but I thought you'll be a little older. But thank you.
Hello. Okay. Am I audible, all of you? Okay, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. It was great actually seeing so many females, I would say females because I love that word, today in sales. And so I just want to start. So thanks for a great introduction. Actually, you actually stole a lot of portion of what I was supposed to speak. So, okay, so let's start with this. How many women are in sales already? Just raise your hands. Wow, okay. So it will make a lot of sense of what I'm talking right now because I need to know my audience. And how many women are aspiring to be in sales, but still, not very sure, right? Okay, so you are the target for me, right? I have to convert you both into taking up sales. All right, so to start with, I have 18 plus work experience in so I have done my engineering, electronics engineering, and to start with, in my childhood, people used to tell me that take commerce, right? Because neighborhood there was one guy who failed in science, so you will also fail, so don't take science. My family had everyone taking commerce. They all are like business people, and I have seen the ups and the lows in business. And I was very determined to take science because I was fab in maths and science. So I took engineering. I topped the state in engineering, and everyone was so surprised. They didn't know that this is what I was. My family always thought that, okay, fine, even if she passes, it's fine. But then suddenly I topped, so they were like, oh, wow, really? You were so intelligent. We didn't know that. And then after that, I got into campus placement in ABB. So in ABB, I worked for 8 years. And you know what? When I started my journey in ABB, they actually put me to sales. And I was like, I'm a technical person. I want to do R&D. I want to do, some developments and work on the products and solutions. And how are you putting me in sales? I don't want to be in sales, okay? That was the first line I said to my manager. Now, today, if I want to rewind that time and take that decision again, I will say that I want to be in sales. This is something which is for me and for every woman, I can say, because we have certain attributes which are so inherent in us. We don't need to learn them. It comes to us by default. Right? We are mothers, we are creators. We are full of empathy, we understand. We listen less, but we can work on that. So I think women is designed to be in sales. And that's where I would, if I have to take that decision back, I would definitely opt for sales. Now, when I was in ABB, I got an opportunity to commission the systems in power plants. So I was working with power plant designing, and I actually designed a lot of automation systems and digitalization part in the power plants. So I was a power person. Then I was leading India towards end of my career in ABB after 8 years, and I was leading services then. And when we say leading services, it takes a lot to understand your customers, to be their consultants, to be their first go-to points for them, right? So that's how I built relationship in the industry, in the process industries. In 2012, I became a mother, and that was like a shifting, or I would say game changer for me, because when my promotion was due, and when I came back, it was like, oh, she has a child, so how come, she will again, I know it's like everyone's journey that you have to take a step back. So I took a step back, but I was not aware that time that I was preparing myself for something really big. Okay, so at that time I got an opportunity in Honeywell. It was in Pune. I was based in Bangalore. And it was a big decision for me to leave my 2-year-old child in Bangalore and come to Pune all alone, see how it works. Everyone was against me, including my own mother. She's like, you are a mother, how can you leave your child and go, right? It was a question I was taken on a guilt trip, honestly. But I did not succumb to any of it. And I knew that one day, my child, when he grows up, he will see that my mother has exemplified the journey of women, right? This is how he will look upon to women in sales, right? So today he gives me my bag and tells me, Mom, you don't want to travel? I mean, you have been home like for such a long time, right? When is your travel due? So basically it's all in your control. If you decide to do it, every infrastructure, every support system will fall in place and help you to achieve it. So this is something which, I took few steps back. I joined as an account manager in Honeywell. So from leading Pan-India to going back in the journey of career was a tough call. But then I took that decision. And then from account manager to senior account manager to sales leader to heading the sales team. So I was national sales head for 5 years, and I led the senior account managers who were all male colleagues, and all on an average age of 40, 45, and I was the youngest one that time. So it was very difficult to, kind of make a mark in the men's world. But I would say that, to be very honest, if you believe that you are no less, okay, nobody else can prove you less. So that's where it's all about you. Thank you, girls. I really like this in-between claps. So after that, I took this role, and then after National Sales Head, I was promoted to Asia Pacific Growth Leader, Business Growth Leader. So that has sales, revenue, and the OI side of it. So right now, I'm focusing a lot on sales. So believe me, sales is the first point, and it gives you the maximum visibility in any organization, I would say. So sales is the first point. If you know sales, you can crack everything, because it's the first step in the cycle. So I'm finding it so good that I know this in and out, so I'm able to grasp the revenue, the OI, the margins, everything, right? So that's the growth story. Now today I have a team in Asia Pacific who are all field service leaders in different countries of Asia Pacific. I have been traveling all around, and I just want to tell you one thing, that in Honeywell, the overall diversity, or I would say, when I say diversity, okay, it's very close to my heart topic, and when I got this opportunity, I was so excited to come here and make a difference. So diversity is not because we are women, okay? Diversity is because we are diverse in thoughts. We think differently. We are genetically designed to do things differently and bring value to the table. And that's why it's called diversity, okay? So never think that, we are different, we are less. No, it's because we are diverse in our thoughts. Okay, so coming to that, I have written something for all of you, dedicated for all of you, for the sales leaders or the sales women here. Eventually, we want to change this term salesman to saleswoman, right? So that's the plan. And I will just read out these lines, and I've written it, so please feel free to clap when you like it. So, in the world of technology, in hall of negotiation, where deals are spun, with an open arm, she's ready to learn. She steps into the fray with grace and might, a force of nature, shining bright. No longer bound by outdated schemes, she breaks the molds, fulfill her dreams. With sharp intuition and convincing glance, she builds connection, takes her chance. Empathy is her tool, and a guts to take a stand. She comprehend and shake the hand to close the deal, I'm saying in that reference. Of cold approaches, harsh and terse, she finds the human, makes it hers. In the cold approaches, harsh and terse, she finds a human and makes it hers. For in her heart a fire burns, a passion for her work, success she earns. She's a leader, a mentor, and a friend. Her journey's purpose knows no end. So raise a glass to the saleswoman, bold. Her story is written, brave and told. She just needs to follow her heart. We are blessed with beautiful hearts, ladies, so we just need to follow it. I mean, when you want to take any decision, just follow heart. She just needs to start. It's just about starting it, because once you start, we have that determination and dedication inbuilt in us that we will never stop. That I can write you and give it to you, that once you start, you will not stop. You will achieve it, and then there is one point where you will applaud yourself that you have done it, right? So she just needs to start. Where there is will, there is always going to be a way. Where there is will, There is always going to be a way. Remember, girls always hold the sway. In the ocean of biases, oh, she is a mother, she can't travel, you know, she's married. How can she do it? In the ocean of biases, you are a mother, how can you do that? And this question comes from your own people, not just outside world, right? In the ocean of biases, she swims, climbing the stereotype mountains, steep. She may break, she may weep, and she will step back only to leap, and she will step back only to leap. Breaking the glass ceiling for the purpose that is deep. It's very important for us to make a mark in sales journey, because to those who said you can't do sales, for those who said that you can't do maths and science because you're a girl, for those who said that you are, I would say, stoppable, right? So for every that word, and for you yourself who said that, no, I can't do that, right? So you have to prove this wrong by taking sales. So breaking the glass ceiling for the purpose that is deep. So this is very deep purpose, I guess. And passion she sows, and resilience she reaps. So what we sow, we reap, right? So you have to sow the patience and passion, and you will reap lot of resilience. She has miles to go before she sleeps. She has miles to go before she sleeps. So that's all. And I had not prepared for this, but yeah, I just felt so inspiring seeing all of you together in one journey. And I would congratulate People's Connect and the entire team to actually, you know, put this across, because firstly, there are very few females in sales, very few females in technical sales. So it's my pleasure to connect with all of you. I'm available on LinkedIn, so you can connect with me anytime. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please stay on stage, Anjali. Thank you so much, Anjali. And we have a little token of appreciation for you. Thank you so much. Khana kha chuke hain. Gentle reminder. So next up se pehle ye pooch lu, have we done something about the bingo? You guys have done it? Do we have first 10 kaise claim karenge hum? How do we choose the first 10? You guys have managed to fill up your bingo cards? Really? Mind blowing. So can we raise hands? Kis ko mile hain bingo ke, they've done the whole cards? How many cards? How many hands? 1, 2. Complete kisne kiye? 1, 2. So then you're definitely the first two. Please, let's make sure we take our goodies when we go back home. Okay, so now we have the WinS Learning Labs, Sellathon and Fastlane. Kya hai WinS Learning Lab? Well, that will be told to you by Purba and Hema. Calling on stage Purba Bhattacharya, Chief Operating Officer, People Connect, and Hema Tripathi on stage. Purba Bhattacharya, Chief Operating Officer, People Connect. Purba brings over 20 years of expertise in talent management and DEI, offered curated consultative solutions aligned with employer brand strategies. Purba. With a strong recruitment background, she has built scalable capabilities and guided HR teams across diverse clients. Talia, an alumni of Delhi School of Economics, she actively mentors young talent and champions women's economic independence. Guys, clap. That's a lot of things to do. Hema Tripathi, Head of DEI, People Connect. Hema Tripathi heads the Diversity, Equity and Inclusion vertical at People Connect, where she has built transformative platforms like SheMaker, WinS, Women in Sales, and Back to the Front, supporting women in manufacturing, sales and career relaunches, and the Karta Dharta of the WinS Conclave Season 3. Also a special round of applause for her and her team, Rajvi, Palak and Vidhi. Over to the two of you. Do you need this? Okay.
I've been up and down the stage a million times now during the day. And to see this almost full house today. It's a bit unreal and a bit overwhelming, and we are on WinS Season 3. And this journey started, it's not just 3 years back, I think we've been talking about for a long time. And a virtual WinS Conclave, or our first WinS Conclave was a virtual one, where Hema and Anjali would know. It really took us a lot of effort to get even 10 to 15 women in sales in that conclave and brands. And seeing this room full of women in sales and leaders and allies who are supporting this cause, we are seeing the needle move, and it's reassuring, and it's a testament of the hard work that entire industry and in fact the entire WinS community is building. And we say that it's a community because nothing would be possible without each of the stakeholders in this community, be women in sales like you who are out there every day and proving it wrong to everybody who said that it can't be done. And to the employers who are listening, who have got their ears on the ground, policies are changing. I would like to say in the first WinS, we continuously kept telling stories of there are no washrooms at distributor points. And today when Godrej Consumer came and talked about the initiatives they have taken, they have put audits and distributor points. It was so heartwarming to see that people are taking up these simple hygiene initiatives also, apart from the more strategic ones, right? Because every small step in this direction is increasing the number, and this room today is a testament to that. Last year was our first offline conference. We had only provision for 100 chairs in the room, and by the end of it, we had almost 40 people standing behind, and they were part of, and that energy was immense, and we thought this time we should book a larger room. And thank you everyone for showing up. I think showing up also means a lot, and a big hand to all of you. So other than holding these really nice industry forums and community sessions, what do we do in our day jobs at People Connect? To further WinS as an initiative, we've kind of earmarked 4 areas of impact. Namely, we work towards getting more and more women into the workforce. So definitely we work on building pipelines of women from where the corporates and the brands can hire. We work on skilling of women so that they take up higher responsibility and they move on to the next level in their careers. And obviously, the community that we are building to sustain the growth in women in sales. I'll not take much time. We'll talk about 2 of our very key initiatives. Firstly, in the domain of skilling, we have a program called Fastlane. I'll call on Hema to explain what Fastlane is. And we've just completed the pilot of Fastlane program this year, and we'll soon be sharing the dates for the next program. We would want you all to nominate yourself and your colleagues and peers who would want to benefit from this amazing program. Hema, over to you.
So thank you so much for showing up in such great numbers. And so through the day, we've seen business leaders, students, and women in mid-level in sales. To talk about our program, WinS Fastlane, it's a leadership program that we have curated for women professionals in sales. So in today's ever-changing work environment, to grow into leadership roles, it's not just hard work. It needs the right skill, it needs the right support, and the mindset. And also highlighted by Ruchi in today her welcome address, that it needs a challenging mindset, strong relationship skills, that takes it way ahead. So to talk about WinS Fastlane, it enables the participants to build the confidence and capability to inspire, influence, and lead high-performing teams. To step into bigger roles with clarity and growth mindset. So the program presents real-world insights navigating on diversity, organizational dynamics, and also leading through clarity. It has 3 powerful learning tracks: sales mindset, negotiation skills, and leadership skills. It also has group coaching connects with industry leaders. Our pilot cohort featured talent from RBL Bank, from Dabur, and also from Godrej Chemicals. So the participants walked away with strong leadership identities, sharper strategies, and renewed sense of purpose. And also, as also highlighted by Purba, we are soon to announce our next cohort and looking forward to nominations from the organizations, from support leaders, and from you women in sales. Thank you so much.
So like we've been talking that our North Star vision has been, and the purpose has been, where are the women, right? And let's be real, growing up, none of the parents told us ki beta bade hoke na sales manager banna. Okay? Nobody told us senior sales manager RSM banna. So it's not a career of choice that our parents have talked to us about while growing up, right? And through the day we've been listening that selling skill is something which is non-negotiable in any domain. I'm an HR, I used to call myself an HR professional, but large part of what I do most of the time is now sell, right? And skills that I never knew were actually selling skills came handy to me when I was a recruiter or doing recruitment or HR business partnering. All of that was selling as well, right? I was at any point in time in any meeting trying to influence, trying to get my thoughts through, and those are all selling skills. And this has come to us, and I think as parents, now we know better, and sales is no longer the bad word in any of our households. I'm raising a teenage daughter, and when I see streaks of that persuasive salesperson, I know that she'll have a good career ahead of her. And with this very sense, we went on to influencing girls in the campuses to pick up sales as a career of choice. And to do that, our team has reached out to over 600 campuses pan-India, campuses that are in non-metro cities as well, places like Amritsar, Banaras, Bhubaneswar. Bhubaneswar is a capital city, but to name a few, obviously we have campuses in the metros as well. And we did this through an initiative called Sellathon. It is a campus-led selling skills contest that we had designed last year. Last year we had 20+ teams who participated. This year we had an overwhelming 63 teams. When I say teams, these are teams of 2 to 3 girls, those who have come across. They are from graduate, MBA, Tier 1, Tier 2 colleges. And the response has been overwhelming, and it gives us so much strength to say that if even these 150 girls go and pick up sales jobs in the organizations, we have a very solid entry-level sales program that is running very strongly. And both the years, we've given them case studies that are not B2B sales, but B2C sales, or rather channel sales, where we ask them to go and do primary research. So the girls have gone on beats. They've done their own R&D on the field. They've gone to distributors, spoken, and got the sense and the pulse of the business, how it is run. This year also, we had given them a challenge of an omni-channel sales setup. And it was done brilliantly, and at some of the projects that they submitted, I think those are amazing and can be even showcased at any corporate presentations. Having said that, can we have the list of winners? We thought we'll only, give away awards for a handful of girls. However, we could not stop ourselves because we had such brilliant presentations. And we had 2 teams which were first runners-up, 2 teams second runners-up, and obviously Team All-Stars, the winner of Cellathon 2025. And these girls walk away with certificates, definitely. They also would be mentored by one of our jury members who's a senior sales professional. And I think these are the kind of impacts we would want keep on doing through WinS as a initiative, and call on many more of you to join us in these initiatives where you can mentor the young girls in the campuses and give them the direction that they really need to think about sales as a career, in a more definitive way. Can we have the videos, please?
Hello everyone, I'm Devanshi Singh and I'm deeply honored to be standing here on behalf of Team All-Stars with my team members Prachi and Khushi, the proud winners of this year's National Cellathon. First and foremost, my heartfelt thanks to People Connect for crafting such a powerful, purposeful initiative, one that not only challenges young minds, but creates a bold platform for women in sales to rise, solve and shine. This wasn't just a case study, it was a call to action.
A special thank you to our esteemed jury for believing in us and for their vision, for recognizing the talent and tenacity women bring in this space.
Our journey solving the clicks to counters challenge in the male grooming brand was intense yet incredibly smooth. Thanks to the team of People Connect, the process was really thoughtful and well structured. And they were always a message away. So really thankful to the People Connect. Thank you so much.
Tackled with the problem of offline retail expansion while maintaining the premium brand identity. We of course thought strategically and put in a lot of effort and work into deriving at the numbers that are feasible for this to happen. And I will extend a very warm thanks to People Connect to organize this opportunity that we can participate in. So thank you so much and looking forward to more such opportunities.
Hi everyone, being a part of Cellathon 2025 presented by Aditya Birla has been such a powerful and inspiring journey for us. A huge thanks to you, People Connect, and the entire organizing team for creating a platform exclusive for women where we could explore, experiment, and prove ourselves in a space like sales that's still evolving for women. This wasn't just a competition. It genuinely felt like a space made for us to grow. Thank you.
Whether it was decoding summer psychology, building cost models, or designing pilot activation campaigns, we tried to approach every problem like real marketers. I would like to thank People Connect for giving students like us such a powerful platform to present, learn, and grow. And also thank you to the judges and mentors for your thoughtful feedback. It's been incredibly valuable. Thank you once again for this opportunity. I am proud to present APNI and truly honorable to be part of this enriching journey. Thank you so much.
Jury member for the WinS Cellathon. Initially, when I was asked to be a part of the jury, my initial reaction was no. It just seemed like a lot of time, and time is something that none of us seem to have. But when I read about it and understood the audience that it was catering to, it felt like something that I wanted to be a part of, and I'm glad I did. It was so impressive to see the quality of the pitches and the work by every single one of the participants, not just the winners. And that clearly shows that the next generation of Business India is in good hands. My message to the finalists and the winners is you guys have done such a fabulous job and you've come such a long way at such a young age, and huge congratulations and round of applause for each and every one of you. A point of admiration for the first prize winners. If the brand were to go for funding, right, the extent of research that the first prize winner team did is sufficient for the pitch. Every single point was backed by extensive Excel sheets, which was so amazing to see the extent of research that they had done. And that's why, as a surprise additional part to the first prize winners, I've added 30 minutes one-on-one mentoring to each of the first prize winner team members. Congratulations to every one of you, and just a point that there aren't too many women in sales, and we need more diversity, not just for the sake of it, but because it adds value to the industry. The challenge is not as we start, it's as we go up. So starting is just the beginning. It's important to be consistent and to stay at it. Wish you all the very best. This is
And Diya Kandoi, Simran Kandoi, winners of Sellathon, can you just come up on stage? Please give a big round of applause to the winners. We wanted all of them to be here, but thank you for coming up. And Simran and Diya come all the way from Hyderabad to be with us today. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Many thanks, Purba and Hema, and many congratulations on this win to WinS. That took creativity, mazak nahi hai. Okay, so Serena Williams says, every woman's success should be an inspiration to another. We're strongest when we cheer each other on. Zordar taliyan. Next time, we'll do a round of applause with our hands up. तो पता चल जाएगा कि सब तालियां बजा रहे हैं. All right. So cheering each other on, announcing the WinS Prix Awards as a Grand Prix. Yeah? The WinS Prix Awards celebrate women leaders and organizations driving gender equality in sales. As part of the WinS Conclave, the awards recognize outstanding professionals and companies championing innovation, leadership, and career advancement for women in sales. The jury, comprising of Aarti Saran, Sales and Strategy Leader, Microsoft, and Sundar Ramachandran, Author, Head Transformation and Commercial Excellence, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, had a tough job at their hands selecting our winners. While Sundar couldn't be here with us in person, he does send his thoughts, and there is a bonus. Each winner gets a copy of Sundar's best-selling book, Head Start. Woohoo! So let's hear his thoughts. There is a video that he sent for all of us.
Congratulations to all the winners, and really enjoyed being part of the jury for these awards. You know, when I was going through the stories, it was sort of a reinforcement for me about how important sales leadership and sales professionals are in terms of creating a thriving business. So a lot of your stories was just a manifestation of that. So thank you for investing the time in this process, and I wish all of you the very best and lots of leadership and success in your journeys ahead. Thank you for making the time for this. Bye. Hi, everyone.
Oh, that did end. Okay. So now inviting on stage Aarti Saran. Aarti Saran, Sales and Strategy Leader, Microsoft. Aarti is a seasoned technology sales leader with over 21 years of experience, currently serving as Strategic Support GBB Lead for India and South Asia at Microsoft. Over her 11-year journey at Microsoft, she's held multiple impactful roles and actively contributes to the Women at Microsoft ERG and CSA's D&I core team. These terms are alien to me, so I'm sorry if they sound like that. Passionate about driving inclusion, Aarti also finds joy in fitness and exploring new places. Aarti. Okay, so now, Ji. That would be lovely, actually. If you could share an experience about being the jury, and was it really tough? कि वो हम सिर्फ बोलते हैं.
Well, I think the most important thing was paucity of time. So
There were a lot of nominations, and initially I thought I won't be able to cover all of those in the short span of time. But thankfully, there was a weekend in between, and I could spend quality time in assessing. And when I read through the nomination details, especially the achievements, the encouragements that these women in sales have, and the amount of hard work they have been putting in succeeding in being and leading their teams and leading their own charters in life, it was actually inspiring for me as well. When I started in the sales profession around 21 years ago, I didn't have as many opportunities or mentors or seniors to kind of put across opportunities where I could show what I am and I could display the work. But I think it's an amazing thing that People Connect, with the support of Aditya Birla Group and LinkedIn, have brought in these kind of forums where more and more women in sales are encouraged to come into this field. So it was an amazing experience. This is my second year in WinS as an event. And first time being a judge over here, so it was a brilliant experience. Besides judging other people, it was more about learning from these women. Amazing profiles, amazing achievements. So thank you for the opportunity.
Now you have to be here. तो हमने कुछ अनोखे ढंग से सोचा अब तक अवार्ड्स पहुंचाएं. Every award category has a story, and sharing that story in her very own inimitable style is Eka. Please come on stage. She will now be in this journey with me. So
I promised you there'd be stories, so here are the stories. So earlier, if you remember, when Ishita sang that poem, the one that we were all that we all hummed to, it's a poem called Shakti. It's from a book that my mother and I have co-authored together, which is on the Panchakanya. Has anybody heard of the Panchakanya? So Panchakanya are Ahalya, Tara, Draupadi, Mandodari and Kunti. Now what's very fascinating is when you hear the stories of these women, they're often told to you in a very Abla Nari context. कि इनके साथ बहुत अत्याचार हुआ and how they were wrong in the places, they were morally wrong, etc. etc. However, as we explore, and if you just scratch below the surface, you realize three themes. The first one is that while these stories are ancient, they are actually timeless human themes. The second thing you realize, and by the way, and as we spoke of when I was talking earlier, the same is true for sales, and the same is true for women in sales. The second one is that while these stories are told from a very female voice, and Nari ki kahaniyan hain, they're actually genderless themes, and we'll see how that plays out. And the same is true for sales. It's a genderless profession. And the third one is that while these themes seem like they're about, like I said, Abla Nari and social injustice, or inke saath kitna bura hua, hai duhai, you realize that they're all stories of individual choices and their consequences. All these women had agency. And the same is true for sales, where we are often told कि बहुत मुश्किल है, बहुत कठिन है, आदमियों के लिए है, बहुत मार काट होती है, malpractices होती हैं, ये है, वो है. Eventually it comes down to just you.
Yeah.
Are we ready for the first award? Can
Yes,
I tell the
our first
story?
category, the first story.
Okay, so the first category is on frontline star, and while Ishita will describe the category, the story I want to tell you is that of Tara. How many people here have heard of Tara? Who was Tara? Tara was Bali and Sugriv's wife from Ramayana. Tara emerged from the ocean, from the Manthan during the Amrit Manthan, and she was actually gifted to Sugriv. Bali turned around and said he was the older brother. So Bali said, ki, nahi, this is too beautiful to be gifted to you. And so he took away Tara and made Tara his wife. Some years later, Bali was very, very badly injured and was locked in a cave, and people assumed he was dead. So Tara got married to Sugriv. Turns out Bali wasn't dead. So Bali came out from that cave and took Tara back again, saying she's mine. And this is how we read about it. And then of course Sugriv partnered with Sri Ram, and then Sri Ram killed Bali, and Tara comes back to Sugriv as the queen of Kishkinda, with her son Angad becoming king. Now this is just the bare bones of the story, but what we do realize in this kahani is that Tara has been very true. She's been true to Bali, she's been true to Sugriv. She is one of two women who has actually taken both Lakshman and Sri Ram to task. She's also been that one person who's given the most astute, sage advice, reading the room and giving the advice both to Bali and to Sugriv always. So here's to the frontline star as she becomes the Tara, where she knows her product, she knows her customer, and she knows her goal.
So WinS Achievers, Frontline Star. The Frontline Star, the women who've taken the B2C world by storm, recognizes a young sales professional who has consistently exceeded targets, built deep customer relationships, and demonstrated a remarkable understanding of her market. These women are not just closing deals, they're opening doors. Announcing the winners and calling on stage Aarti Saran and Salil Painse to do the honors, please. Aarti is here. Thank you so much. The winners of Frontline Star are Ibtisam Khatun, Bancassurance Relationship Manager, Bandhan Life. Priyanka Rathore, let's not stop clapping. Priyanka Rathore, Sales and Area Manager, Home Loans, Godrej Housing Finance. And Tina Vadvani, GT Sales Officer, Nestle India Limited. Ibtisam and Tina are not here, but we do have Priyanka taking the award. Guys, awards, awards! Thank you, and we'll request you to be on stage for one more round, please. We move on to the second category, Eka the Story.
So for the second category of the rising star, we all know who Draupadi is. What do we know about Draupadi? When we think Draupadi, what do we think of? Sorry? Mahabharat, yes. But what do we think of Draupadi? 5 husbands. Vastraharan. Okay, Vastraharan. What else? She's the reason for Mahabharat. And this is the narrative we've been taught. However, if you scratch the surface, there has never been a better saleswoman than Draupadi. She's strong, she's fierce, her theme is rage and anger, she's incredibly persuasive. So we've been told that these 5 husbands were thrust on her. But if you look at Draupadi's life story, nobody ever thrusts anything of Draupadi. If there's something that's happening to her that's not of her choice, she makes it clear. She got together all of her stakeholders. And so therefore, personally, I am a huge Draupadi fan. And to me, the rising star has to be that Draupadi who's persuasive, who takes all of her stakeholders all together. She makes them back as one. And she is fiercely, fiercely driven. And that's the rising star who's the Draupadi.
WinS Achievers, Rising Star. We shine the spotlight on emerging brilliance. The Rising Star Award is for those in B2B sales, tech sales, or pre-sales who've turned high-impact ideas into action, raising pipelines, boosting forecasts, and accelerating sales performance. These women are the architects of tomorrow's sales playbooks. Calling on stage our winners, Akanksha Rawat, Credit Life Assistant Vice President, Bandhan Life, and Surbhi Chakrabarti, Sales Executive, Nestle India Limited. And to present the awards is, of course, Aarti and Salil. Come. Thank you so much, Salil and Aarti. Announcing our third category and the third story.
For the emerging leader from the Panchkanya, we have Kunti. What do we know about Kunti? What do we know about Kunti? Pandav's mother, Karn's mother, sacrificed Karn. What else? Very independent. Now look at an emerging leader in sales. She actually kept all the 5 brothers united as one. As a leader, and she's a leader, as a leader you realize there's immense goal clarity. The war needs to be won. As a leader, she sacrifices the short term for the long term. She recognizes there's a long-term North Star. And therefore, she's willing to let go of chota deals, let go of joy in the here and the now. She insists, like a good mother and like a good sales leader, as we say in the military, I come from a military background, that when you sweat in peace, you bleed less in war. And that's what we do in sales. We prepare, we study, we prospect, we know our customer, we know our products, we never get caught off guard. Kunti never did. And then she's selfless, absolutely purpose aligned to the goal. She's willing to sacrifice her own self-interest. After the war is won, her sons won the war, they came into leadership, she gracefully walked away into the forest, giving up and sacrificing everything else. So to me, the emerging leader of sales is that Kunti who's purpose aligned, who trades the short term for the long term, has a vision, has goal clarity, and is selfless to the cause of sales. Here's Kunti.
Thank you. WinS Achievers Emerging Leader, from strong individual contributors to inspiring people managers, this next category honors women who are now leading teams and shaping talent. The Emerging Leader Award is for those who not only deliver growth, but also mentor, uplift and multiply success in their teams. These women build teams that win and stay. Inviting on stage, I would like Ruchi Anand and Anjali Gulati, please, to give away the awards. Music, baja dijiye. Okay, the winners are Priya Sidhu, Key Account Manager F&B B2B Commercial, Cargill India Private Limited, Priyanka Gaikwad, Account Director Salesforce India, and Tanushri Pandita, Regional Business Manager Bandhan Life. Please come. And Tanushri Pandita, Regional Business Manager, Bandhan Life. I'd like you both to stay on stage, please. Yes. Our fourth category, WinS Achievers, Power Leader and the Story.
So the fourth story is from the fourth Panchakanya, Mandodari. Who was Mandodari? What do we know about her? Whose wife? Ravan's wife. What else do we know about her? She always gave the right advice. Amazingly astute. By the way, fabulous at negotiation. So her deal with Ravan was very clear. Doesn't matter, dude, what you're doing, where you're doing. Remember, I am the queen. That's our status and that's how we negotiated. She's the one who told him, don't do this. Nahi sun raha hai, that's on him. And yet, very again, purpose aligned. So she still had her stakeholders and her men in the team. Vibhishan was her man in the team. She's the one who, after Ravan died, realized that the kingdom was more important, and therefore actually married Vibhishan so that the kingdom was preserved and kept. Very astute, knew her negotiations, had a vision, had purpose, and carried along all her stakeholders. That, to me, ladies, is the best way that describes the power leader that Mandodari was and who we recognize today.
Thank you. WinS Achievers Power Leader, we recognize leadership at its most powerful. The Power Leader Award celebrates women who have shattered the ceiling in sales, built robust sales functions and driven gender diversity while consistently delivering business impact. These are our change makers, leading from the front, leading by example. Our winners: Jayatri Das Gupta, CMO Pay Nearby and Program Director, Digital Nari. Pay Nearby, Digital Nari. Jayati. Jayati is left. Yeah? Okay. Kamna Joshi, Vice President, Bank Assurance, HDFC Life Insurance Company Limited. Pallavi Mishra, Vice President, Digital Alliances, HDFC Life Insurance Company Limited. Do we not have hooters? Woohoo! And Pooja Chaudhary, National Sales Head, Business Loans, Godrej Capital. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you so much, Eka, Ruchi, and Anjali. What a day of victories, of insight, of celebrations, of wisdom imparted and notes taken. Please take a look around. This is what a community of secure, incredible women and people looks like. गौर से एक दूसरे की तरफ देखिए. Please thank each other. Go back with smiles. And before that, let's applaud each other once again. Thrilled to invite on stage Anjali Gulati, the woman with a vision. Please come. You want the hand mic?
So that brings us to the close of an incredible day. First of all, thank you to everyone who came in, who showed up today, because I think to see this vision in the people sitting in the room and the over 1 lakh people who joined us on YouTube, that to us is really all the effort that we have put in is coming true to life. So thank you so much for being here. And of course, the partnership that we have with Ruchi over the last 3 years and more, I think we are strengthened by what we are seeing today. And we've already compared few notes and saying, okay, this is how we are going to do this further. So you will be seeing a lot of more action from our side. But we are really, really grateful to the partnership also that we have been nurturing, and look forward to really, really growing it in the future. Of course, Aditya Birla Group, without whose key sponsorship and support, we wouldn't have been able to reach here. They have been truly our partner in spirit as well, because they have really, taken on the vision the way we wanted to. We have a complete free hand, and we are very, very, it's inspiring to see how they are trying to bring together the facets of the group, because they have different businesses, etc., to come and support us on this mission. And most of all, I think a big thank you to the team who has put this together, without whom None of this would have been possible. Hema leading from the front, of course, her vision and her, the spirit with which she does not hear no for an answer, and she does not want to give up at any moment. That has really inspired us to be here, because you're only as good as your team. And Hema, thank you for being that person, for being able to realize every vision that we've had. You've been able to translate it to reality. So that's a big, I think when we speak about People Connect and the vision that we see, bringing these events to life is what you've helped us do. So thank you so much for that. And of course, her team here, Rajvi, Palak, Vidhi, who've been at it. We've all had personal exigencies, emergencies, but I'm thankful to the whole team for showing up in the way that they have. And of course, the larger team. Purva, of course, who flown in from Noida, and I think she's done so many Zoom calls that she's like now tired of us and says, I don't want to do Zoom with you for a week. But thank you for our whole team to pitch in here. That brings us to the close of the day. So I know Ishita has one last thing for you before we go. Please don't forget to take some pictures at the photo booth, and we will have one big large picture for all the award winners who are here and one big picture for the group. There's also snacks and high tea.
So हमने सोचा, like Anjali said, let me just quickly tell you guys, we'll need one big Oscar-style picture. So everyone here, okay? Then we'll need one with all the awardees. Okay, so again, just the awardees here. And okay, awardees first. You heard it from the ladies. Awardees first, and then everyone. तो कहीं जाइएगा नहीं. अब जब इतना रुके हैं तो थोड़ा और रुक जाइएगा. I thought कि should we truly leave without one celebratory dance, like just a fun dance party? नहीं ना? Should we do this? अब आप लोग को खड़ा होना पड़ेगा. Yeah, because you have to make sure that you dance. You're the rhythm and you are the percussion. Music दे रही हूँ मैं. और music आप दे रहे हैं actually. Can we all stand up? और कोई जाइएगा नहीं. इसके बाद वाकई पीने वाली चाय है. So चाय नाश्ते के बिना in अतिथि देवो भव style, please don't go without eating and festivities and celebrations. Okay. हो लाल मेरे पत रखियो बला झूले लालड़. लाल मेरी पत रखियो बला झूले लालड़. सिंदड़ी दा सेवण दा सखी शाबाज कलंदर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर. ओ लाल मेरी पत रखियो बला झूले लालड़. सिंदड़ी दा सेवण दा सखी शाबाज कलंदर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर. हो लाल मेरी पत रखियो बला झूले लालड़. सिंदड़ी दा सेवण दा सखी शाबाज कलंदर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर. हो दमादम मस्त कलंदर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर. चार शराख तेरे बरन हमेशा. चार शराख तेरे बरन हमेशा. पंजवा में बारण आयो बला झूले लालड़. पंजवा में बारण आयो बला झूले लालड़. सिंदड़ी दा सेवण दा सखी शाबाज कलंदर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर टन. दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर. टन दमादम मस्त कलंदर. Go on turning, I'm singing. दमादम मस्त कलंदर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर. दमादम मस्त कलंदर. Thank you so much, ladies. Let's meet. Thank you. Let's meet at the chai. ये वैसे आपने काट दिया. Thank you. We have the awardees here, please. My job has not ended yet. Could we have फोटोग्राफर साहब सामने के ऊपर. Awardees, please. Awardees, could we have you here, please? Awardees, could we have you on stage, please? Hello, hello, hello. Volume बढ़ा दीजिए.
प्रियंका, sorry, okay, loud हो गया. प्रियंका, आकांक्षा, सुरभि, प्रिया, प्रियंका गायकवाड़, तनुश्री पंडिता, जयत्री दासगुप्ता, कामना जोशी, पल्लवी मिश्रा, Pooja Chaudhary, please could we request you to come here towards the stage. Awardees, please come to the stage so we can do a quick picture with you and then everyone. Thank you. Could we now have everyone here for a big group photo, please? Thank you so much. Guys, please move up to the stage. आइए फोटोज लें. आपके कोई दोस्त बाहर गए हैं तो उनको बुला लीजिए. Thank you.